Lane's fault. Not my fault. Lane's fault. All right, now we're rolling. Are we rolling? Yes, we're rolling. Okay. We haven't started yet. A few technical problems. All things considered, we're 12 minutes behind schedule. Okay, show still hasn't started yet. All right. Hit record. Check a couple of things. All right. God's punishing me for drinking an expensive Italian sparkling water. All right. Show hasn't started yet. Must not break things. Okay, the show is starting. Jesus. Welcome to the mop-up for June 23rd, 2022. I'm David Feldman, barely coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 73 degrees and partly cloudy. Please sign up for my free newsletter. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com. It comes out every Friday. It's the week in review. It also includes an invitation for office hours, which I host every Friday night starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. All you need is Zoom. Please stop by. The Virginia home of former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark was raided before dawn on Wednesday by federal agents looking for evidence in the role Clark played helping Donald Trump overturn the 2020 election. If you remember, Clark, in the waning days of the Trump administration, reportedly angled to get Trump to name him Attorney General. In return, Clark reportedly promised Donald Trump that he would use the full weight of the Justice Department to overturn the 2020 elections. Last time I checked, that's against the law and far worse than Watergate, where 40 Nixon staffers were eventually indicted and or jailed. On Wednesday, Clark was reportedly standing out on the street in his pajamas as the FBI ransacked his home. Attorney General Merrick Garland reportedly feels the pressure as Washington, D.C., appears surprised by the number of Americans who, after watching the January 6 hearings, are now more predisposed towards the arrest of Donald Trump. Why is a former low-level Justice Department functionary like Clark now being targeted by the Justice Department? Days before the January 6 uprising, Trump was ready to fire Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen and replace him with Clark. But during a heated 3-hour meeting with Rosen, Clark, and Trump, all in the same room, Trump backed down once Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen threatened the appointment of Clark would trigger mass resignations inside the Justice Department. Now, at that point, by law, the Acting Attorney General, Rosen, was obligated to report Trump and Clark to the FBI and hold a press conference announcing that the President of the United States is part of a criminal conspiracy to overturn the 2020 presidential election. That would have prevented January 6. Instead, Acting Attorney General Rosen kept his job and his mouth shut. For that reason, he should be disbarred, if not arrested, as an accessory after the fact. Instead, today he testifies before the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th insurrection as a conquering hero. The committee holds more hearings today where the focus is on Donald Trump's criminal conspiracy to pressure the Justice Department into claiming falsely that there was enough evidence of voter fraud in the 2020 election to justify several state legislatures sending alternative slates of electors to Washington on January 6, when, as we all know, Congress certifies the results. There are men and women right now behind bars for far less. It was the responsibility of Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen to report the crime of a president pressuring him and his Justice Department to help overthrow the government. The witnesses testifying today are Jeffrey A. Rosen, the former acting attorney general, Richard P. Donoghue, the former acting deputy attorney general, and Stephen A. Engel, the former assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel, all of whom were derelict in their duty in failing to report a crime they not only witnessed, but were asked to be a part of. By not reporting the crime, by not reporting what so clearly by then was going to be a violent attempt to overthrow the United States government, they are now accessories after the fact. I dare anyone with a law degree, anyone who passed the bar, to challenge me on this. All three of these men, Jeffrey Rosen, the former acting attorney general, Richard B. Donoghue, the former acting deputy attorney general, and Stephen A. Engel, the former assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel, should have their law licenses taken away and then frog-marched into the Washington, D.C. correctional facility. Today, during the hearings, they are expected to outline precisely how Donald Trump illegally tried to overthrow the election results, begging the important question, why didn't these three men immediately begin a criminal investigation of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Clark? Even a 6-year-old knows this is illegal. Your acting attorney general, Deputy Attorney General, Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel, the President of the United States calls you in and asks you to break the law, a big law, one of the most important laws on the books. He's asking you to overturn the 2020 presidential election. Donald Trump said to them, and I quote, "Don't worry about the evidence, just say there was election fraud and I'll take it from there." And all these three men did was refuse to help him. You don't get credit for coming forward now, a year and a half after the insurrection. You should, as I said, be disbarred. You should be arrested for accessory after the fact. You failed to report a crime. After the Nuremberg trials, the entire federal government was put on notice. It's not good enough to disobey an illegal order from the president or a superior. You are obligated, especially as the top officials in our Justice Department, to report that crime. Failure to do so will result in a criminal conviction. 2.5 million Americans behind bars, but no room at the inn for these three highly credentialed grifters. January 6 happened because 3 days before January 6, our acting attorney general, Jeffrey A. Rosen, failed to report that Donald Trump was trying to violently overthrow our elections. He is not a hero. He is a criminal. Jeffrey A. Rosen is not a hero. He is a criminal. The Justice Department by then knew what Trump was up to, and Jeffrey A. Rosen did nothing to stop it. Do you remember FBI Director James Comey? When Donald Trump ordered him not to investigate General Michael Flynn, Comey did what he was supposed to do and proceeded to investigate Donald Trump for being part of an illegal cover-up. That's what you do. It's your job. On February 14th, 2017, FBI Director James Comey met with President Donald Trump. It was one day after Trump had fired his national security advisor, Michael Flynn, after Michael Flynn was caught lying to the FBI about his illegal conversations with the Russian ambassador during the final days of the Obama administration. General Flynn pled guilty, but was later pardoned by Trump in the waning days of his presidency. General Michael Flynn is a crazy Christian evangelical who has now sworn an oath to QAnon and has illegally lobbied on behalf of Turkey and Russia. President Obama warned Trump not to name Michael Flynn his national security advisor because Obama said he could not be trusted. Flynn was fired as national security advisor. The day after he was fired, back in 2017, during a meeting between FBI Director James Comey and Donald Trump, Trump asked Comey to go easy on Flynn. Comey immediately understood this was an illegal order. It was part of an illegal cover-up. And so FBI Director James Comey wrote a memo to his very own FBI and entered it into an ongoing investigation of Trump's attempt to cover up the crimes of Michael Flynn. That's what you do when you're given an illegal order, especially if you work in the Justice Department like Rosen, Donahue, and Engel all did. And they are testifying today. I want to know why they didn't immediately go to the FBI, why they didn't immediately hold a press conference to alert this country as to what Trump and Jeffrey Clark and Giuliani were up to. Now, we are told that our Justice Department is there to keep Americans and America safe. On the last show, I outlined how our police do such a piss-poor job preventing and solving crime. About 1% of all crimes are solved by our police. Now, here was a crime committed right in front of our acting attorney general, and he did nothing. And by doing nothing, he failed to prevent an even worse crime 3 days later on January 6. Jeffrey Rosen, by the way, Harvard Law, the crackpot Jeffrey Clark, who wanted to replace Rosen as acting attorney general by overthrowing the election results, also a graduate of Harvard College. The three Justice Department officials testifying today did nothing to stop January 6, when Trump said he wanted to replace Acting Attorney General Rosen with Clark. All these three men did was threaten to resign. And when Trump didn't fire them, they kept their mouths shut. They kept their jobs and their mouths shut. Real heroes, real profiles in courage. Why is it so hard for the people who enforce the law to obey it? The federal government is littered with signs that read, "If you see something, say something." Okay, guys, you go first. In Washington, D.C., it's not if you see something, say something. It's if you see something, write a book, get paid millions for it, and then when it's too late, say something. John Bolton, the former national security advisor under Donald Trump. Mark Esper, the former Secretary of Defense under Donald Trump. The list goes on and on. Former Trump administration officials who refuse to say something unless there's money in it for them in a book. Why report a crime when you can write a book about that crime and make millions off of it? Well, in other news, Congress is poised to pass the most sweeping gun control legislation in decades. Possibly this could happen as soon as July 4th. 50 Senate Democrats, along with a filibuster-proof 14 Republicans, appear to support the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which would forbid anyone from purchasing a gun if they have been accused or convicted of abusing an intimate partner. The law would still allow children under the age of 21 to purchase weapons, but it expands background checks into a 3-day screening process looking for criminal and mental health issues. It would carry stricter penalties for what are called straw purchases, where individuals buy guns for those who cannot pass background checks. It would expand mental health treatment to those on Medicaid and in our public schools. And it would add an additional $300 million to fund the policing of our schools, which Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez warns is making it now too easy to arrest rather than properly discipline our school children. Now, one of the myths propagated by opponents of gun control is that these laws don't work. They often cite Chicago as an example of a city having the strictest gun control laws in the nation, but it's been turned into a notorious shooting gallery. Whenever you talk about gun control, the right will always bring up Chicago. And while this is an effective talking point used by Republicans, it's misleading and it's a lie. It's remarkable at how Fox and Republicans repeat the same lie over and over again until it's received wisdom that Chicago is proof positive that gun control laws don't work. It is a lie. Linda Quee, writing in the New York Times on May 27th, right after the NRA's Houston convention, where they mentioned Chicago more times than the musical, points out that yes, Chicago does have the highest number of gun-related killings in the country, but that's only because it's the third largest city in America. What's important is Chicago's gun murder rate is 25 per 100,000, making it the 26th highest murder rate in America, not the first highest. You got that? Chicago's gun murder rate is 25 per 100,000. It is the 26th highest murder rate in America, not the first. Now, for a city as diverse and burdened by gangs, 26 is somewhat impressive. More importantly, the cities with the highest gun murder rate, those cities are Jackson, Mississippi, Gary, Indiana, and St. Louis, Missouri. These top three cities have a gun homicide rate twice that of Chicago's, and more importantly, have much more lenient laws when it comes to guns. The talking point should not be that Chicago is proof that gun control doesn't work. The talking point is, compared to the top three gun homicide cities, Jackson, Gary, and St. Louis, gun control does work. Here's a talking point that should stop the GOP in their tracks. Guns kill more people through suicide than homicide, and the leading instrument in suicide is far and away guns. The states with the strictest gun control laws are Illinois, California, New York, and New Jersey, and they have the lowest suicide rates in America. Think about that. New Jersey has one of the lowest suicide rates in America because the people, the government in New Jersey is smart enough to know that if you live in Jersey, you're going to want to use a gun on yourself. So you better make it hard to get a gun in New Jersey. Illinois, that's where Chicago is. It has one of the lowest suicide rates in America because it's harder to get a gun in Illinois. Chicago, it's harder to get a gun there, so they have among the lowest suicide rates in America. Where are the highest suicide rates? The states with the most permissive gun laws. It's quite fascinating. If you look at the Northeast, you see very strict gun laws and very low suicide rates, except for Vermont, where gun laws are not so strict. Remember Bernie Sanders from Vermont, and his record on guns is problematic. If you remember, in 1993, Bernie Sanders voted against the Brady Bill. He later voted to protect gun manufacturers from lawsuits. He did vote for the assault weapons ban, and for the past 15 years, Bernie has come down hard on guns. But to please his pro-gun constituents in Vermont, he has not been as anti-gun as he should be, which is why Vermont's suicide rate is the outlier in the Northeast. It is among the highest in America. It is the highest in the Northeast because it has the most lenient gun laws in the Northeast. At the NRA convention in Houston last month, Senator Ted Cruz, a Harvard Law School graduate, lied when he said Chicago proves gun control laws don't work because he lied. Chicago has banned handguns, and yet the shootings persist. Ted Cruz knows this is a lie because nearly 10 years ago, the Supreme Court's Heller decision made it unconstitutional for a city like Chicago to ban handguns. He knows this. He lies nonetheless. About 10 years ago, the state of Illinois, its ban on carrying a concealed weapon was overturned by the United States Court of Appeals for the Seventh Circuit in Chicago. So Chicago doesn't have the toughest gun control laws in the country because for more than a decade, our Supreme Court has stripped Chicago of its ability to control the sales of guns. More guns mean more crime, means more murder. And guns, of course, take away our freedom. Well, in a Supreme Court ruling today, New York City's gun laws were voided, and so were my pants. Today, the Supreme Court struck down a New York law that limits the rights of citizens to carry guns with them wherever they go. Because the first thing that comes to mind during a sweltering New York City summer, reeking of sweat and garlic is, you know what the subway car needs? More Glocks. Justice Clarence Thomas wrote for the majority that Americans should have the right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home. Kind of makes sense, considering so many Americans no longer have a home. Clarence Thomas delivered the majority opinion, making him the biggest hypocrite on gun control. Clarence Thomas, of all people, is one of America's biggest practitioners of gun control, considering he's never once turned one on his wife, Ginny. So far this year, there have been almost 300 mass shootings. But now that the Supreme Court has allowed all Americans to carry guns wherever you want to go, I guess we won't need to be paying for Brett Kavanaugh's round-the-clock security detail. He's free to carry a gun. He's perfectly safe. Perfectly safe. Money saved. Get rid of his security detail. Well, if the Supreme Court's solution to guns is more guns, then the solution to this Supreme Court is more justices. It's time to start packing, not weapons, the court. It's time to start packing the court. By the way, our court also today ruled in favor of a Georgia death row inmate who, instead of lethal injection, would like to die by firing squad. I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a firing squad is lethal injection. This court will rule in favor of anything that involves guns. I honestly believe Republicans would keep abortion legal if we could somehow figure out how to perform one using an AR-15. Between the Heller decision and now today's ruling, the Supreme Court has proven itself to be the most pro-gun court in decades. Let's talk about Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. You remember him. A few years back, he officiated Rush Limbaugh's last marriage. Man, is it hot in here. Judge Clarence Thomas. He is best friends with his former law clerk, John Eastman, the unhinged architect of Donald Trump's criminal conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. Also, best friends with John Eastman is the equally unhinged wife of Clarence Thomas, Ginny, who is now being forced to testify before the January 6th committee because she exchanged hundreds of texts and emails with John Eastman in the lead up to January 6th. Eastman and Ginny Thomas illegally conspired with Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and lobbied illegally Arizona lawmakers to send their own slate of electors to Washington on January 6. This is illegal. It is part of a criminal conspiracy. Ginny Thomas and her husband's former law clerk, John Eastman, belong in jail. When the January 6th committee subpoenaed the White House last year for all the records regarding the lead up to January 6th, the Supreme Court ruled that the committee could have all the evidence. It was a unanimous ruling, except for one justice. One justice ruled against turning over the evidence. That would be Ginny Thomas's husband, Clarence Thomas, which makes no sense to me, because if I were married to Ginny Thomas, the first thing I would do was hand over any evidence I could to get her locked up and out of my house. The fact that Clarence Thomas is still married to this nut job is dispositive proof that he lacks the compos mentis to serve on the Supreme Court, thereby marking the second time this year I've used the term compos mentis. I deserve a cookie. Clarence Thomas knew that if the texts between Eastman, Meadows, and his wife Ginny fell into the hands of the committee, Ginny Thomas would be called to testify, if not prosecuted. This is not normal. But we know by now nothing about Clarence and Ginny is normal or legal. Ginny Thomas, according to the New Yorker, after flunking the bar exam, joined LifeSpring, a cult that forced her to strip naked as she got fat-shamed by the fellow members of the cult. Ginny Thomas told the Washington Post back in 1991 that she had to go into hiding to escape LifeSpring, and then she found a new cult, one that's less a danger to her than it is to our democracy, and by that I mean the Republican Party. These are not bright people. They sit on the Supreme Court not because they follow the law. They are there because they follow the rules. Clarence Thomas should resign. We all know he lied about Anita Hill. Like the Kavanaugh hearings, there were plenty of other women who were willing to come forward, but the Judiciary Committee had no interest in hearing from them. We know Brett Kavanaugh was guilty. We know Clarence Thomas lied under oath. These are sick people, which is why their solution to gun violence is more gun violence. I have read that 1% of the general population can be classified as psychopaths. That means out of 100 Americans, one of us is a psychopath. That would be the top 1%. What are the traits of a psychopath? Poor judgment and a failure to learn from previous experience. You know, failing to learn from previous experience, poor judgment, like knowing that there's more than one mass shooting each day, but still ruling today that Americans should be allowed to carry weapons with them wherever they go. I'm not saying Clarence Thomas is a psychopath. I'm saying his wife, Ginny Thomas, is a psychopath. Clarence Thomas is merely suffering from a delusional disorder by remaining married to her. So this is why I voted for Biden. And it's why I voted for Hillary. I don't like Biden. I don't like Hillary. I don't trust them. They are horrible, horrible people, but not as horrible as these Republicans. I voted for these miscreants because they pick our Supreme Court. And while their Supreme Court picks are going to be bad, they're not half as bad as Trump's or Bush's or Cotton's or Ted Cruz's or whatever half-baked paranoid schizophrenic the Republicans choose to run for president in 2024. Now, look, I'm a progressive and I want progress, but I also realize that you can't move forward when someone is pushing you backwards. Republicans aren't just preventing new ideas, they are destroying old ones. You can't institute new and better progressive laws without protecting the ones already on the books. When it comes to playing offense, I want Medicare for all, the PRO Act, the assault weapons ban, the new Green Deal, free tuition at all public universities, universal preschool. I want to defund the police for the sole purpose of making sure the police have one job, preventing and solving crime. And I also want a hike in the minimum wage. And I blame the Democrats for not giving us that. That is our offense. At the same time, we need to play defense. We need to keep the stuff we gained. And the Republicans are very quickly taking away everything our grandparents fought for, from FDR's New Deal to LBJ's Great Society to whatever bullshit Clinton and Obama gave us. I am fully aware that Joe Biden and Hillary want to cut and privatize Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. I am fully aware of that. But at least when Hillary and Biden are picking our justices, we have a fighting chance to stay on offense. We are precipitously close to losing abortion, voter rights, and an administrative state that can regulate business, especially the businesses that are destroying our planet. I get it. The Democrats are despicable. They are. But no Donald Trump, no Gorsuch. No Donald Trump, no Kavanaugh. No Donald Trump, no Amy Coney Barrett. That means a completely different court. Say what you want about the deplorable Hillary Clinton. Had Hillary won, Roe v. Wade would not be within hours of ending up on the chopping block. The Supreme Court would not be ruling today in favor of gun manufacturers over school children. So now, thanks to Trump being our president, not Hillary, everyone in my neighborhood can carry a gun. Of course, New York is the city that never sleeps. Who can sleep with all those guns going off? Well, the great thing about this ruling today is I am no longer an agoraphobic. It cured me. I am no longer a shut-in. Today's ruling cured me. Thanks to Clarence Thomas's ruling, anyone who steps outside their New York City apartment, they should be placed in the 36-hour psychiatric hold. Not me. Not me. Trust me. Here in New York City, we're only days away from people hailing cabs by blowing the tires out. I am never leaving my apartment again because I'm perfectly sane. And I would like to know how many of the justices ruling for the majority in this decision, how many of them own stock in all these companies like Facebook, Microsoft, and Apple, which are quickly transitioning their business model over to the metaverse. 400 million guns in America and counting. Pretty soon, nobody is leaving their home in America. They're all going to be putting on their virtual reality goggles and staying put. And this ruling today makes that happen much sooner than later. Put your money into virtual reality because Republicans are making actual reality some kind of post-apocalyptic wasteland that would give Hieronymus Bosch the creeps. And yes, I worked for Dennis Miller for 10 years. New York Governor Kathy Hochul, a Democrat, said she is thinking of convening a special session of New York State Legislature to pass a new gun control law that will fit within the court's new and narrow ruling. There's always a distinct possibility that no matter what she gets passed, this court will overrule that. So apparently the Federalist Society, which picks Republican justices, the Federalist Society believes in states' rights, except when these states want to regulate guns. Then the rights of gun manufacturers trump the rights of the state. In other words, if you believe in states' rights, you believe that the states are only entitled to the rights that you want them to have. It's almost as though the Republicans are willing to wrap their entire agenda in whatever intellectual and legal heft is necessary to further their own political and financial agenda. This is a Supreme Court of radical extremists who want you dead. Let me repeat, this is not hyperbole. This is a Supreme Court of radical extremists who want you dead. They have stripped Obamacare of practically all its muscle. They continue to strip EPA laws that are there to protect us from climate catastrophe. And now, after Buffalo, after Uvalde, they want more, not fewer, guns in the hands of psychopaths. I am utterly convinced the only reason Republicans insist on calling themselves pro-life is so they don't have to save one. No reasonable mind could possibly look at the recent racially charged massacre in Buffalo, where a retired police officer working as a security guard was shot to death. No reasonable mind could look at Uvalde, Texas, where close to 100 police officers from 6 separate agencies were too terrified, where they waited outside a door while one kid shot up a classroom of children with an AR-15. No reasonable mind could conclude that the solution to all this carnage is more guns. But that's who we are becoming. That's who America is becoming because of Republicans and because of the Supreme Court. We are a nation at peace, but we can't stop spending $1 trillion a year on war. From weapons manufacturers to movies like Top Gun to video games, this is an economy that profits off our orgiastic delight in weapons. We send $60 billion worth of weapons to Ukraine without sending a single peace overture to Russia. We flood Ukraine with guns, with no oversight, no inspector general. We have no idea where those weapons will end up, nor do we care. If those weapons end up in the hands of Russians or terrorists, then we just make more. We are an increasingly isolated and lonely people because we reward violence and mock those who call for peace. America's solution to violent crime is more violence, especially in our jails and prisons. Football is our national pastime, a game that prizes violence towards others and to ourselves. The NFL's Tony Siragusa ate himself to death this week at the age of 55. On the very same day, Baltimore Ravens linebacker Jaylon Ferguson died mysteriously at the age of 26. Marion Barber III, former Dallas Cowboy, on June 1st, found dead at the age of 38 under mysterious circumstances in his Texas apartment. Shane Olivier played for the San Diego Chargers until he was sidelined by his addiction to painkillers. He died on March 3rd at the age of 40. Cause unknown. Wide receiver DeMarlo Belcher, formerly with the Indiana Hoosiers, found dead in his car on February 15th, 2022 at the age of 33 after overdosing on fentanyl and cocaine. Junior Chiave played with the Kansas City Chiefs, found dead at the age of 43 earlier this year inside his cell at the U.S. Penitentiary at Leavenworth, awaiting trial. Cause of death, unknown. The list of football players dying young goes on and on and on. How many football players arrested for sexual assault? This week, the House Oversight Committee held hearings that revealed Washington Commanders owner Daniel Snyder oversaw an assembly line of sexual assaults that he tried to cover up by hiring private investigators to intimidate the victims into remaining silent. We know the underbelly of pro football is a rape culture that cherishes violence against women. This week we read about Cleveland Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson, who's been accused of sexual harassment and assault by at least 24 women. This comes as no surprise. It's the nature of the game because it's the nature of the country that plays it. We don't put up with this violence, we celebrate it. We know that pro football causes severe and permanent brain damage. We've known that for more than a decade. A recent study of autopsies conducted on football players revealed 99% of NFL players showed some degree of chronic traumatic encephalopathy in their brains, otherwise known as CTE. We know they can't make a helmet strong enough to prevent the onset of CTE, which causes these players to turn violent and suicidal. CTE causes the early onset of dementia and physical paralysis. How many football players end up as wounded warriors before they even make it to 50? And yet, football remains more popular than ever. We know lives are ruined every Sunday on the field, which is why Americans love it even more. We are a violent culture. Our movies, our music, our sports, our video games, and most importantly, our relationships are steeped in the threat of violence. And yet, the Republicans tell us it's all about personal choice, that young people, young adults, regular adults should discover all by themselves where the line is between virtual and actual violence. But it's not working. We are the most violent country in the industrialized world. Too many of us don't know where that line is because our culture keeps demanding we cross it. Our culture keeps rewarding us for crossing it because violence is prized in America. It's prized in our sports, in our movies, in our video games, in our music. It's prized all the way up to the Supreme Court. Brett Kavanaugh had several credible rape and sexual assault charges against him that were conveniently ignored by our FBI and the Senate Judiciary Committee. But those charges did not have to surface. We didn't need to hear those charges. We already knew who Brett Kavanaugh was. And he was appointed anyway, not in spite of his violent demeanor, because of it. In a sane and rational country, Brett Kavanaugh automatically disqualified himself from sitting on the highest court by the way he answered those charges of drinking to excess under oath. He was a volcano of red-faced vitriol, spewing vomitous contempt at female senators like Amy Klobuchar, who dared to ask if he ever drank to the point of blacking out. When Brett Kavanaugh's white male privilege was challenged in a menacing tone that suggested a physical price would be exacted had that question been asked in private, he answered belligerently, "You're asking about blackout? I don't know. Have you?" That response was celebrated by the right. Have you? I should mention that he essentially said he drinks to excess. If you're asked, do you drink to the point of blacking out? And your answer is, I don't know. The answer is, you do drink to excess. You do drink till you black out. And this is who sits on our court. He is not a learned scholar. These are not learned scholars that Trump picked. They're angry, malevolent finger puppets of the dark money, anti-democratic, fossil fuel, and Wall Street overseers who put them on the court. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett has a third-rate judicial temperament at best. She served as one of the leaders of People of Praise, an Indiana-based religious group, a communal organization of Christian crackpots that live on top of one another, literally live on top of one another. According to The Guardian, People of Praise would chain children as young as 3 and 5 to a crib and then force them to watch sexual acts performed by the People of Praise's religious leaders. 4 other members of the People of Praise have stepped forward claiming sexual abuse, all of which went on while Amy Coney Barrett and her husband were living there. This is not normal. These are sick people and they are in charge. Countries go insane. Insanity is contagious. We have a Republican Party of extremists, radical extremists who have now taken over the Supreme Court. Like I said, the Supreme Court overturned today a New York City law that forbids people from carrying guns to places like Yankee Stadium, Times Square, or a concert at Madison Square Garden. This court has been taken over by radical extremists who want us dead. Justice Brett Kavanaugh, during hearings on this case, remarked that the Second Amendment guarantees everyone the right to own a weapon, and that the Second Amendment doesn't restrict that ownership to the home. Brett Kavanaugh says people should be able to carry a gun wherever they want. Armed guards are now stationed outside Justice Kavanaugh's home at the expense of taxpayers because a 26-year-old crackpot from California allegedly decided to carry his gun out of his home and bring it into Justice Kavanaugh's home to, I won't say the words. One would think owning a gun would make Justice Kavanaugh and his family feel safe, right? Someone is threatening your life, you buy a gun, problem solved. That's why we have a Second Amendment, so we can all protect ourselves, right, Justice Kavanaugh? But no, when Justice Kavanaugh's life is threatened with a gun, he requires around-the-clock security detail. He requires that Congress pass sweeping new legislation to protect the lives of our Supreme Court justices when the Supreme Court justices can't return the favor by passing laws that protect us from 26-year-old crackpots with a gun. Rules for thee, but not for me. Rules for thee, but not for me. You would think a Supreme Court terrified right now of getting assassinated would think, maybe we need to get these guns off the street. But these radical extremists on our court, their answer is more guns and more police. More guns and more police, because the solution for these radical extremists is always more guns and more police. And yet, the reason for guns, they say, is to prevent a police state. This is a Supreme Court. This is a Republican Party of radical extremists who are stupid. I'm David Feldman, davidfeldmanshow.com. Subscribe to my newsletter, and please. And we have office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. We had a late start. We're 15 minutes late. We had technical problems, but I'm going to take a quick break, gather what's left of my thoughts, and we will continue the show. David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, subscribe to my newsletter.
I'm traveling light Got everything I need. Got a little bottle of Woolite and a little bag of weed. Got a Saul Bellow novel, cause I really like to read. I'm traveling light. I'm a creature of the road, got no regrets. Gave up my postal code and cigarettes. I'm doing much better with a touch of Tourette's. I'm traveling light. Just need a clean room in a Motel 6. Not too close to downtown, but not out in the sticks. I need my Penn and Teller magic kit so I can do my tricks. Got my favorite pillow, which I call Mr. Fluffy. 4 kinds of allergy pills in case I get stuffy. A pound of Epsom salts, cause my ankles get puffy. I'm traveling light. I got 2 pairs of socks and shorts in my little valise. A couple of passports and my sex doll Denise. I'm staying real quiet so they don't call the police. I'm traveling light. I need my sedatives and my antipsychotics. A high-speed parallax motor cause I'm into robotics. And my little red Speedo, I like to do aquatics. I'm traveling light. Got my CPAP machine and my George Foreman grill. A copy of Lolita and my little blue pills. A Navajo blanket in case I get a chill. I'm traveling light. Got my margarita mix and my rusty old blender. A 50 tequila in case I go on a bender. My attorney's number in case I want to change my gender. I'm traveling light. So light, so light, so light, so light, so light. Twizzlers in case I have some visitors. Febreze if my room is stinky. A Polaroid in case I get kinky. My Jesus bobblehead and my Star Wars bedspread. I'm traveling light. I got my rabbi costume and my portable dark room. My hair plug lotion and my expensive wrinkle cream. My Emmy statue for my self-esteem. I'm traveling light. I got my podcast mixer and a fancy microphone, my exercise bike so I have a place to hang my pants, my very valuable Hummel collection, a menorah made of fish heads, a Christmas tree, I like to keep my options open, don't you know, a shoe shine kit, a skill saw, a crossword book, a large supply of mechanical pencils, a year's worth of New York magazines I've been trying to get around to read, some scripts that I've been tweaking for those people in LA, and my enemies list.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. Thank you. I wish I was Professor Mike Steinel. I really do. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please subscribe to my newsletter. It comes out every Friday, and it includes an invitation for office hours. All you need is Zoom. We start Friday nights at 8 p.m. I'm there for the first 90 minutes. Friday night, 8 p.m. Eastern, the first 90 minutes. I talk about whatever you want to talk about. It's an opportunity for me to meet the listeners and for the listeners to meet other listeners as well as me. And then we turn it over to this growing community. If you're watching us right now on YouTube, by the way, we have a YouTube channel that's slowly growing. If you're watching us right now on YouTube and you'd like to join us in our virtual studio audience, go to davidfeldmanshow.com right now, hit pay-per-view. Doesn't cost you anything. Just says pay-per-view, and it'll take you right into our virtual studio audience, our Zoom room, where you can participate in our gated community of miscreants, rebels, and ne'er-do-wells. And you get to ask our guests questions, which we will be doing at the end of each interview in the Q&A. Dan, thank you for your help.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate it. So has Professor Barack showed up yet?
Not yet. I did do an email blast to everyone saying we were running 15 minutes late. So everyone should know.
Right. And so I plowed through. That's okay. I need to calm down anyway.
We have some super chats you could talk about.
Well, why don't you turn your video on? Why don't you do that? And there you go. Now I'm calm. You see, I see you and I'm not so angry. And let's see if it looks differently on YouTube. We're trying something new. Did it switch? Sorry for those of you listening. It's an audio podcast. We're trying something, always trying something new. Let's just see. So we have some new super chats. Why don't you thank the people?
All right, very good. I just pasted them in the Google Doc here.
It didn't work. Doesn't work. I thought it did. You know what? We have to try. Okay. Damn it. There's 4 hours of my life I'll never get back. Now I know how my audience feels listening to the show.
Oh boy!
I'm so pissed off. This is why New York City, we should not be allowed to get guns, because I spent 4 hours learning some new software that I thought would make the show look pretty, and it doesn't work. And now I want to break something.
Now you feel angry and empty, just like the listeners.
Yeah, I feel angry and empty, just like my listeners. All right, let's thank the kind people. Well, we're getting a new mixer. There you go. Thank you to the following people. Teresa Luke, thank you. Randall Hayes, who in the YouTube chat wrote, thanks for Swine Bomb Boogie, Professor Steinel, Pigs Can't Climb. By the way, I found Turtle. We're going to play Turtle later. And thank you to Lars J.S. Is that his real name? Or is that large ass? Is that what he's trying to say?
It looks like to me.
That looks. He's saying his name is large ass, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you for large ass. Thank you for your largesse. And I think we just raised enough money for a new mixer, which will be good. It won't make us pretty, but it'll make us sound better. What do we have on store for office hours, Dan?
Well, let's take a look.
What are you planning for this weekend?
I don't have a plan at all. I have zero plan. I know it's supposed to be got nice weather going on. I'm trying to fix my pool so I can be cool.
Yeah.
Then we got office hours Friday. That's my plan.
Yeah.
So at 8 o'clock, we have the greetings and salutations, where David will be there for the first 90 minutes. And then at 9:30, we got the fast lane. We love Lane at office hours. He's awesome.
Yes.
Then at 10 o'clock, we have the Red Hour with Bruce Malm. And he says, I will be taking you back to the origins of science fiction and popular culture. And tonight we will be discussing the golden age of radio in the series X-1.
So we're going to listen to radio drama.
That's the way I'm reading it.
That sounds like fun. That's what I love about office hours. I get to crawl into bed and I turn off my video and I just listen, except when we watch The Twilight Zone or a movie. So what comes after that?
After that is everyone's favorite, The Twilight Zone, a guided tour of the Twilight Zone with Professor John. So that's at 11 p.m.
Right.
And then at midnight, we have The Creative Process, a spitball session with Dave and PA.
Which is amazing, because we're going to see Dave and PA later tonight doing ASMR for the eyes. He's an amazing carpenter and builder. You don't realize how truly creative furniture makers are and carpenters are until you see the plans and the drawing and the inspiration required.
And for that,
Next time you go to IKEA, I'm kidding. You been to IKEA lately?
no, I don't think we really have one up here near Rochester.
I was looking at IKEA.
For what?
I don't know. I saw a standing desk and it seemed appetizing until I realized it would be a lot cheaper just to get a taller chair and lean against it. I don't think you need I don't know.
They have desktop apparatuses that you can put right on top of your desk, and then it raises a couple feet when you want.
Yeah, I noticed that. I've been looking at a lot of equipment, and I realized the audience doesn't really care about the equipment. They just want something. They don't want to hear any buzzing in their ear, and they just want to hear something that makes sense. There's no amount of software or furniture I can buy that will make this show better.
There's no like auto think, like auto tune.
There's no. I keep blaming. There's something wrong with the show. It's because of my chair. It's because of my desk. Maybe I should look in the mirror. Oh, I need a new mirror. That's the problem. I need a new mirror. And then what comes on after Professor John?
Well, we just talked about Dave and PA with his creative process spitball session, and I'll read what he wrote for that. He says, in the warm afterglow of our collective psychotic break led by our beloved Twilight Zone tripster, Professor John, let us continue our fast from concerns and amuse one another with creative ideas, show and tell, progress reports, feedback, fantasy, jeu de vivre. So,
great.
Yeah.
All right.
Dave is going to lead the crew on some creative stuff.
Well, let's venture into the YouTube chat room, shall we? Because when we have production meetings, we often criticize me for not having the courage to go into the YouTube chat room and see what they have to say. So I'm going right now into the YouTube chat room. Let me put on my galoshes and my hazmat suit to see what these quote unquote people are.
Well, they call them that?
I don't even, let's see. Invest in a backdrop. Okay, I agree with you. Or a green screen that covers my face, perhaps. Yeah, I've been thinking about I've been trying to figure out what the background should be. I thought of a green screen, but I don't think I should be trusted with a green screen. I think I would abuse that right. It would be annoying, but I probably should get something that looks less like a college dorm room, right? Looks.
The dictionary is a good touch. I like that.
Stop popping my peas. Okay. I didn't know I was popping my peas. I was popping amyl nitrate. I know I was doing that.
I thought that was a 2 Live Crew song.
Stop popping your peas.
Yeah.
220 hertz UHF 37. No Pornhub. I don't know what that means. Stop popping your peas. Take a Xanax. Here we go. Now the attacks come, Dan. You voted Biden because of court seats. He nominated a libertarian, Jackson, who's to the right of Gorsuch and Kavanaugh. Biden, who also gave us Thomas. Well, that's not fair, Libra. Biden was chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and he did vote for Thomas, but had he been president, he wouldn't have given us Thomas. Stephen Corsero says, more guns equal more gun violence. I'm sick of hearing about the difference between correlation and causation. Sometimes it's just simple reasoning, like cigarettes cause cancer. They do? Why didn't I find out about this?
Never heard of it.
F that guy, David. Is that F that guy, David, or F that guy, David? Whenever I read that, I've just figured they're going, F that guy, David.
I thought it was
My
F.
view,
That
F
guy
you
David.
people who don't vote, it's courts, courts, courts. Yes. And we're going to be in the courts, 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 as we steadily and quickly turn into a police state. Do you have a quiz ready, by the way? Because I have a feeling this is going to be a long show. I think some of our guests may have watched the opening and said, I don't need this. What am I getting? Why do I want to be part of this?
I do not. I'm like 30% into doing one right now.
Well, okay. All the chat regulars loved your opening hour, David. Thank you. That's coming from YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Oh, that's
Professor Brock's just showing up.
Huh?
Professor Brock's just showing up.
He did. Okay.
Yep, perfect.
It was a great opening. Good rant. I love this show. Vote for ever you want to. That's how it works. Bring on the Hirschenfelds early. Oh, I'm getting compliments, and I don't know how to deal with that. Well, Dan, when do you want to do oh, there's the professor. Good. And I hope he knows how to stretch. I think we're going to be here for a while.
15 minutes. He's perfectly on time right now, according to what we asked.
Yeah,
so we're good.
Right. How do I turn his video on? Let me see if I can do it. I go to...
I should have fixed the setting already, so hopefully he's got
the unmute and ask to start video. And we have to have a meeting to figure out the settings. Yeah. But I'm getting a new mixer now, thanks to the YouTube people. Thank you to the chat room. There'll be a new mixer as of next Monday. All right.
All right.
We're all set. Thank you, Dan. I can't do this show without Dan. Well, this is important. A lot of news coming out of Washington, D.C. today. And I can't think of a better guest to talk about what's going on than Professor Greg Brock. He's the co-founder and North American editor of the Journal of White Collar and Corporate Crime, emeritus professor of criminology and criminal justice at Eastern Michigan University. He's written 20 books on crime, justice, media, violence, criminal law, homelessness, and human rights. They include, I'm going to read these titles because it's everything I care about. These are the titles of some of his books. Violence and Nonviolence, Pathways to Understanding. Give Me Shelter, Social History of Homelessness in Contemporary America. And Theft of a Nation, Wall Street Looting and Federal Regulatory Colluding. His latest book is Criminology on Trump. Criminology on Trump. Go to Routledge.com to purchase it. Welcome back, Professor Greg Brock. Oh, you're muted. Hang on. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, David, for having me again.
Can I ask you some legal questions?
You could do that. Could I just make a brief comment about the hearings at this point, or would you like me to hold on?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, it just, this is an exciting evening after 5 select committee hearings, and with more mind-blowing evidence yet to come. 2 things are already certain. 1, Donald Trump will not be the Republican candidate for president in 2024. And 2, Boss Trump and his band of lawless co-conspirators will all be prosecuted by AG Merrick Garland for virtually all of the applicable criminal statutes and constitutional violations therein. So that's
right.
Just what I wanted to toss out there.
Well, I've heard, nobody knows more about this than you do. So let me.
A lot of lawyers know more than me about this, but I'm speaking more as a criminologist than a lawyer.
Okay. We've heard this before. We heard this during the Mueller report. Why is it different today?
Oh, I mean, you're a writer, fiction and nonfiction alike, I believe. You couldn't write a better script if you wanted to demonstrate a conspiracy to steal an election, to overthrow the government than the one that is being unfolded and described to us over the last 5, 10 to 12 hours of testimony. It's a slam dunk. Garland has no choice. He has absolutely no choice but to prosecute. Whether Donald ultimately gets prosecuted or not, it may be preempted by Georgia. And knowing Donald the way I know, he's not rolling over quite yet. On the one hand, he's thinking this ain't over until it's over. And to paraphrase Yogi Berra, it ain't over until Ginny Thomas sings or invokes the Fifth Amendment. But seriously, on the other hand, knowing Donald the grifter and the transactional player, the master of deception, I suspect, is probably looking into political asylum at this very moment, perhaps North Korea. But seriously, I am placing all of my money on Russia. So, I mean, I just think it's a convincing game. I think everybody knows it's over. Donald knows it's over. He'll keep playing, but he knows he's done for.
But I heard this in the lead up to the Mueller report.
Okay.
So, by the way, we're talking with Professor Greg Brock. He is a professor of criminology and criminal justice. His new book is Criminology on Trump. What crimes did he commit?
Criminal conspiracy to overturn the election, to steal the election. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm saying any applicable criminal statute in relationship to his behavior will be charged. In other words, they're not going to charge one or two items. People were saying, well, will they really go after the criminal conspiracy? I mean, this is a criminal enterprise in action. We're all seeing it. All the pieces are put together. I mean, it's from the local level of government all the way up to the highest branches and to the executive. It covers the whole enchilada, the Department of Justice. So it's hard not to. Now, I know people are saying, well, all you got to do is get one Trumpite there on the jury and there's an acquittal. Oh, perhaps that could be true if you charged him with one crime, but they're just going to pile it on. They're going to throw every possible charge at them. If they don't all stick, it really doesn't matter. They will be convicted. The whole world is watching this. They're just going to go forward. Yeah, we don't have anything remotely close to this, although the Mueller report had a lot of things with obstruction of justice, if that would have been appropriately addressed or dealt with. As far as the first two jury nullifications by the Republican senators, that's another matter. And the second one was about this insurrection. They had no defense then. They have no defense now.
Okay. As I recall, the Mueller report outlined a pathway to charge Trump with obstruction of justice. Part 2 of the Mueller report was a pathway for Bill Barr, who was Attorney General, to prosecute Trump for obstruction of justice. Bill Barr refused to prosecute. So the Mueller report wasn't a complete letdown. It was how Barr interpreted it. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's reasonably fair.
And here we have Merrick Garland, who is not Bill Barr. He's a Democrat. There are people who say that they would not want to be in Merrick Garland's shoes right now, because it's one thing to prosecute Paul Manafort. It's another thing to prosecute somebody who's a cult leader who 75 million Americans voted for and would probably vote for again. As a criminologist, how does that factor into prosecutorial discretion? If somebody is beloved, are you less likely to be prosecuted if you're, say, Paul McCartney in Japan, busted for pot, or Keith Richards busted in Toronto for heroin? If you're a beloved figure, do they take that into account when deciding how to prosecute?
I would answer it this way. Beloved figures, celebrities as well, that can work to their advantage. On the other hand, sometimes it works negatively. That's not very often, but the examples that you're putting forth are what type of offenses? Smoking a joint. We're talking about overthrowing the United States Republic. We're talking about a revolutionary coup. We're talking about the ultimate crime against the Constitution. We're talking about treason and sedition. And of course, we don't want to do this. And politically, Garland knows, oh my God, if we go down with this prosecution, all hell is going to break out. And he knows that if we don't go down with this, all hell won't break out, because unfortunately, the Democrats will accept that call, unlike the Trump forces and the Republicans. Nevertheless, at the end of the day, this is so convincing. This is so overwhelming. This is so textbook. I mean, you couldn't write this script any better than it's being written. And, I can't wait to see the movies. And this is like an episode event. We've had 5, we've got another 3 coming up, and we're stretching it out. It's great.
So a normal human being facing the criminal charges that Donald Trump has faced his whole life would make some kind of deal, promise to go away and never be seen again. Not Donald Trump. Let me read you a list, because I knew you were coming on. This is a list of civil lawsuits that Donald Trump is still facing. You ready?
There's about 50 of them, but go ahead.
E. Jean Carroll, defamation and federal tort claims. Mary Trump, niece, is suing him right now for defrauding her out of millions of dollars in her inheritance. There's a class action suit against the Trump Corporation for scamming investors into paying for worthless business opportunities. Karen Bass, Congresswoman Karen Bass, is suing him over the Capitol attack. Eric Swalwell, Congressman, suing for the January 6 riots. The Capitol Police are suing him over the January 6 riots. There are a couple of suits. The Metropolitan Police, the NAACP is suing Trump because of their attempts to overturn the election. It goes on and on. Then you have the New York State Attorney General doing a civil and criminal investigation into the Trump Organization for altering property values to avoid tax liabilities. It goes on and on. Scotland is looking.
That's one of my favorites, but it isn't materialized into anything like I hoped it would.
Michael Cohen, retaliatory imprisonment suit. Supposedly, the Manhattan DA is looking into Trump's finances, although that looks like it's going to be close. It just goes on and on and on. And then we have the district attorney in Georgia impaneling a grand jury over the phone call that Donald Trump made to Raffensperger. You cannot make up the evidence. I just need 18,000 more votes. What do you need? Why do you need a grand jury to indict this man? He's guilty. We all know he's guilty. Was Nixon even 1/100th as guilty as Trump?
Well, yeah, but he just wasn't guilty of something quite as significant one was taking over a democracy, and the other was basically, taking over an election or cheating. It was a cover up of something that they shouldn't have done. It was, Dick Nixon, engaged in a lot of criminal activity. I'm not suggesting otherwise, but what he went down for was, Watergate wasn't that big a deal relative to this, conspiracy.
So is the lesson that if you commit some really big crimes, you can get away with it? If you commit a really big crime in America, chances are people are just going to be too frightened to prosecute, like the Kennedy assassination, where they just say, don't or Contragate, where they just say, this is too big. It'll bring the whole.
But I mean, Nixon did go down, and there were people with Iran-Contra that did go down, who were subsequently pardoned. So I mean, it's not like big, powerful people don't go down; they do go down. Has a president gone down like this? Nixon's as close as one came. He did, get booted out of office. That was consequential. Right. Well, yeah. So, I mean, I just think this is just an exceptional situation. And it may be when Georgia comes forward, I would anticipate they would take care of the case before Garland would get to Trump. I don't see that before 24 at the earliest, the beginning of 24. Georgia could preempt maybe what they do with Trump in terms of those charges, but they're going to go after this vast conspiracy as evidenced by the fake electors who have now been subpoenaed. Clark is going down, Meadows is going down, Eastman's going down, Bannon's going down,
and there's nobody to pardon them this time around.
It'll be difficult unless we know the answer. I mean, we learned today all of these people who requested pardons, and we know, but we don't know if that list was actually longer than the list, and we don't know who received those pardons. But I just think those are sidebars, except for the fact that they demonstrate that everybody had full understanding that what they were doing was illegal and criminal, and they needed a pardon. And not for a moment did Donald ever think that he lost the election, nor that it was rigged, stolen, or any of those other things. That was all a ruse, just ultimately, as they demonstrated today, to get the DOJ to say the election was corrupt. Then they could play their games and see where it went in the courts. And speaking of the courts, we had a lovely decision today by the Supreme Court.
We'll get to that in a second.
Sure. Okay.
Earlier in the show, I talked about Acting Attorney General Jeffrey Rosen, who filled in for Barr after Barr resigned in December of the lame duck period of Trump's administration. When you're the acting attorney general and a president of the United States asks you to commit a crime, which he did, he asked Jeffrey Rosen to lie and say there's credible evidence voter fraud existed, and that would open up the states like Pennsylvania and Arizona to send their own slate of electors to Washington, D.C. That's a crime, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, it was to send their own. I mean, there was this fake slate of electors that were gathered from 4 or 5 states. They even had phony certificates of them signing off the things. Sure, that's criminal, and those people will get charged with that. Whether or not you could throw something back at this point in time, I don't think you could. In terms of the certification of all of the states, and they were only waiting for the last formal count. But earlier on, it may be open to throwing things back to the parliament for them to make the decisions instead. And I guess looking forward, that's what we're thinking about, or the select committee is thinking about in terms of preventing this from occurring in the future.
But in terms of, I know you're not a lawyer,
Right,
but if you're the acting attorney general
right.
and the president of the United States asks you to participate in a crime, what is a reasonable expectation? What do you expect the attorney general to do when he's asked?
As Rosen did, as the others did, they all were not going to go along with that. They were all prepared to resign, so they weren't going forward with it. So he got a stooge. He got Clark, who was willing to do it, but they weren't willing to allow him to get into the position where he could have done that. Acting or the attorney general, they would have the powers to do the same thing. In this case, they didn't have any of those powers to do anything.
But doesn't Rosen have a moral and legal responsibility to go public with the request?
Okay, I mean, I don't know what his moral and ethical responsibilities are, but I've heard the rationales for those people who have not come forward like Rosen, which was to the extent that they thought if they were to come forward, that might escalate the potential violence on the 6th. I mean, that was the response that I've heard in either directly or indirectly from those persons.
Then they really are guilty of malfeasance, in my estimation. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm really,
sure.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm really.
I didn't think you were.
It seems to me if you're the acting attorney general and the president of the United States is trying to overthrow the government of the United States, and you hold a press conference and call the nation's attention to this, because I think that meeting was 3 days before January 6th. I think he could have forestalled January 6th by going public with.
I think that's a reasonable assertion. I think one should do that. He could have forestalled it. It's potential that he could have. I guess Barr could have said something when he said Barr didn't have to cover up previous crimes. I mean, all of these persons were doing things. I mean, for Barr to be a quasi person that we're relying on now is really interesting. Who could possibly trust this guy? I mean, he's a liar himself, but he's useful for the prosecution at this point in time.
Right. So I'm not asking you to comment on this, and we'll move on. If it were an undercover sting operation, you're reading about the Gillum, the candidate,
right,
who just got busted. Yeah,
the governor who lost to DeSantis by a little bit.
Right. He didn't get elected governor, but he. Some undercover FBI agent offered to donate money to his campaign and then run it through Gillum's restaurant to hide it. And he's now being prosecuted for taking a bribe from an undercover FBI agent, which is nothing compared to the president of the United States, at least I think, saying to the attorney general, help me overthrow the government of the United States, which I think is sedition, I think.
Yeah, no, that's
I think
clearly a lot worse.
Don't you get shot for sedition? So seems to me.
I think the other side are calling for people to be shot for sedition. I don't think this side is calling for it, but yeah.
Seems to me if Donald Trump was working for the FBI and wearing a wire to prove that Jeffrey Rosen, the acting attorney general, was corrupt, and I'm going to make him an offer to overthrow the government, and all he does is refuse to resign and not report this. I know I'm belaboring this.
Oh, if he would have resigned, it would have become public. In other words, if Donald hadn't backed down, they were going to resign and go public. By resigning, it was going public. So they were prepared to do that. But Donald actually backed down and went to plan kill Pence. I mean, that was his last straw, right?
Yeah. Which it really, what's so dangerous is we're brainwashed into believing that it cannot happen here until it does. And it happened here. It has happened here. They tried, didn't they? They tried to overthrow our government, but we're brainwashed that, Gone with the Wind, the slaves were happy. It was, it was evil, but it wasn't that bad. We whitewash our history, and we have.
That's not unique to the United States. Every country whitewashes its history more or less, and we're all, we all need to demystify things. And what better case study than what we're experiencing today? It obviously can happen here. And if it can happen here, I guess it could happen anywhere, as they say.
Well, I mean, shouldn't we be holding judges, prosecutors, police officers, detectives to the highest standards? Shouldn't our prisons be filled with judges, prosecutors, DAs, and police officers? Aren't they? Isn't their crime far worse than anything an ordinary citizen can commit?
In my view, they're state criminals, and they're committing crimes by the government, of the government, against the people. And by definition, that's worse than people committing crimes against the people. They are the people, they are the state committing crimes. That's worse.
Okay, before we discuss Clarence Thomas's decision today, saying that everybody in New York should be carrying a gun, on last Monday's show, I talked about clearance, the police myth, the idea that police prevent and solve crime. I looked into this. 1%, if we're being generous, of all felonies in the United States, if we're lucky, are solved by the police. Is that accepted? An accepted stat?
I was honestly going to respond. 1% of solving felonies would be news to me. I mean, in terms of solving crimes, maybe the highest rate would be murder, which maybe is around 50%, and then from there the rates go down to burglary at maybe 10%. I mean, that's sort of conventional wisdom. I may be a little behind in the data, but they're solving a little bit more. They're resolving more of those felonies than 1%. I mean, I'm confident in saying that. Even if we were talking white collar and corporate crime, now we're talking. When we're talking about white collar and corporate crime, clearly we're way down. We're way down because we're not even prosecuting.
Right. So, what is the role of police in our society? Is it to prevent crime, solve crime, or do something else?
I guess it has multiple functions. It's to maintain order first and foremost, and that's political and economic order. And then it is to maintain the rule of law, or to enforce and apply the rule of law, not selectively, which is an impossible task, right? Because you're always using discretion.
Right. We've been running 15 minutes behind today.
Sure.
Before you go, I wanted to ask you about this new ruling written by Justice Clarence Thomas that says you can be arrested if you don't have 3 guns on your person at all times. Or maybe I misread the decision.
Well, I didn't read the whole decision, to tell you the truth. I only saw the highlights and the talking points. They didn't bring that one up, but I mean, these decisions, the 6 people who are going back to another era, another age, another time to set the standards. I mean, all law that's produced at any moment is always within context. And if you want to talk about those past behaviors and regulations, you have to talk about what the guns looked like and what the problem, I mean, it's just ridiculous what they've done. It totally makes the changes, as impotent as they were toward reducing any type of gun violence in America that the Senate is about to pass or did pass today. It's so what? Now we hear that New York is going to be fighting back. We hear from the mayor. We hear from the governor. They're going to do their best to work as though it hadn't occurred, and they're going to try and fill up those spaces where you can make exceptions to carrying those guns.
Fantastic. Will you come back? I love having you.
I will. I'd like to come back when we are just about wrapping up the next set of hearings.
Yes. When we're wrapping up the country or the hearings, well, that remains to be seen.
Really? Well, I think it'll be a while before we wrap the country up. Right now, it's like we're tearing open the packages, and there's mess all over the floor.
Professor Greg Burak is author of, and please go buy this book, Criminology on Trump. Go to gregburak.com. That's GregBarak.com. And go buy Criminology on Trump. It's published by Routledge, Routledge. Great conversation. Thank you so much, Professor Greg Burak. Please come back. Please come back.
Will do.
Patiently waiting, sorry to keep you waiting, is our old friend, Professor Ben Burgis. And besides being a philosophy professor, he's host of Give Them an Argument, which is a podcast and a YouTube show. He's a regular contributor to Jacobin, The Daily Beast, and his most recent book is Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I've been it has been a minute. I thought I was being shunned.
No, we had last week off.
Fair enough.
You're doing a debate June 25th with a real group of ne'er-do-wells. Tim Pool, Tulsi Gabbard, and James O'Keefe, who I believe has been criminally charged with spying on the governor of Louisiana or the mayor of it. Is he the one who got Acorn shut down?
Yep, that is the guy. I was talking about this yesterday with one of the editors at Jacobin, and she told me that that it sounded like I was describing a dream. Like just the combination of people. It's like, oh yeah, it's Tulsi Gabbard, it's Tim Pool, it's James O'Keefe. So
you're in trouble when the most reasonable person on the panel is Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah. This is very true. So it should be interesting. You should come by and watch.
I will watch, and you can buy tickets by going to Ticketmaster. Everybody should go to Ticketmaster.com. And I guess just type in what on Ticketmaster?
Well, if you just go to festival.minds.com, that's I think the easiest thing to remember.
So speaking of debates and my idea of give them an inquisition.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would love that for these 3 people if I got to be the inquisitor.
I had an experience that I can't talk about because there's an ongoing criminal matter.
That's okay. It's just you and me right now.
I know, but I really can't discuss this ongoing criminal matter. So all I can tell you is I was in Washington, D.C. working for somebody,
Was it a victorious animal of some kind?
Yes, it was a dog. By the way, there's a great picture in the New York Times today of Triumph, the incel comic dog. It could be the best picture of him ever. It's black and white. There was a report from the New York Times covering the hearings last week.
Yeah.
And it's all in black and white, a lot of gravitas. And there's a picture of Triumph watching the hearings. And the caption reads, Triumph the incel comic dog watching intently as the January 6 hearings commence. And I went, I mean, whoever wrote the caption got it, didn't try to make it funny. Anyway, one of the things I noticed, just clean slate now, on this experience that I had that I cannot comment on because it's an ongoing criminal matter, which it is. I noticed that there are certain Republicans who say, I got this, right? I got it. And you start asking them questions and they talk over you. They interrupt you. They don't let you finish. But when you say, do you mind if we just ask a question? Do you mind if I ask the question? And I watched, and this has nothing to do with anything, this is separate, not anything but I observed what I always observe when Republicans and conservatives are forced to answer questions. They twitch, and their body language changes. They go into a crouch position and they are ready to turn violent. So I call into question, you like an argument, you like a debate. I am convinced now that give them an inquisition is a much more effective way to reveal the truth.
Yeah, man. The only problem is you need to get them to sit down, to agree to the inquisition, right? That's the with a debate, the two of you are doing the same thing, so you can sometimes convince them to do that, but just saying, I'm just gonna ask you questions and I get as many follow-up questions as I want until I get the truth out of you. Be a lot harder to get out of them. But I do have a lot of stuff I would ask them if I was in a position to just do it completely like that. I've been doing a lot of research on all three of these people, especially O'Keefe and Poole, in kind of preparation for this. I mean, I was a little bit more familiar with Tulsi from her run for president in 2020, but
are they all grifters? Is there so explain the format if you don't mind.
Sure.
Against the three of them?
Yeah, I mean, so it's a whole event. There are three panels. I'm on the last one of the evening with those three people. Like the first one is Cornel West and Coleman Hughes, and I guess Margaret Kimberly is on there. The second one is Destiny and a bunch of right wingers, and then the last one is
Jamie Kilstein.
I don't know exactly who's on there.
I think Jamie Kilstein.
Yeah, I don't. It was all names I didn't really know, but the last one is me and those three people. I think the organizers might have a different impression of Tulsi's position in the political spectrum than I do. But the point, one of the things that's been most striking me as I've been, as I've been looking into some of these people is, James O'Keefe, of course, as you mentioned, he has, years of different kinds of legal drama and people suing him and him suing people and him going to jail at one point and whatnot. But I think what I'm kind of interested in about him is a slightly different angle, which is, okay, all of these right wingers claim that they're big free speech people, right? I mean, this is something that's like every single one of them claims. But realistically, right, the biggest thing, if you want to, if you live in a sort of, shitty, mediocre capitalist democracy, the biggest thing that people are worried about with regard to saying whatever they want to say it's not like they're going to get arrested or something. It's getting fired, right? Losing their job.
Mhm.
And so it seems to me that if you really cared about free speech, you would really want every single worker in the United States to be a member of a union so that there was some protection that, your boss couldn't just fire you whenever they wanted to with no due process. But not only is James not on board with that, I was looking at a lot of the early stuff from Project Veritas, and early on, right, he did years, like he did this whole series of videos going after the New Jersey teachers unions. It was called Teachers Union Gone Wild, because I guess that was back when Girls Gone Wild ads were on TV all the time, and so it's kind of a parody of that. But they brought in hidden cameras to teachers union conventions in New Jersey and caught people swearing and sometimes using recreational drugs like people do in their off hours, but also they seemed to think it was like really shocking that these unionized school teachers in New Jersey would express frank, uncensored opinions about Governor Chris Christie, who they all seem to think was a piece of shit. And and it just strikes me. It's like, well, hold on, right? Do you guys care about free speech or not, right? Like, because this seems like, in fact, they count. If you look at the Project Veritas website right now, they do this thing, which I'm sure they set it up this way for donors, right? So they can show like where their money's going, where they'll describe the project, they'll have links to the videos, embedded videos. They'll describe what happened, and then there'll be a little thing that says results, where they say like whatever they can claim as a victory as a result of this. And for this series of videos going after the teachers unions, and they also seem to find it super shocking that like they would like have somebody who pretended to be a teacher ask like a union official, hey, if I was accused of such and such horrible thing, would you defend me? And they're like, yeah, of course, right? I mean, that's what we do, right? That they provide representation, it's like the same way a criminal defense attorney would, right? So and then under the results page at the end of it, right, the sort of victories they can claim as a result of this activity, they have Christie signing into law in New Jersey, basically laws weakening tenure protections for teachers. So it seems to me that like in practice, I mean, we can even leave aside all of the ways that he's been accused of distorting the evidence in these videos, the laws that he may or may not have broken, all that stuff, right? Like just politically, right? It's like, okay, like the old Miners song says, right? Which side are you on? And it seems to me that this guy is not, he's not holding powerful people to account, right? I mean, like if you were like sending hidden cameras into meetings where CEOs were plotting out union busting strategy, or generals were talking about drone strikes, I'd be on his side. But what he's actually doing is he's policing ordinary people on behalf of the most powerful people in our society. And by the way, just making a mockery in the process of any claim to caring about freedom of speech. That would be my take.
Right. So what is the debate? What is the issue? What is resolved?
So the topic is media manipulation. What's the real source of the problem? Of course, the cheap answer is James O'Keefe is one source of the problem, which has the merit of being true, right? But I do also think that there are broader things that you could say about this, right? That I would like to say. I mean, I hope, given the composition, I'm not wildly optimistic that the my job here is to make as little of the discussion as possible about sort of ephemeral, culture war nonsense about, like battling media narratives and stuff like that, and as much as possible about these kinds of like bigger structural issues like we're talking about here, right? I mean, you want to talk about media manipulation, let's talk about who owns the media. You want to talk about free speech, let's talk about labor unions.
Where is this debate being held? Is it virtual or is it in front of an audience?
It's in front of an audience. It's at the Beacon Theater in New York. Yep.
So you're going to be in New York at the Beacon Theater. That's a big room. Interesting. And it's this Sunday?
This Saturday.
This Saturday night. Can you have a real debate in front of an audience that's hooting and hollering and cheering? Are they going to be playing to the crowd or to a search for truth? It would be.
Sure.
What do you hope to get out of this?
Sure. What I hope to get out of this, both for the benefit of anybody who's persuadable, who's in the actual physical audience on Saturday, and should be a decent sized audience, but more so, right, for all the people who will watch it after, right? I mean, like, our friend Anna Kasparian did a debate with Ben Shapiro last year at a Chamber of Commerce, right? It's the most unsympathetic possible venue, right? But I think it was great, and I think she approached it just right, because she understood that the most important audience was the people who were going to watch it later. But yeah, look, I think for anybody who's persuadable in the audience, either the immediate audience there, or people who are watching it streaming or watching it later, I think that I think that the goal is to lay down a perspective on this stuff that they are not going to hear otherwise, right? We live in a super duper fragmented media landscape, that there is even the people we think of as having gigantic audiences, right? Your Tucker Carlsons and your Rachel Maddows, right? I mean, there's a tiny percentage of the people watching them at any given night as we're watching, like, I don't know, Walter Cronkite talk about Vietnam or something. And the incentive is to just pander relentlessly to whatever audience you have left, right? If you're Fox, you're trying to scare conservative old people about MS-13 or whatever drag queens maybe, right? If you're MSNBC, you have your version of it, whatever. But they have but part of the effect of this, I think part of the value of doing debates from my perspective, is that it's the only chance you ever get to talk to somebody else's audience, right? Other than that, you're talking to people who've sort of selected in, right, to your audience. So it's the chance that you get to talk to somebody else's audience and say the things that I would like to say to them, like some of what I've been saying for the last few minutes. I think if we're going to do media stuff, and don't get me wrong, I mean, I think that we need to have like 10 union organizers for every person who does like left-wing media, right? But like if we are going to do media things, I would argue that's one of the most valuable things we could do with it. And it actually doesn't, from my perspective, depend on the intentions of the other people on the stage, right? That they could have, you could have the most unsympathetic possible view of those people, right? And it can still be true that you can make points to them that you're really making, not because you think you're going to convince them, because you're not, but you're really making to the audience.
So when you say give them an argument, that's the name of your book and your podcast, you're looking for a fight. I know you well enough to know that it gets your blood boiling and it feels good and it gets you thinking. You enjoy an argument.
Uh-huh.
Is that true for the sake of an argument?
Yeah, I mean, look, I probably wouldn't be able to get myself to keep doing this, right? If I didn't have fun doing it, right? Like
Right.
that's certainly true. But I think that I'd like to think that I wouldn't do it if I didn't think that it would serve the kind of valuable purpose that I'm laying out earlier. And I certainly try to think about that when I'm doing it, right? Because there's a way that I think a lot of, those leftists who like doing debates, which is certainly not all and necessarily most, but those leftists who like doing debates, there's a way that I sometimes see them approach it that I don't think is super helpful, which is that basically what they're looking for the chance to do is to say things that's going to make people who already like them, slow clap, right? That's what they're after.
Right.
And I guess there's nothing wrong with that as far as it goes. It's, you cheer up the troops or whatever, but like I think in a certain sense that's a wasted opportunity, because I think that what I'd much rather do, right, rather than that, right, I mean, like, is because like even if it's something where, I mean, in some ways, other than James O'Keefe, the people in that debate are sort of odd, right, I guess is the way to put it, right? And they have But like even somebody who's like much more ideologically unambiguous, right? Like a Charlie Kirk, right? That's so presumably if the goal is to take whatever proportion of Charlie's audience, whatever percentage that is, who is either maybe they're like curious about what he has to say, but they're not really married to it, or they're not hardcore fans because you're probably not going to get them, or get those people, or maybe if they used to be hardcore fans, but right now you just caught them at exactly the right sort of point in their arc where they're open to hearing something else, right? If you're going to get those people, just sort of doing like the lines that make people clap is not going to do it. If anything, that might make it easier for them to dismiss you, right? I mean, so I think there's a line to walk there, right? But I think that you want to sort of have some sense of what your goal is going into it, right? Who am I trying to convince, and what am I trying to convince them of?
Right. There should be a governing body that oversees these debates and forces the players to obey the guidelines, because I've been criticized for liking Destiny. I don't have time to watch all this stuff, but I've watched you watching debates. I have no idea who Destiny is, but you were live streaming one of his debates, and I thought, this guy is really facile, and he stays within the guardrails of the debate, as opposed to people talking over other people. Well, apparently I'm not allowed to admire Destiny. By the way, why is that? What's wrong with Destiny?
I mean, God, that guy, he's got, I think it depends who he's arguing with and what they're arguing about. I mean, I think.
Is he a leftist?
No, he's not a leftist. He's like it's a little hard to tell sometimes, but I think I think he can probably call himself a liberal, right? That's probably.
Am I wrong to be impressed by his ability to play some kind of video game? And then,
well, that's definitely something I wouldn't be able to do. So fair enough.
Okay. It seems to me that so many debates are just people spewing talking points, as you mentioned. Yeah. How is it possible? I hear these two talking points all the time. You want to talk about the insurrection? What about Black Lives Matter? Nobody fact checks that statement. The Washington Post did. That Black Lives Matter were nonviolent. That every study shows that police precinct that got burnt down in Minnesota had nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. Every study shows that whenever there was violence, it was somebody like Kyle Rittenhouse showing up to Kenosha and shooting people. It was outside agitators that had nothing to do with BLM. More importantly, it was the police, that whenever the police showed up to a BLM protest, the police, now you can just Google the Washington Post. They've done studies on this. The police had a riot. It was the police who turned violent, not BLM. And yet it's received wisdom on the right. You can get away with saying, you want to talk about January 6th. What about all the BLM protests that turned violent? They were non-violent across the board. Where's your side in putting an end to that talking point? It's a lie.
Yeah, I mean, there are, trying to think what to say about that. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would say that, one difference that, that matters to me, right? When I think about, like, look, I'm a lot more sympathetic even to people who did maybe do, I mean, I think that the vast majority of people who participated in, protests in 2020 were nonviolent. There's certain,
BLM is a non-violent.
when you say BLM, do you mean like the nonprofit BLM, or do you mean like a sort of broader movement, or what are you talking about?
I mean, the nonprofit, even the one where they, I guess they bought some houses that are now offices that people are upset about. The ethos of BLM, the marches were nonviolent. They did not advocate violence. They did not incite violence. The police, when they showed up, became violent, and it was outside agitators. And they've done studies on this. The Washington Post reported extensively on this. And somehow there's this lie, stubborn lie, that BLM is responsible for rioting and violence. It was a white guy who had nothing to do with BLM who blew up the police precinct in Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, my guess would be, right, like, that, okay, that incident, sure, I think what they would say is, okay, but what about all of the, I mean, like, this is, there were quite a few riots, and certainly at least destruction of property, although I'd make a big distinction between that and like violence, but
that wasn't BLM.
Well, again, it wasn't the nonprofit BLM, or that, like, that's a very different claim than like every single time somebody threw a brick through a window in the summer of 2020, it was an outside agitator. I don't think anybody's claimed that.
I'm claiming that.
Okay.
I don't think the sanction.
I don't.
It would be the equivalent of the Women's March on Washington during Trump's inauguration, and things get set on fire, bricks get thrown through a window, or that guy Spencer gets punched in the face. That's not the Women's March. That's other people gathering.
Okay, but that's not the Women's March. But presumably, unless you know something I don't, right? In that example, right, the guy who punched Spencer, that's not like a, I don't think anybody claims that's like an inside job, right? I mean, like, that's sorry, yeah, inside job. That's the right phrase I'm looking for, right? I mean, like that, he had somebody who works for him punch him, right? I mean, like, that's.
But if women are, if you,
if you're just saying the leadership isn't responsible for everything that everybody does, then fair enough, right? But I would also, I mean, again, I don't think the Washington Post or anybody else is claiming that, like, that, there weren't plenty of people who are royally pissed off about police violence in the summer of 2020, breaking windows or looting or, setting things on fire. I mean, all those things. I find this very infuriating, because I think, with all due respect to the left, we are dropping the ball and allowing this talking point, this because I know a lot of leftists who think those things were justified, right? I mean, like,
they're not part of Black Lives Matter.
Okay, they're not part of that organization, that nonprofit.
And they weren't showing up for those.
They have a.
Hang on for 1 second. Hang on for 1 second. Okay, because this chills our First Amendment rights when you make excuses for it. If I hold a protest because the police have shot an unarmed black man.
You're not responsible for everything that everybody who shows up does. I'm completely with you on that.
I'm not responsible in Kenosha for Kyle Rittenhouse shooting 3 and killing 2.
Well, not only are you not responsible for what Kyle Rittenhouse does, you're also not responsible for everything that anybody who agrees with you does.
And I'm not responsible for, if I'm holding a protest, this is as old as the labor movement, we're out, agent provocateurs.
Sure. But I mean, that, so the only thing I was cautioning about here is I think that, like, making the claim that it's like all agent provocateurs, again, I'll read whatever you send me for the Washington Post. I seriously doubt the Washington Post is going that far. But, like, I'd also say, like, one of the biggest differences between, those people who did violent things, on January 6th and anybody who really was motivated by outrage about police violence, who did anything, violent in the summer of 2020, is that one of those things is an explosion of outrage about something real, right? In the other case, in the other case, you have people who've been whipped up about total nonsense, right? I mean, it's just the thing itself is not real, right? Which is why, I mean, if anything, like one of the slightly frustrating things about the January 6th hearings and all that is that, like, the people who are actually there by and large, right, got the book thrown at them. The person who's most responsible for it, right, is Trump, right? And like if that would, I mean, much more in some ways than like idiots who believed it, right? It's the man himself, who's who certainly, at least morally, and I'm sure a good lawyer could come up with a legal theory, right? Is responsible for that, but is most likely not going to be punished, because presidents and former presidents are never punished for anything that they do in our country.
Right. We have to wrap it up. We're running 15 minutes behind schedule. If you're going to be in New York, I may let you buy me coffee.
All right. Well, I look forward
That's
to that.
what I do. When people are visiting New York, it's customary in New York to allow people to buy me a cup of coffee.
Sure. Well, that's big of you.
And I will insist when you're in my town, you buy the coffee. I insist. If you have time, I'm going to be around.
I would really like to try to do that. I should also say, because I didn't say it earlier, so the debate is on Saturday at the Beacon Theater. Saturday evening. Again, that's minds.festival.com. Also, though, in Brooklyn the next day on Sunday, I am going to be at the Sublation, which is a new publishing company. They're doing this book launch, which is going to be also kind of co-hosted by This Is Revolution. So
that is where I will, because Jason is going to be there.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Jason is going to be at the debate. Jason Miles is going to also be at the debate. I got him a comp ticket, but I have yes, I am going to be also doing a panel at the Sublation, so the Norman Finkelstein book launch, which is also a This Revolution live show. So frequent David Feldman show guest Jason Miles is going to be there. I'm going to be there.
So he's going to buy me coffee. I'm going to have a lot of free coffees because
you're going to be jittery by the end of the weekend.
Ben Burgis, I hope to see you on Sunday. Professor
Absolutely.
Ben Burgis is the author of, and go buy this and I will reimburse you if you buy this book and you don't love it, Christopher Hitchens, What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. Go buy this book right now and go watch Give Them an Argument on YouTube, or listen to Give Them an Argument as a podcast this Saturday night. He will be at the Beacon Theater on the Upper West Side debating, dear Lord, Tim Pool, Tulsi Gabbard, and James O'Keefe. Now, and go watch Give Them an Argument on YouTube, or listen to Give Them an Argument as a podcast this Saturday.
It sounds like you.
It sounds like me. So my question before you go is,
yeah,
Ben Burgis, Tim Pool, Tulsi Gabbard, James O'Keefe, who's not a grifter?
I mean, I have my views on that, but I may be biased.
I want to talk to you about Give Them an Inquisition. I think it's time. Thank you, Professor.
All right. Thank you, comedian.
Thank you. Joining us is everybody's favorite, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. He's a Freudian psychoanalyst. Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian, and he has a new book out that we're going to talk about in a second. Go right now to YouTube and stream his new comedy special, Thug Thug Jew, which is hysterical. Welcome.
Welcome to you.
I both of you look very relaxed. You look very like you're enjoying the summer.
We're both high as beep.
Are you in the same room?
Totally wasted. No, we're not in the same room, and we're
Does
both
it look
sober.
like we're in the same room, David?
It could if you've got a green screen.
Okay.
So no, it doesn't look like you're in the same room.
You're not.
So let's talk about this mystifying loss of any kind of moral sense in our Republican brethren. Is this a new thing? Let me ask Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, what you're seeing now in the Republican Party, is this a brand new iteration of Republicans, or has it always been there?
I can't say we can pin it on one particular party. I think right now the Republicans are demonstrating it in spades. But I've been really personally wrestling with this question for a while now. What the hell happened? How come there is nobody standing up saying, have you no shame? And there just isn't. So are corrupt people attracted to power and money? Yeah, this is nothing new. It's been going on for thousands of years. But there has been a huge slide in the past number of years, at least according to what I'm looking at. And I keep casting around for what can explain it. The loss of religion, not that I'm religious, but it keeps some people on the straight and narrow. The crass materialism of our culture, where the only thing that seems to matter is your bank account. The cynicism, or the terrible condition that everybody knows this world is in. And does it cause some people to say, well, there's nothing to be done about it, so let me just grab whatever I can as the ship goes down?
Right.
I don't know that there's one explanation.
There is.
Oh, okay. Dr. Benjamin, what's the explanation?
And he's got books behind him, so that this has some gravitas to it. Go ahead, Ethan Hirschenfeld, with many, many books behind you.
I have a drawing of many books.
Yes, it's wallpaper.
I have a shower curtain that looks like many. No, it's books. It's books.
Oh, okay. So what is the explanation?
Well, the one you listed a whole bunch of possible explanations. Those were wrong. They weren't illogical. They could have been right. They happen to be wrong. And it's nothing personal, but it's bowling. People stopped bowling. You maybe read the book.
I read that book 30 years ago.
Yeah, so we're fishing around here for the explanation. The guy already read the book. It's bowling. I mean, come on.
That's true. I used to bowl when I was a kid. What did you do every Sunday?
I know you used to bowl and then go right outside and beat the crap out of people, so it didn't help.
No, I mean, that's what we did once a week. We went bowling, sometimes twice a week. I think you're on to something.
Can I ask you a sidebar question, then return to this?
Yeah.
Okay. If we were to go bowling, we're going to drive cross country and film it and make a movie. Why do I have we'll stop and bowl. I have one good game in me every 5 years. I can bowl. I can pick up a ball and get anywhere between 132 and 150, which, considering that, it's pretty good.
That's like my range also when I have a really good one. That's it.
But it's my first game.
That's not good for me, but anyway, whatever you
all
can
right.
do.
All right.
Here's the mistake most people make with bowling, and this is something that really needs to get out there. There's 3 holes in the ball,
Easy.
but people don't people don't realize you don't have to use all three holes. You just bowl with two fingers. It's much better. They're not saying you have to use all three. You can use up to three. That's what those three holes mean. You're allowed to use up to three holes in the ball.
And there are actually balls with two holes, by the way.
I didn't know that, but you could bowl like this. You could even bowl like this. If you just spin it and that's for people who have very strong fingers. It's like a catapult.
Well, and don't you think bowling underhand is kind of effeminate? It's like women's softball.
It's like Bob Cousy, the way you did the foul shots.
Yeah, shouldn't men bowl overhand?
I don't mind that at all.
I think you are too concerned with your masculinity.
Well, you're talking about balls but why is that? And in all seriousness, I marvel. Like I have said to people, every 5 years, you want to go bowling, here's how it's going to play out. You're going to think I'm fantastic. I think like 130 to 150.
Yeah.
You're like the opposite of a hustler. You start with one good game and then you suck.
And then it's just gutter ball after. Why is that?
You know, I've had that with a return to tennis or a return to basketball after years of not doing it. That first time back on the court, you can't do anything wrong. And then you get back in your whatever the bad habits are
And sex, right? I have it with sex. I go 20 years without
Exactly.
sex. First,
It's guilt. In all these situations, it's your guilt over that one good game, and then you got to screw it up.
you know, in all seriousness, and then we'll go back to the state of politics. You have said on this show that I punish myself. I'm being absolutely serious. I cannot tell you the number of times I've caught myself thinking, Doctor, I'm punishing myself for.
Look at the profession you chose. Are you kidding?
Well, that's not
Whipping
right.
boy? You mean whipping boy?
No, that's,
You're right.
I object. That's painting with a broad brush, and it's inaccurate. Yeah.
Well, I do think part of stand-up comedy is being.
It's a tough gig, truly.
Right, but that doesn't mean that doesn't mean it's facile to then conclude from that therefore it's because someone wants to suffer. You can do difficult things for other reasons than the suffering.
That is true.
I know.
Although I think Ethan,
Yes.
hold the thought on the state of our politics. When a joke doesn't go over, when you're bombing, are you in a comfortable place, a familiar place?
No.
Do you enjoy not getting a laugh?
No, of course not. But there's
Yeah, I do.
so much joy in getting the laughs, and there's so much else that there's so many other amazing perks and benefits of a career as a stand-up comedian that to decide not to do it over the simple discomfort of bombing occasionally.
But what about the joy, and I'm being serious, of knowing that I'm right and everyone in this room is wrong?
Okay.
I'm being serious.
That counts.
Well,
But
what is that? What job is that?
A comedian.
Oh, yeah.
At the risk of my learned colleague telling me I don't know what I'm talking about, which happens once in a while, I can remember once having a discussion with him about comparing opera singing with stand-up. And he said,
By the way, as you remember, I was going to say this is probably based on a true story. Go on.
just based on a true story, yes. As I remember, he said, opera is much easier. All you got to do is memorize somebody else's words and music and open your mouth. This stand-up, you got to write it, you got to perform it, you got to. Okay, I'm hallucinating again. Okay,
That's incorrect.
You're not hallucinating. It's called confabulating.
okay, I'm
It's
confused.
where you
What does
take
confabulating mean?
it's where you take certain facts or certain thoughts and you jumble them together into a story of your own creation that you're convinced is real. and it's. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not criticizing. I'm just describing.
Okay.
But so I would think, first of all, opera singing has to be a marathon because you perform and you perform and you perform, and then you got to find a fat lady. It doesn't end until you find a fat lady to sing. I mean, what happens if there's no fat lady?
Well,
You just keep going, right?
It turns out it's just a saying.
Really?
Yeah. Also, I would do roles in the opera often where I would get killed or dismissed earlier on in the show. I did one part. I once got to sing at the Hawaii Opera in Samson and Delilah, which is a French opera. And my role was Abimelech, who comes on in Act 1, basically Scene 1, screams his head off, and then gets murdered by Samson. So 5 minutes into the show, I would get in my rented Honda CRV with a surfboard, and I would go surfing. It was the greatest gig ever. 5 minutes into the opera, I was surfing.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, you're just so much of a better person than I am. You're just at another level.
Yeah.
Of your life has just been like opera. I mean,
No.
just,
There's nothing,
do you still love opera?
No, never did. No. No, it was an interesting. I mean, I love certain stuff about it, but I was never a huge I wasn't an opera buff or aficionado. I liked the discipline of it and the challenge of it, and in fact, I did like the long odds of it. That was part of what attracted me. It was such a hard thing, such a hard career. Seriously, I like that.
Like a bad Alan Sherman album. My Son, the Opera Singer. Just, what did you say to him, Doctor, when he said, "I want to be an opera singer"?
Be gesund.
Okay, for those of us who don't speak Italian.
Be healthy.
Do it. Yeah, my parents were very supportive of whatever crazy career I wanted to pursue.
What was your greatest night? Your greatest night as an opera singer? What was the greatest night?
For me,
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
it was going to Venice, Italy, sitting in the front row. He got me a seat there, and watching him at maybe the most famous opera hall in the world, Fenice. And he was in my favorite opera, The Magic Flute, and he was Zoroastro, which is one of my favorite characters. And then turning to this woman sitting next to me, covered in diamonds, and saying to her in English, and she was Italian, "I am Zoroastro's father." She looked at me like I was nuts.
And I like how you made that story about you. I appreciate that.
Well, yeah. Why wouldn't that?
I don't know. It was really touching.
Let me explain.
He asked me what my greatest night in opera was.
Let me explain something to you, Ethan.
Please.
At my son's bar mitzvah, I finally got the whole concept of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost being one and the same. I'm being serious. I'm sitting there. I'm watching my son on the bima, maybe doing his bar mitzvah. It was the Friday night, and I'm watching the kid, and I'm thinking, I'm up there with him. And I go, oh, now I get it. Now I get how Jesus and God are the same. What am I doing in a temple? This is the wrong service. I'm being serious. I actually thought, oh my, so
Yeah.
it's not narcissism.
No, I didn't mean it that way. No, that was probably a highlight for me with the singing, getting to sing that role in that opera house. So I would agree. I'm reminded by your story. I was once driving to an opera gig to an audition. I was driving to one. That's what it was. I had a job singing in Chattanooga, and I drove before that job started to an
The Tennessee, the Grand Ole Opry.
No. This is not the
Is
Grand
that what you
Ole
were
Opry.
saying at the Grand Ole Opry?
This is the Chattanooga Opera. It was
Chattanooga Opry.
Anyway, I was on my way to an audition in Nashville before it started, and my car spun out on the road in the ice, and I thought I was going to die. My car just was. I was going 60 or whatever down a kind of curve. I was suddenly spinning, and there was a truck near me. I could have easily been dead. And here, what I shouted the word Jesus.
And you're still there.
And I came
And
to a stop.
it must have worked.
It worked because I came to a stop, not in the middle, but on the side of the road, unscathed. The car was banged up, but it still worked. It was just, yeah. And then I didn't take it as a sign or anything. I just went about my heathen ways. So
What do you miss most about the opera? If you could, what do you miss?
well,
Are there groupies? Are there groupies?
that's what I was going to say. I missed the groupies. They were women usually between 75 and 82.
So they have money. That's good.
They would throw their bloomers at me, not panties, but big bloomers. They would just be giant underwear. It would hit you. It was like a sail on a. It was like getting hit by a sail on a boat. You knew that you had a wild night ahead when that happened, and it happened with frequency.
But now you're in makeup. You're in night makeup. So when you go out after the show, does anybody recognize you? Or do you
Just
go
out
in
as
costume?
I would just go out in full costume as like a ship captain or a general, go out in my wig with my hairline in the opera was usually right down here, just above the eyebrows. The wig was, it was just some big, spectacular, like Andrew Jackson at a bar. You get laid. Let me just put it that way. With that hair.
And laughs? Are there any inadvertent laughs that you got?
There are verdant laughs in some of his operas, actually.
The verdant laughs aren't frequent. They're kind of more like chuckles. But there was some of that really fun, like kind of losing it, like the singers being aware of how weird the whole situation is. You're portraying in this production of Billy Budd, which is a Benjamin Britten opera in Genoa. I was in a production of that, and we had a great time, me and the other officers in these scenes.
What did you play? Claggart? Were you Claggart?
Claggart in that production was the incredible Samuel Ramey. That was the one time I got to sing with him. One of the great basses of the 20th century. So, and then great cast, but I was one of the officers, Radcliffe, and we were just cracking each other up. We had to stand there at attention, very serious. It was like a court martial. People's lives were on the line, and we were kind of jiggling because the second we'd get off stage, we would burst out because there was just a lot of kind of, it was that kind of fun.
It's interesting. I should mention that I too played Radcliffe in women's soccer in college, and they didn't realize that I wore a wig.
Ratcliffe.
A Radcliffe.
Ratcliffe.
Radcliffe.
Ratcliffe.
I see. Okay.
By the way, I was reading, I think I told you I got into a little Melville thing this year. So that's Billy Budd. That's Melville. And I think that's considered that with Moby Dick, that's really considered his greatest thing. So it's really worth reading. It's a great little
Bartleby
story.
the Scrivener.
Bartleby. It's Bartleby, Billy Budd, and Moby Dick. That's the trinity. Yeah.
I haven't read Bartleby since he wrote it, but isn't Bartleby, isn't his crime that he doesn't really say anything or do anything, that he doesn't live his life?
Says, I'd prefer not.
I'd prefer not to. Yeah.
And I think that's a great line that we all should use whenever it's appropriate. I prefer not.
But isn't that the problem in America right now? We prefer not. That it's too easy to push ourselves away. It's not my block. That's a block away. I'm not going to get involved. I'm bringing this back to what's happening on January 6th and the hearings. Did you watch the hearings, Doctor?
I watched them. They're, the committee is doing a fabulous job, but it's so discouraging to see these crimes that these people have committed in broad daylight, and that they almost got away with them.
And they still might.
And they
Yeah.
still might.
Yeah.
Ethan, you spent a night in jail?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sorry that you went through that. I did. I was arrested 10 years ago, and the city ended up paying me back, I have to say, because it was a false arrest, which was eventually proven, and the city paid me for all my legal fees and then a little bump on top of that. Little. But it was traumatic. It was physically traumatic because I ended up with serious back pain for the first time in my life from the emotional stress of it for a couple of months. It was terrorizing to see how that is run right here in New York City, right here in downtown Brooklyn, 2 miles away. That it's like a gulag. There were rats. There was no airflow. There's little cartons of milk and like bologna sandwiches thrown on the floor in the middle. You know, people are treated like animals. I heard you saying they didn't read your Miranda rights without you having to remind them. It was terrifying. It was grotesque. There was a guy in my cell at one point in the middle of the night, which was, by the way, was jammed to the point where you couldn't sit down. It was inhuman. No windows. At one point, some guy was having physical distress. He thought he was having either a heart attack or whatever was going on, and the guards just acted like, he's just.
Dr. Hirsch,
It's cruel. It's inhuman. It's cruel, and it goes on all day, every day in this country.
my takeaway from our criminal justice system is it's purely punitive, and they give you literally enough rope to hang yourself. No, figuratively enough rope to hang yourself. They won't give you, they take away your shoelaces. They don't give you a bed sheet. And it's yes, sir, no, sir. They cannot be more polite as they strip you of your humanity. They politely dehumanize you and isolate you and just wait for you to snap. Did you get that sense, Ethan, that they gaslight you? They act as though they're on your side. They go through, they're like, but they're just waiting for you to completely lose it. They want you to
feel
lose.
like they might be nicer and in DC. I don't know, because in New York there was nothing like that at all. It was simply.
I booked a first class room in advance.
Okay, good. By the way, how long were you actually how long from the time you were
I
arrested?
cannot comment on an ongoing criminal.
Oh, I see. All right. Well, mine was about 18 hours total, and it was the longest 18 hours of my life by far.
And did you
It was
get claustrophobic?
Yeah, I got claustrophobic. I was afraid of whoever was coming in next. It could be a violent criminal. In fact, a lot of them were violent. There was people who were detoxing from heroin, puking on the floors. The whole thing is it's inhuman, and you're right. It's cruel and it's punitive, and it's not it's not about.
And it's not unusual.
It's not about corrections. It's not unusual. It happens all day. And you also commented the other night, I saw, that it's a business, and it is a business for them. They are arresting people and getting them into the system, and then they can fine them and they can keep them in the system, and it perpetuates this. It's a cruel country we live in.
It's also in
find that-
the interest. Go ahead, Dr. Hirschfeld.
There's nothing correction about it. It's not for correction. You're right, it is a business. And one of the most graphic demonstrations of that was in my hometown a couple of years ago in Pennsylvania,
Jesus.
where a judge was arrested because they finally figured out that he was throwing kids into the slammer for no reason whatsoever, except that these private prisons were making tons of money off of these kids' bodies.
And he was an
And then the
investor.
judge was getting paid. The judge was getting paid.
He was in, I think he owned a piece of the prisons.
Yeah. A judge for, yeah.
Before you go, and Emil, we're running 15 minutes behind, so we're just about to wrap up. The thought of solitary confinement to me was always an abstraction. I didn't understand. Hey, I live in Manhattan. I'd give anything to be left alone for 23 hours. Not hearing it. Everybody should experience being put in a room, a windowless room, indefinitely. Just have somebody say, maybe it's going to be a minute, maybe it's going to be 5 minutes. I'm not going to tell you, and see how long you can go indefinitely isolated.
Would you say you learned something from that experience, David?
Yes. Yeah, I did.
What?
That that we're social animals. It's a cliche,
Yeah.
but to be cut off from other people is the most terrible. The thought of not connecting with people, as beautiful as that sounds, to be left alone.
Mhm.
When it actually happens, it is the source of all panic attacks. I believe that all panic attacks stem from feeling you're alone in this world. It's the ultimate panic attack.
Yeah, there's something to that.
Yeah.
So I wanted to, before we say goodbye, I wanted to just plug something, if I may.
Yes. It looks like Dr. Hirschenfeld is ready to go.
No, I'll stay here all night.
No, I'm just, it looked like,
No, I'm just a jittery guy.
okay.
So I just wanted to invite people. Friday night, tomorrow night, I'm performing. It's a 9:30 show at the West Bank Cafe on West 42nd Street. It's a comedy show. I'm up second to last. My friend Tom Eshelman is closing the show. 9:30 show at the West Bank Cafe, and I'll put the ticket information in the chat. It's like with dinner, so you can get dinner. It's dinner and a show.
Wow.
Late dinner, but that's it. West Bank, 9:30 p.m. tomorrow night. Nice show, and I think I will be performing as Dr. Benjamin.
Plug the book. Tell us about the book.
Yeah, the book is Today is Now, and it's by my alter ego, Dr. Samuel Benjamin, therapist, guru, life coach, life changer, world changer, healer, Messiah. You decide. I don't know. I didn't say it, but anyway, Today is Now is available on Amazon as a paperback, as a Kindle, as a hardcover. Get it. I'll sign it for you. And also Saturday morning, I'm going to be recording the audiobook. So it will be available soon as an audiobook. Today is Now by Dr. Samuel Benjamin on Amazon, The Evil Empire. Please get it.
And
I've read it twice, and it has caused me to abandon 50 years of previous training. Just sign on to this new method.
I thought you were going to say you read it twice. It changed your life once, and then it changed it right back.
here's my guarantee. Buy the book. If it doesn't change your life, I will reimburse you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
And I'll reimburse you.
Thank you. It was great to see you. I hope to see you next week, if not Monday. Thank you both, Dr. Hirschenfeld. And
Zagazun.
thank you. I don't speak Italian, but thank you. Well, you're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. It's good to be back. I missed doing this show. I took a week off. It's good to see everybody. I feel better. I hope the same goes for the people listening. I hope you feel good listening to this. An old friend of mine is here. Emil Guillermo.
Yeah,
How are you, sir?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. Let me just check in with Dan.
Sure.
When do you want to do the quiz, Dan?
It wasn't on the schedule, so I have not fully prepared it yet.
Okay. Just let me know when you're ready.
Okay, very good.
Good. Everything okay, Dan?
Yep, no trouble.
Okay. Well, this is the David Feldman Show. Please subscribe to my newsletter. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com. We're trying to cut down on all the emails the listeners get, especially those who attend office hours and sit in our virtual studio audience. So if you want an invitation to Friday night's office hours, go to the David Feldman Show website, hit attend office hours, and right there is the link. All you need is Zoom, and it'll take you right in to office hours, which starts every Friday night at 8 p.m. I get all these last minute emails while office hours is going on. I didn't get a link. And we do send out links. If you didn't get the invitation, I am sorry. I want you to come to office hours. I do. If you somehow didn't get the invite, if it ended up in your junk mail or in your junk, go to my website, hit office hours, and the link will take you there. Also, if you sign up for my newsletter, which comes out Friday, included in the newsletter is the link for office hours, and you should come to office hours. You will meet better people. You will meet my listeners, and they are better than your friends, I can assure you. Plus, they disappear. Friends call you, they ask you to move a couch, drive you to the airport. People at office hours, they don't have your phone number. It's the perfect relationship, Emil.
Yeah, I like office hours when I get around to them. But yeah, they're good fun.
The party's going, and I think, you know what? I'm done. Goodbye. Click. You know what? I think I'll go back to the party. Click. The virtual world is so much better. Nobody's in your face, like eating cheese dip and wine, and then like 2 inches, the close talkers, and you got to smile as they spit food into your eye and your lips, and not at office hours. People keep a distance. No close talkers at office hours. Emil Guillermo is the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. And he's a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. Good to see you, sir.
Yeah, good seeing you. I was curious, though. You didn't get arrested in Washington, D.C., did you?
I cannot comment on an ongoing criminal matter.
Oh, okay, all right. I didn't say any names. I thought, well, maybe they don't. I knew you were down there, but I just figured that, you just saw Smigel in all the news, and I thought, well, maybe David just sort of phoned it in and wasn't there. And anyway,
I phoned it in. Believe me, I always, whenever I'm working, I phone it in. Yeah. But I was there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm putting a brave face on. Mm-hmm. A year from now, it'll be funny. But
yeah,
right now, it's not funny. I'm laughing at it, being nervous. Actually,
yeah. I know. I got you. Yeah. So, David,
have you ever been arrested?
I've never been arrested, but I was listening to the last segment there. I have covered prison riots, and I have done prison interviews in many federal prisons, San Quentin, Willie Horton's place in Maryland. And my first prison riot was in Texas. It's scary. I mean, you go in there thinking, of course, Rikers, right? I've done several stories out at Rikers Island, and you don't realize how close you are to not being safe. You think you're safe, even with the guards, right? As a reporter, I'm there to tell the inmates' stories. I'm there to tell the stories on the inside. And you do not determine whether you are safe or not. It's the people you're talking to, and all they got to do is like give a sign, and you're not safe. And so I didn't realize that until like days, years after, when I'm not a reporter in a penitentiary or in a prison riot situation. But you even as just a regular person visiting, covering the story, you see what it's like on the inside, and you know you don't want to be there, and you don't know exactly what these people are doing to either get better so they can go on the outside, go back into the real world, but you get a sense that they like it there enough because they're in control, because it's their own little world. And so it does give you a little insight about inside, outside. People are there who are lifers. And also it tells you when you're outside that you don't want to go inside unless you have a special pass, like you're a reporter, being able to look at this world. So I don't like anything about the inside. And I think that, as was suggested in that last segment, I don't know what the point of incarceration is if people don't get better, if people aren't allowed to get better so they can participate back in real life. I think what happens is people like that world. They're, you know.
Who likes that world?
Yeah, well, it's the world that they know. It's a world they excel in, and it's a world that they have a leg up on everyone. So
Who?
I'm talking about the people on the inside, inmates.
Inmates or the guards?
Well, sometimes they're the same, right? Sometimes it's the same mindset. It's the inside world. And I just like to cover it as a person outside looking in and hoping that people get it together so that the people who are the criminologists and the people who know about rehabilitation, or I'm just hoping that they are doing what they can to make whatever the situation that we've created better. But all I hear in the last 5-10 years is, privatization of these, incarceration palaces, and, these kind of boondoggles where taxpayer dollars are creating these places. So I don't know. I also know that, where do you think they put these places? Right. I mean, when we lived in San Francisco together, there was Alcatraz right there in the middle of the bay, which was kind of it's now a tour site, but there was a story about some guys who escaped from it, and they were reopening up that case this week. There's a new Alcatraz story, but most of these places are in the parts of the state you don't want to go to, Coalinga,
Soledad, San Rafael.
Well, all right, San Rafael, San Quentin, right there, high real estate district. But like I said, you go to the Central Valley, and it's like one prison after the other, and Coalinga is out here on Highway 99. I don't know. I wish there was a better answer. Because there are a lot of advocates right now who are against putting people away, punishing people. There should be a better answer. But, we can see, if we look in the streets of San Francisco, sometimes letting them all out, and I'm talking about all forms of incarceration, not just prisons, but mental health facilities, letting them go and not having a place for them. I guess that's where the term halfway house comes from. Where do these people go as they transition back to real life? People haven't really thought that through. So anyway.
Could I respond to that?
Sure, go ahead. I mean, it was just an impromptu thing.
Yeah, I think you judge a society by how you treat the most marginalized and the weakest, the neediest.
Yeah.
You judge a country by how do you treat the oldest, the youngest, the frailest, and that includes our prisoners.
Yeah, I agree.
Excuse me for one second. You judge a country by its prisons and by its police, because that's where the rubber hits the road. What kind of country are you? And this is a nation of vicious animals. The way we treat prisoners, where hardcore 2/3 of men in prison have been raped, and we joke about that. We are a nation of beasts. When you look at the way we treat children in this country, the sick, the frail, and the way the police interact with our citizens and our prisons, when you go into our prisons and see those conditions,
Yeah.
we are a despicable, brutal, venal, vicious people.
No argument for me. No argument for me. Like I said, I've been to some of the finest penitentiaries as a visitor, and I did not put what they call a real good spin on any of it. It was all bad. Prison riots, going in to talk to people who are involved in some programs and whatnot. I agree with you. Hey, look, you also
don't treat, excuse me for 1 second. I don't care if you're Charles Manson. You don't treat human beings this way.
all right. No argument.
We are better than Charles Manson. Therefore, we treat Charles Manson better than he would treat us. We, in many ways, as a people, are no better than Charles Manson. We torture, we sit idly by while prisoners are raped and killed and say nothing. Solitary confinement, my suggestion to every American is go sit in a room with no windows indefinitely. Any jury, before they make a decision, should be forced to spend a night in prison. We're a vicious, ignorant, brutal nation run by people who are far more ignorant, far more brutal, and far more vicious. And if you don't think that's true, wait. Wait to see what's coming your way. Just wait.
Yeah, like I said, I've been to Rikers, and I just couldn't. I mean, I did the story. I did that story when I was at NPR. Couldn't wait to get out. But
Rikers is an insane asylum.
Yeah,
Every measure of what a Dickensian insane asylum is, Rikers fits those standards.
Yeah, it was, yeah. Anyway, so David,
you read about it. Well, that's never going to happen to me. It only happens to the marginalized. Wait, coming to a theater near you, America.
Should happen.
Coming your way.
Yeah, should happen to more of those January 6 types.
Even they should not be in solitary confinement.
Yeah.
That's the sad thing is you have the Marjorie Taylor Greens and the Louis Gohmerts who suddenly care about the DC jail because they're locking up the January 6ers. It would be nice if they cared about the other 1,400 inmates in that prison, in that DC jail that's been notoriously riddled with rats, cockroaches, and abuse. But Louis Gohmert and Marjorie Taylor Greene only care about the white insurrectionists who are there. But those white insurrectionists are being held in solitary. They don't deserve that. Charles Manson does not deserve, Herman Goering does not deserve to be put in solitary confinement. We're better than that, so one would think, but we're not here in America. We are a vicious, vile, despicable people who sit back and allow evil to happen in the false notion that it can't happen to us. Coming to a theater near you, America, and you deserve it for keeping your mouth shut and thinking
David,
you're safe.
I'm so glad your vacation really served you well.
I couldn't even enjoy jail because I was worried that somebody who I care about was worried about me.
I was worried about you.
I was with another comedy writer, and I said, I can't even relax now and enjoy my panic attack because there's somebody who doesn't know where I am, and I can't call this person. I can't even enjoy this.
I was worried about you. I was trying to read in between the lines, but I'm glad you're well. I'm glad you're well.
Thank you. Let's talk about hate crimes against Asians. Where is it, the 40th anniversary? How long has it been?
40 years since the beating death of Vincent Chin. And I keep mentioning this every anniversary because it's not over. 40 years since June 19th, 1982 is when he was beaten. Vincent Chin, born, he was a Chinese immigrant in Detroit. He was celebrating he was having a bachelor party. He was going to get married that week. And he was at a strip club, Fancy Pants, name of the strip club in Detroit, meets an auto worker, Ronald Evans. They have a little verbal fight in the bar, goes outside, and a little altercation, but nothing serious. It should have ended there. And Vincent Chin goes off to a McDonald's with his friends in a nearby suburb, Highland Park. And Ronald Evans, the auto worker, and his stepson, Michael Nitz, follow Vincent Chin. They get a baseball bat. They see Vincent Chin in the McDonald's parking lot, and then they club Vincent Chin, or Ronald Evans takes a swing and clubs Vincent Chin unconscious. He dies. That's June 19th, 1982. And then the 19th, 20th, 21st, 22nd, on the 5th day, on the 23rd, Vincent Chin, they pull life support and he dies officially in the Henry Ford Hospital in Detroit. That was the hate crime that really sparked a generation of Asian American activists. But here's what happened to Vincent Chin. I mean, Ronald Evans and his stepson Nitz, they go before a judge. They get to plea bargain to second-degree murder. They get to they plead out. This is the state murder trial in Michigan. They pay a fine of $3,700. Don't spend a day in jail. That's it. They get 3 years probation on top. This is for killing an Asian American in 1982.
And what was going on in 82 in Detroit?
82, well, there's a lot of discussion about, hey, the Asian auto, the Japanese automakers are coming in. They're destroying the auto industry in America. People saw Asians, and no matter what Asian, even though Vincent Chin was Chinese, he was seen as bad as the Japanese automakers, and it was just flat out xenophobia. There was that kind of tension that existed. Now, Evans to this day says doesn't have anything to do with race, but that feeling of race was out there. Here's the thing about what happened to Evans after he pled out on the state murder trial. He had a federal hate crime trial, got 25 years because they would not. The activists, took to the streets. They got the Justice Department involved. They had a federal hate crimes trial, and Evans got 25 years. But Evans then appealed, and they took the case out of Detroit, put it in Cincinnati, and Evans was acquitted. And that pretty much ended the criminal portion of this. He got away with murder.
And what were their lives like?
Evans' life was, well, here's the kicker. There's a civil case against Evans, and the Vincent Chin estate was awarded $1.5 million. And that was a judgment against Evans. And Evans took advantage of all the laws and skirted giving a penny to the Vincent Chin estate. To this day, they're looking for money. But what Evans did was he left the auto industry, left Detroit, went to a more favorable state for people like him trying to avoid paying back judgments, went to Nevada, and he's lived out his life. I've talked to him twice. He says he apologizes, but if he was truly sorry, he would repay his debt to the Vincent Chin estate. He hasn't done that. And that's why this 40th anniversary is still, very much an open wound. Vincent Chin is dead. Ronald Evans is still alive, still owes a ton of money to the Vincent Chin estate. And you see how justice works in America for people of color, and especially people of color that people don't ordinarily think about, Asian Americans. But this is an open wound to Asian Americans. And it's always worth, whenever an anniversary comes around, it's always worth talking about, thinking about, and more so now because of the whole pandemic scapegoating of Asian Americans. 11,000 transgressions against Asian Americans in the 2.5 years of the pandemic because of, Trump's scapegoating of Asians. And let's see, today in North Hollywood, they arrested a man who attacked a Filipino man ironically in a McDonald's drive-thru. He called him
ironically because that's where Vincent Chin was attacked.
Yeah, in a McDonald's, right? And the guy said some epithets about Asian Americans and punched and beat the Filipino guy, and he was arrested today. This is in North Hollywood, and no one. See, here's the thing: no one takes these sort of. It was a felony battery or felony assault that he's being charged with, and no one takes these things seriously. They say, oh well, it's nothing. And here's the other problem: sometimes not even Asian Americans, the people who are victimized, take it seriously because they know that, hey, look, I can deal with this, and they internalize this. This is 40 years after Vincent Chin, the premier Asian American hate crime. So you want to talk about where we are as a society, how we treat our people, our marginalized communities. Well, they're even more marginalized today than they were in 1982. More so. Yeah. And a lot of times they're just totally invisible. So I like to take these 5 days. For the last 8 years, I've been pushing a sort of 5 days of meditation, the same amount of time that Vincent Chin was in a coma. I like to take these 5 days to think about where we are as a community, where we are as a society, not just Asian Americans, but everyone, and to see how far we've come, how far we have yet to go. And it's always sobering that, every time we think there's progress. Oh, we have an Asian American who's vice president of the United States. Oh, we have Asian Americans in all these high places throughout, industry and society. And yet we still have, you look at those who are less advantaged among Asian Americans, and there are many. How are they treated? These immigrants. Philadelphia had a case, just yesterday, just turn on the news. 77-year-old Vietnamese man, couldn't speak English, out for his morning walk, gunned down. They're looking for the killer. This is just in Philadelphia this week. And in New York, of course, there have been a string of these kind of violent incidents against Asian Americans. So the cloud of Vincent Chin still is over America. And the New Yorker just did a thing today I just saw online. This is that round number anniversary where it's worth talking about. Wow, 40 years since Vincent Chin. And as I said, there is a generation of Asian Americans who look at that and say, wow, that's what woke me up and made me an activist. A number of people who are, criminal attorneys and civil rights attorneys. And yet, I told the story on my EmilGuillermo.media website on Facebook. I did a storytelling show where I talked about Vincent Chin, and a lot of people come up to me and say, Emil, I had to look it up on Google. I didn't know who Vincent Chin was, and this is part of the whole Juneteenth thing, right? People don't know what Juneteenth was about. Ironically, also, Juneteenth, the very day Vincent Chin was beaten in 1982. People don't know these coincidences of history. And there's a movement now to really try to undermine attempts to try to teach this history, as well as there are attempts to try to let people know, that get it part of the curriculum in public schools. But the ignorance, around Vincent Chin, still amazing. People still saying Vincent who? Vincent.
Right. Talk to me about the big lie.
Yeah.
Shaye Moss.
Yeah. Shaye Moss has been, to me,
Georgia
election worker, right?
Yeah.
Shaye Moss. And, because a lot of people.
And her daughter, right? She had a daughter.
Well, it's Ruby Freeman.
Yeah.
Ruby Freeman, Lady Ruby. She has these, glamour fashion pop-ups that she did in Atlanta. She's an activist. She gets slurred by the president of the United States, who calls her a scammer and brings her dishonor, turns her life upside down. But her daughter,
Rudy Giuliani, if anything, Rudy Giuliani.
Yeah. Well, look, you need someone like Rudy Giuliani on tape in his deposition to go after both Ruby Freeman and Ruby's daughter, Shaye Moss, who is the election worker in Georgia, because this is where you see the real racism in this January 6th thing. I mean, I sort of joke, I point out, hey, January 6th, the insurrectionists, there are a lot of Asians and other minorities, the Proud Boys, they were kind of a semi-diverse group, but the racism in the whole January 6th, the whole, Trump's theft of, the presidency, there you have it. Who people say, oh, well, come on, Emil, they went after Rusty Bowers, right? The white Speaker of the House in Arizona, right? Who, he was out there testifying, saying, look, I wouldn't do this for Trump. I honor the Constitution. But what gets me is that you asked Rusty Bowers who he would vote for. He's still a Republican. Mm-hmm. Who he would vote for it if he would vote for Trump. Washington Post reports Rusty Bowers says he would still vote for Trump, despite all he has said. The fact that that Trump dishonored the Constitution, and Bowers in his testimony was one of the white Republicans who tried to stop him. He would still vote for Trump today. That's the crazy thing.
It's crazy, but then you respect somebody who plays by the rules. Even though he would have voted for Trump, he still wouldn't cheat.
But he would still
make him more noble. Doesn't that make him more noble in a way?
A little bit. I mean, that's a good part of what Rusty Bowers did. But then to come back and say, even to this day, despite what Trump did, he would vote for him. That's almost as bad as all the Republicans who are zipping up their lips and not saying a damn thing.
Yeah.
Because
we're 15 minutes behind, and we have to wrap it up very quickly before you go.
Yeah.
Kevin Hart is investing in vegan fast food very quickly.
Yeah. All right. Very quickly. To me, this is really a turning point in veganism in America when you have a Black star mainstream appeal saying, you know what? I'm going to invest in, he not only invested in Beyond Meats, he's now investing in these Heart Houses, 2 fast food restaurants in LA that will serve whole food, plant-based meals. And it makes sense because his audience, if they go to all the other fast food places, are killing themselves with diabetes, with all the other food-related illnesses.
Cancer, diabetes,
yeah. Type 2 diabetes, you name it. The only bad thing, look, I have this thing about oil. I'm a no oil, whole food, plant-based guy, and oil will still get you. But it's, going a Heart House route where he's serving vegan fast food or whole food, plant-based food to his followers. It's a way of preserving his audience, right? I mean, that's the way to look at it. I want you alive so that I can take you cradle to grave. you're not going to get, you'll get to the grave a lot slower if you eat these vegan foods. So a turning point, a real turning point, I think.
You're saying, so wait a second. So you're saying McDonald's, which causes cancer, obesity, diabetes, and heart disease, and that's a fact.
Yeah, right. You might as well
McDonald's has to keep advertising and finding new customers because they keep killing off their old ones. Because when you eat a McDonald's, you are giving yourself cancer, heart disease, and diabetes.
Exactly.
Hypertension. You're killing yourself every time you step foot inside a McDonald's.
Look, they're no better than the cigarette companies, right? And people are now wising up to this. And when mainstream celebrity like Kevin Hart tries to do this, it could be a turning point, especially if you get people in the minority communities, and I'm talking about the Black community, to embrace this. There's a woman who runs a restaurant in Atlanta called Slutty Vegan, and she says she's the best vegan restaurant in Atlanta. Well, you might be able to get a chicken fried steak, a vegan chicken fried steak there. So Slutty Vegan, a shout out to you. But if you make it mainstream, right, Hart House, I think it's a real turning point.
If you're we have to wrap it up. If you're African American, do not eat at McDonald's. Read about how they treat African American franchise owners.
Oh, yeah.
They only keep African American franchise owners underwater in poor neighborhoods. They will not allow African Americans who own franchises to expand into wealthier neighborhoods. Do not eat at McDonald's. It causes cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. Emil Guillermo, who's host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. He is also a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund. There's Professor Ann Lee. We're running behind schedule, Professor. Did you know that? There you go. Thank you.
All right, David.
Professor.
Hey, check out my live stream too, 2 p.m. Pacific Live.
We will do that. You're listening to the David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. When we come back, we will be joined by the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. Join us right now in the Zoom room by going to my website, hit pay-per-view. It'll take you right into our Zoom room where you can participate in the conversation. We'll be back with the Reverend Barry W. Lynn.
We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. We wake every morning like the Rolling Stones, 'cause we just can't get no satisfaction. Democracy's in change, we could bury its remains, but infotainment culture has infected our brains. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The wisdom we receive, the reality we perceive, is burned into our brains by cable TV. Scandal, crime, and disaster lead the news. Fear and white anxiety shape our views. The fourth estate has crumbled into an irrelevant heap. Critical thinking is all but asleep, 'cause we're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The pathological pursuit of power and profit drives everything in sight, not sure we can stop it. Corporate plutocracy has risen to the top. We've lost the power to think, so we shop until we drop. We're surveilled and monitored while they keep us all distracted, so we never notice that our data has been extracted. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. All right. The Reagan agenda, a libertarian notion of sweeping deregulation, has been put into motion. Our eyeballs seldom stray too far away from the mega monopolies that command the day. Diversity in media is gone, 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 slowly fading out like a sad, sad song. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. The telegenic spectacle of tabloid celebrity has squeezed out any room for social integrity. With profits to be made and minds to be molded, the media crushes the truth even when it's been scolded. It's books now more than ever that people need to read. Folks are hypnotized by their Twitter feed. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Now we can't seem to get out of this neoliberal nightmare that cares more for Wall Street than anybody's health care. We've been bruised, battered, defunded, and dismantled. We've been diminished, infiltrated, manipulated, and manhandled. The sovereignty of citizenship, the bulwark of democracy, is under full attack by the cult of meritocracy. We're living every day, yeah. We're living every night in the USA of distraction. We're living every day, we're living every night in the USA of distraction. Where we're living every day, where we're living every night in the USA of distraction. That's right.
You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Go to my website for an invitation or sign up for my newsletter. Joining us in Washington, D.C. is the Reverend Barry W. Lynn. For nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for separation of church and state. He is an attorney, a member of the Supreme Court Bar, as well as an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. The Supreme Court is wrapping up. Anything happened today that we should care about?
You know, I have devoted a huge percentage of my life to caring about the federal judiciary, in particular, the Supreme Court. But just in the last 3 days, Tuesday and again Thursday, they did such an enormous disservice, both to students in schools and today to literally everyone in the United States. The first one was a church state case. Today was the big New York gun case that we've talked about. in the past, but in both cases, it was worse than I thought. These were more extreme. Where do you want me to start?
Well, let's start with Clarence Thomas writing the majority opinion. As I understand it, here in New York City, it's a mandate. Same way we all had to get Obamacare at one time. Now we are mandated to purchase guns and carry at least 3 AR-15s on us at all times. Is that?
No, that's the next case.
Oh,
This
okay.
case just says that New York State cannot have a perfectly reasonable approach to the licensing of guns, which is to say that if you want to conceal carry in New York, you have to go and talk to somebody and convince them that you have a reason to need one. So we have two clowns associated with the National Rifle Association affiliate in New York State who said, no, we don't want to do that. That infringes on our rights. So what Clarence Thomas, on his birthday today, I'd like to think that Chief Justice didn't just do this today because it could be an add-on to the celebration of Thomas's birthday.
Maybe he blew his candles out with a gun.
It's possible. It's truly possible. Basically now, there are 6 or 7 jurisdictions. One of them here in Washington, because this, of course, is a phony background. I don't have real estate on the ocean, but where you have to give a justification for some concealed carry. In Washington, they've already, even before today, a couple of years ago, decided that that was unconstitutional. But a lot of other major states, including Massachusetts, where I spent a lot of time, in California, Rhode Island, they still have a requirement that if you want a concealed carry permit, you have to explain why and give a good reason. Now you don't have to give any reason. Clarence Thomas said today, in his opinion, that you shouldn't have to give a justification for the exercise of a constitutional right. And people say, well, that's true, but how do we know the Second Amendment is actually the thing that affords you an individual right to keep and bear arms? That's because there was a 5-4 decision based here in Washington about 8 years ago called Heller. And the Heller case ruled that you could have in your home a weapon for self-defense. And Justice Scalia wrote that opinion, but he said there may be limits. We're not saying everybody can own anything they want under any circumstances, but today we take a step away from that into an even more radical view. NBC News tonight said, well, this doesn't mean that there can't be licensing for the use of guns. I don't read this case that way. I don't think that's at all clear. I think that if you can't, for example, license a person to speak, print a book, publish a magazine, then maybe the next case, because I know these right-wingers, I know so many of them. I know the guy who brought the Heller case. I know when we get to earlier this week, all these people, their minds are constantly making noise, grinding, trying to figure out the next vulnerability. And the next one here would be to say, come to think of it, if you can't require someone to explain why they want to exercise a right, why can you force them to be licensed? Because the paranoia of the gun nuts in this country is so high. They think if you have a license, what does that mean? You have to put your name somewhere. There'll be a list. And then the police or the military or Beto O'Rourke will be able to come to your house, find you, and know exactly what weapons you possess. So they're not going to be satisfied. They're exuberant today about this decision, but they're not going to stop there. And this means in New York, as your mayor, who it would not be exactly my favorite person for being the mayor of any city, but today he said this is basically a statement that nobody cares about New York. One of the things that Clarence Thomas said was there might be certain sensitive areas where you might be prohibited from carrying a gun. But the only two examples he gave, ironically, were ones where the government functions. He talked specifically about polling places and courthouses.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, because I guess that's, but the thought, even he didn't even mention schools as a potential example. And this was a 6-3 decision. A couple of the even, well, I cannot think of a more loathsome member of the court than Clarence Thomas, but Kavanaugh and Amy Coney Barrett, they all signed on to that. A couple of them wrote kind of additional commentary. You know, they were in the 6-3 majority, but then they decided to pontificate in addition to things that were that they had on their mind. I found it so unusual that Kavanaugh, who of course just yesterday, I'm not sure that this made national news, but certainly made Washington Post news. There's a guy named Nicholas Roski, I believe is how he pronounces his name. He's the guy who was arrested outside of Brett Kavanaugh's house a few weeks ago and has now been charged with an attempt to assassinate a Supreme Court justice. There's a separate statute for that. And when you look at what he appeared before a judge in Montgomery County, Maryland, just outside of Washington, just yesterday, and he pleaded not guilty. So I wondered, well, what did he have on his person that convinced the prosecutors to charge him? This is the list of things he had. He had a Glock, which of course is a semi-automatic pistol. He had 37 rounds of ammunition, an aiming laser, a pair of padded boots, so he wouldn't make noise, a black mask, duct tape, pepper spray, and burglary tools. The only thing, at least if you listen to what Clarence Thomas was writing about today, the only thing that's inherently illegal out of all those things are the burglary tools.
Right.
But the guns aren't.
Well, he's hunting varmints.
He's hunting varmints because there's so many. I think the prosecutor and the justice himself should have gone out and said, thank you so much. There are more rodents in Montgomery County than usual. They're all coming in from DC, of course, because we don't take care of our garbage here. But thanks for coming around and taking a couple of pot shots at the rats that are moved into the neighborhood. But it is astonishing. So as you and Emil were talking about Ruby Freeman, here is a woman whose life has been destroyed. There's nobody, the Supreme Court justices at their houses always have 2 or 3 security officers. These poll workers in Georgia have no security officers. And I think it was Thomas himself today in his opinion says, you know, sometimes people think, oh, the Second Amendment, I mean, it's just esoteric. I mean, what do we care about it? Because these people live in these ivory towers and like the Supreme Court justices live in ivory towers. They don't understand. They can't imagine the horror. I was just having dinner a couple of days ago with a couple whose daughter lives in Manhattan. She never uses the subway. That's even now, before today. Now, when you think about this, anybody in those subway systems will be able to conceal carry. So you don't even know what you're up against. The other
Literally what you're up against on those subways. You're up against.
Is
that an erection? Right. Are you glad to see me, or is that a gun?
Well, that's only a fetish in Japan and New York City. But it's the other thing that Thomas says, which I found in the midst of the absurdity of this decision, possibly the stupidest thing, although it's just one of many. He says there are 2 reasons you might have a concealed weapon. You might want it for self-defense. The other reason, you might want to commit a crime with it, as if there's not a huge thing in between called people who just get pissed off. And somebody says the wrong thing, or they brush against them in the wrong way, and they decide to pull it out. They weren't planning to kill anybody, but they're so angry. Somebody cuts them off at an intersection. They get out of the car and they shoot somebody. They didn't plan it, but They're enormous. There are thousands of people every year killed in these acts of passion, not about somebody sleeping with your spouse, but just somebody ticks you off so much. So it's Clarence Thomas who's living in a dream world. I once interviewed a physicist who wrote a book about multiverses. Multiverses, it's an idea that there are alternative universes not dissimilar to the one we know we're living in. And some people think if there are alternative universes, maybe one is a little bit behind the times. If you could get to it, maybe we'd all be wearing powdered wigs, and or maybe it's just a different place. Maybe New York City wouldn't have skyscrapers, it'd have jungles. But you read this thing, Thomas's opinion alone is about 90 pages long. And you realize he does live in an alternative universe where it's not that dangerous. And if it is, the way you deal with it is not to think about getting rid of guns. It's just to make sure you have your own weapon so you can take care of yourself. Now, you mentioned something as a joke. Doesn't this mean everybody will have to carry guns? That's another next step. There are 4 cities that I know of in the United States where you are required to own a firearm. Yes, 2 of them are in Georgia. One of them is in Utah, and one of them is a place called, I just was reading about this today. It's something like Gun City, Texas. Now, people don't enforce that law, but they love it, and they don't repeal it, and they mandate it. There was a challenge to a very similar ordinance in a place outside of Chicago that was struck down many, many years ago. These have never been litigated because nobody bothers to enforce them. But what would be stopping some community from saying, gun ownership is darn near absolute. Therefore, everyone needs to defend themselves. And if they can't, they can't expect the police to come and do that. They have to be able to defend themselves. And we're going to check and make sure everyone owns one. I think the place in Illinois that no longer has such a statute on the books actually had some kind of a conscientious objection provision. Like if you certified that you were against shooting people, even if they came into your yard, you wouldn't have to own the gun. But these 6 people, 5 of them at least, I think Justice Roberts still has a patina of sense that maybe things could go too far, too fast. But these other 4 will literally support anything, any abridgment whatsoever on the rights of the people, other than the rights that they cherish, including this largely unfettered ownership of guns. Scalia had said years ago in the Heller case, and it was repeated today by Justice Thomas, that there might be certain weapons that you couldn't possess as an individual. And when I used to do radio with Pat Buchanan, he had a friend who ran an organization called Gun Owners of America. Gun Owners of America was founded because they thought the NRA was a little too wimpy when it came to guns. They believe basically you can possess any kind of weapon at all. And maybe Clarence Thomas would draw the line at what? Battlefield nuclear weapons. You can carry them when Army has those now, battlefield nukes. Maybe kind of sawed-off machine guns. I don't know what, but he did suggest maybe there was a kind of weapon that possibly could be regulated in some way. That's how extreme it is. I've gotten 8 requests for money today on the internet to pass a bill that would expand the Supreme Court by 4 people. And I always write them or call them if I know people and go, what are you going to do to make that happen? How are you going to do this? It is literally impossible to pass that piece of legislation with the current Senate. Impossible. Raise money. I understand how you raise money. I used to do a lot of raising money, but I tried to be honest about what you could accomplish. And it is not possible to expand the United States Supreme Court today with this Senate that won't break the filibuster, and a Senate that has people like Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema on the so-called Democratic side of the aisle.
So, I wanted to ask you, so I live in New York City. What happens? I want to buy a gun. Can I just go buy one now? Do I need a concealed carry permit? How does it work?
Well, one of the things about the Supreme Court is they're totally impractical. So they don't actually tell you, they don't tell the government the lower forms of government, what they should do. But and the mayor and of course the relatively new governor of New York have already said they're going to pass legislation. They're going to try to fix this in some way because it is, in the words of the governor, reprehensible what was done today. So they will try to do some things, and there are a couple of things that they've suggested or that other legislators in New York have said in the last few hours. One is they're going to try to redefine what is a sensitive area beyond the courthouses and the polling places. And they could try that, but the fact that Thomas and 5 other justices didn't use as an example even schools. There is a federal law against carrying guns around schools. Obviously, that has not been terribly effective. Maybe they could say, well, tightly contained modes of transportation like the subway. I mean, that's what they could try to do, but it will immediately be challenged because the gun nuts will say, wait a minute, those crowded subways, there could have a lot of dangerous people, and we better make sure that everybody has a gun to defend herself or himself. Lately, they've been plugging, of course, guns for women. It's a big growing part of all the advertising of the gun nut groups. But eventually, within 2 years, I would say, you'll be able to walk into a gun store. There'll be able to be gun stores on every other block, and you'll be able to buy your McDonald's and then stop by and get a Glock in the next block.
Which is still safer for you than a Big Mac.
Could be. But I mean, I mean, they have a couple of other ideas that they said, maybe before you get your license, you have to get training. Now, this is done in some states. Here's the problem with that. Most of the training statutes, when you have a state that says, well, we'll license you to conceal carry, but you have to go through training, is NRA type groups set up the schools to do the teaching. So yes, it'll be there. But I mean, I can imagine in New York, places burgeoning up next to the gun store and the McDonald's, where their idea of teaching you how to prepare with your weapons is to show clips of John Wayne and Clint Eastwood movies and just say, just this is what you need to do. Are you feeling lucky today?
Right.
So
New York State is also suing the NRA, trying to get it broken up. The NRA is in bankruptcy. But by the way, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, yeah, they moved their technical headquarters into Texas just to avoid this.
But didn't the court say they can't declare bankruptcy in Texas, that they have to do it in New York?
Yeah, well, yes, but I mean, again, I would love to be optimistic about this, but I don't see any way in which, even if New York declares them bankrupt, they will appeal, guess to whom? To the federal courts, which are only marginally better in this part of the United States, your part of the United States, than other places. But then it has to go back to the Supreme Court. And I don't see 5 members of this court deciding to allow bankruptcy for the National Rifle Association in the state of New York. I just don't see it.
By the way, we should point out that it's not the NRA. The NRA is a paid lightning rod to distract away from Smith & Wesson,
Yep.
Sig Sauer, Sturm, Ruger and Company, Glock, and Kimber Manufacturing. They make 70% of all handguns in America. Stop focusing on the NRA. Go after the NRA's paymaster, which is Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, Sturm, Ruger and Company, Glock, and Kimber Manufacturing. You're banging your head against the wall if you think Wayne LaPierre gives a rat's ass about you or the next school shooting. The people who do care are the CEOs of Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, Sturm, Ruger and Company, Glock, and Kimber Manufacturing. Find out if your mutual fund, if your pension fund, if your school pension fund is investing in Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, Sturm, Ruger and Company, Glock, and Kimber Manufacturing. Forget the NRA. That's just a distraction. Go to the source.
Absolutely. Well, as you know, when they do polls about whether people are NRA members, and then they ask them things, simple things, the things that are in this possibly somewhat useless proposal that's about to be passed by Congress, because they gutted everything and now they're about to gut a few more provisions. But if you ask the NRA members themselves, do you think you should raise the age for possession of a semi-automatic rifle? The majority of NRA members say, sure, of course, that's reasonable. Should you do some background checks at gun shows? A lot of NRA members go to gun shows, and I haven't seen a number lately, but most in the past, a majority of people say, yes, you should even require background checks of NRA members, that you should be required to have a background check if you buy your gun at a gun show like they have in Virginia, a couple miles from here, seems like every 2 weeks. Maybe it's twice a year.
Well, the thing to remember about NRA membership is the NRA doesn't represent its members, it represents gun manufacturers. When you buy a gun from, say, Smith & Wesson, you get an automatic membership in the National Rifle Association.
Yeah. Yes,
so,
you do.
Smith & Wesson, by the way, is run by Mark P. Smith, the president of Smith & Wesson is Mark P. Smith. And look up Smith & Wesson and find out who the enemy is. And write to your mutual funds if you're lucky enough or unlucky enough to have a mutual fund. Find out if you're a teacher. Find out where your school pension fund is going. And demand that you pull your money out of these gun manufacturers. Forget the National Rifle Association. Now, if you're in show business, you hire a manager or an agent so they can take all the heat when you say, I don't want to do this gig. That's Wayne LaPierre's job. He's there to take the heat for Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, Sturm, Ruger and Company, Glock, and Kimber Manufacturing. Any hedge fund, any mutual fund, any investment advisor who owns stock in Smith & Wesson, Sig Sauer, Sturm, Ruger and Company, Glock, and Kimber Manufacturing are your enemy. They're the
No
enemy.
doubt about that. I mean, look, these efforts are occasionally successful. one of the things that people used to do starting back in the 60s was they would buy a couple of shares in a stock in Nestle or in somebody that was doing something terrible. And then they would go to the stockholders meetings and attempt to speak and to make it clear what their investing company was doing. And there were occasional cases where it did make a difference and there was corporate responsibility was undertaken. But in many of them, people kind of gave that up as a tactic. What you're suggesting is a little different, which is to go to those pension funds that are incredibly more valuable than your individual, 5 shares of stock, and try to get them to do the same thing. Make it clear we're not supporting these policies. And in fact, we're pulling our money out unless you change those policies and get with a sensible, non-extremist view of guns and the American people.
Well, I've mentioned this over and over again on the show. I want to run it by you. It's an idea I had that nobody can shoot holes through. If you'll pardon, the President of the United States, through executive order, can disbar, it's called disbarment. The U.S. government is a purchasing agent. We buy guns. And it's well within the right of the Commander-in-Chief of the United States military to declare if you're manufacturing weapons for the military, you cannot sell the same weapons to ordinary consumers. Make a choice. That's simple. With the stroke of a pen, as far as I can tell, you're a lawyer. Is there anything the Supreme Court could do to a commander-in-chief who says, I don't want our military buying from the same people who arm our enemy, consumers? Does the commander-in-chief have that?
Yeah, I believe the commander-in-chief does have that power. Now, here's the problem. We have a commander-in-chief who wouldn't give that 10 seconds of thought. And number two, even if he did, it's quite possible that at least 5, if not 6 of the Supreme Court justices would create a new doctrine that would prevent that from being done because somebody would sue, one of these gun manufacturers would sue, it'd go to the Supreme Court, and I have zero confidence in what the court is going to do.
That would set a precedent, excuse me for 1 second.
Yep.
So the court overturns that, and then that would set a precedent by which the federal government can no longer decide who they buy goods and services from. There can no longer be any strings attached to who they buy cloud computing from, who they buy rockets from, who they buy automobiles from, that set CAFE standards. What who determines what the federal government buys then? The whole purpose of a federal government is to influence the trajectory of the economy by determining what they buy and what they don't buy, since we're 1/3 of the economy.
Of course. But, and I'm sure I've said it on this show before, the court these days ignores its own precedents, puts a kibosh on all kinds of things that would otherwise make sense, comes up with this cockamamie constitutional reasoning to go and do whatever they want to do. I mean, I think, and a number of commentators today have said, look, it's now clear that this court is no interest in the Constitution, has just become one more political arm, in this case, of the Republican Party. Joe Biden, remember, and I want to step back and say I'm delighted that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump, or I think we'd probably all be in jail now. But he's the guy who, when Clarence Thomas was nominated to be on the Supreme Court, not only listened to Anita Hill, but refused to allow 2 other women to testify to precisely the same kind of sexual harassment that Anita Hill had already described. there's a wonderful book by Jane Meyer called Strange Justice. It's just about the confirmation hearing of Clarence Thomas. I know, I sat there and watched that confirmation, and I read the book and I thought, why doesn't some woman in the state of Delaware decide to challenge Joe Biden in his next Senate campaign? Because it was so disgusting that he wouldn't allow these women to testify. They would have made a big difference. They had stories that were at least as powerful as those of women accusing Brett, drunk would-be rapist Kavanaugh to get on the United States Supreme Court.
That was the year of women getting elected to the Senate and Congress.
That it was. It was.
Well, we need women the right women to start running for office.
That's correct. Unfortunately, as we know, there was a recount down there in Texas, and Jessica Cisneros lost. And Nancy Pelosi now has a firm vote in the unlikely event that she remains Speaker of the House. One of the things that's been going on in these hearings, which I was very skeptical about the way in which these are going to be held, but I've watched them, both of them, in more than I had expected to in the last couple of days. They're very well orchestrated. They are, of course, orchestrated by a television producer, which Fox News finds so horrifying. But the truth is, they have managed to do in a very short period of time what it took the Watergate Committee 7 months to do, which is to explain in a reasonable chronological fashion all the terrible things that Donald Trump has done. And instead of having every member of the Select Committee pontificate for a while and then everyone ask questions, they assign the questioning to certain people, different every day. And that has made it smooth and coherent and absolutely breathtaking. I now believe that it could have an effect on some of the Senate races where people like Ron Johnson, who has always, been just a nitwit, but now he looks like he's really corrupt, and it looks like the evidence is there to prove it. And in some of those tight Senate races, I'm now, after this week, I think there's starting to be a little bit of a dent in the feelings of those Republicans who used to just be kind of, we're corporate, we like it, we like to lower the taxes, but maybe they don't like to lower it if the only way you do that is to be a corrupt politician.
The Republicans apparently made a mistake. They don't have Jim Jordan haranguing the committee chair and interrupting and turning it into a spectacle. The Democrats are allowed to conduct. Nancy Pelosi is a disgrace, especially for supporting Henry Cuellar over Jessica Cisneros. However, she does deserve credit for saying this is who serves on the committee and this is who doesn't. You can't have Jim Jordan on the committee because he's under investigation. We're investigating him.
That's right.
For this. So by boycotting the committee, one would like to think that the American people could be swayed, but I would assume the only people watching this are the ones who've already been swayed. Tell me about Senator Ron Johnson from Wisconsin. He apparently claims he didn't know that one of his aides had approached Mike Pence with a slate of different electors. Is that correct?
That is correct. Now, having hung around the staff of the Senate for many, many decades, it is, I would say, not unusual. I'd say it is absolutely 100% impossible for a staff member of a sitting senator to just do something that dramatic without telling his or her boss, this is what I'm going to do, or let me know can I do this? You just don't operate that way if you're on the staff of a United States senator. So I think it's just one more case of Johnson lying. Johnson defeated a guy that Russ Feingold, who I knew somewhat, and it was a truly good person. And I after Johnson had been in there about three years, I was talking to Russ Feingold, and I said, "What has this guy actually done?" And he said, "Nothing at all." And of course, he was reelected. And now, of course, yesterday on the show, they ran this. I don't want to get into Triumph, the Insult Comic Dog, but on Colbert last night, they did a wonderful piece where they run a footage of Johnson being asked this question: Did you know about this alternative slate of elected? And he says, "I'm on the phone right now." And one of the journalists following behind him said, "You're not on the phone. I can see your screen." Yep.
So what do you think? We had Professor Greg Barrett, criminologist, on earlier. He thinks this is a slam dunk and that they've got Trump and they're going to lock him up. I love Professor Greg Barrett. I hope he's right, but do you think there's any chance they're locking?
Yeah, I do think there's some chance, and I think it is growing. And whatever is the content of not so much the documentary made by the BBC guy who it will soon air on the Discovery Channel or whatever it's called, the CNN parent company owns it. It's the outtakes of that I think are most interesting, because that's where you might find pieces of interviews with his family, for example, where they say things they wish they hadn't said, or commentary. But the few pieces that have been leaked to CNN or CNN obtained it, wonder how that happened. But CNN, they're pretty interesting, but they're not conclusive of the august, enormous criminality that most of us think Donald Trump was involved in. When you look at today's hearing and you look at these kind of career Justice Department people who were told that they should all resign, well, they were told they were going to be displaced by a guy who worked in the civil division of the Justice Department. I just blocking on his name right now, but the guy had never argued a case in
Jeffrey
court. Jeffrey Clark from Harvard. He went to Harvard. That's great. That doesn't mean you're qualified to be the Attorney General of the United States.
It means you're not qualified. I'm serious.
Yeah, well, I know two people who went to Harvard Law School and might be qualified, but in general, it's just, it's a luxury that most people cannot afford. But you can't. So what Clark was saying was, he's sitting there with two of his colleagues, including one who was the acting Attorney General. The acting Attorney General listens to Clark and he said, this is nonsense. I think he used even harsher words. We cannot do this. And Trump basically says, look, all I want you to do, and Clark said he would do this, is just say there were irregularities. The Justice Department has investigated and found that there are irregularities in the voting in a number of states. That's all you need to say. And then I, the president, will just work with Republicans in the House to make sure Biden is not elected. I mean, what do you need besides that? To know that here is a president who has been informed by numerous people that there is no that there is no case for fraud in any of the states that he claimed fraud was occurring. And you just say it, Mr. Clark, and then I'll take care of the rest.
Right.
Nixon didn't go that far. I mean, it's kind of interesting. I used to talk to John Dean when I was on radio before he, when he had just started to be willing to talk about Watergate. But he talks about it a lot, and he makes a lot of good points about how these sets of hearings are much better than the Watergate hearings. I was the pastor of a church in New Hampshire during the summer of the Watergate hearings. I was just riveted to them, watched them every day, and but they were kind of a mess. It was only when the discovery was made of tapes that Richard Nixon had kept that everybody started to desert that sinking ship.
Well, they were gathering the information in real time. As I remember reading, it was in like 1973.
Yep.
This July 6th committee had a year to block the shooting, rehearse their lines. They're using a teleprompter. So you are a officer of the court. Is that correct, Reverend Barry W. Lynn?
That is correct.
You are a lawyer?
I am.
And a member of the Supreme Court Bar?
That is true.
When 3 members of the Justice Department, Jeffrey Rosen, Engel, Donahue, are brought into the Oval Office as officers of the court, as the acting Attorney General, Jeffrey Rosen, is sitting in the Oval Office, and the President of the United States presents to him a plan a criminal conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States. I believe, would this be treason or sedition?
I think it's sedition.
Sedition, right in front of your eyes.
Right.
What is your responsibility as an acting Attorney General when you are being asked to participate in a crime? What is your responsibility?
Your responsibility is to report it before they ask you to talk to a select committee 16 months later. Yeah. Look.
Excuse me for one second, Reverend, before this committee adjourns, please hold your thought.
Okay.
Do you remember what you were about to say?
Yeah.
Okay, remember what you were about to say.
Okay.
And also remember, please, that you are under oath.
Okay.
Or at least you're swearing to yourself that I'm a bastard. So is he an accessory after the fact? If he knew that the President of the United States, if Jeffrey A. Rosen, acting Attorney General, 3 days before January 6th, attended a meeting where a president was hell-bent on committing sedition, you say?
Yeah.
And he didn't do anything to stop it? Is he an accessory after the fact?
I think he is. What I was about to say was, even if that's a stretch, what we see happening with so many of these witnesses, important as they may be toward getting a criminal prosecution of the former president, they're not heroes. They are not heroes. The fact that Lynn Cheney makes great speeches at the select committee does not mean she is a person who she's getting some kind of Profiles in Courage award, I understand.
That she deserves. And the truth, I mean,
no, wait a minute. No.
But if you read Ted Sorensen's book, it was written by Ted Sorensen, not JFK.
Right.
A profile in courage is when a piece of human excrement finally does something and pays a political price for doing something courageous. It's a movie. It's where the piece of human excrement has one come to Jesus moment and does something correct, and that's an act of courage. That's like every movie.
Right.
So it is a profile in courage as defined
by Ted Sorensen. Yes, but by any other normal moral standard, if you're against women's rights, if you couldn't care less about the wealth disparity in this country, if you are constantly increasing military expenditures, and then you do this one thing, you get a little when I went to the YMCA as a young person,
Easy now. We don't want to talk about your past.
there always used to be a lecture given by somebody, and they would say, you know, if you, and then they would pull up a piece of paper like this and it would draw on it, and then they'd say, if you apologize, and then they'd put an eraser on that line of paper, and they'd say, but it's still there. The smudge is still there. You're not perfect. I always remembered that. That's what I feel with these guys, including that, you know, the wonderful comments by the Speaker of the House in Arizona, who explained he's a Mormon, he's deeply religious. He said it offended every fiber in my body to be asked to overturn a lawful election. The day before,
underwear in knots up my.
The day before, he had talked to the Associated Press, and he said, well, if Trump were to run again, was the nominee, I'd vote for him. Okay, that ain't even a profile encouraged by the Sorensen standard. It just isn't.
Yes. Well, by the way, Paul Pelosi has been charged with driving under the influence of alcohol and causing injury and driving with 0.08% blood alcohol. By the way, 0.08% is still higher than his wife's approval rating. So what are we looking at? It's a misdemeanor charge, 5 years of probation, a minimum of 5 days in jail. And all right.
Well, you've got the professors and Mary. Do you have Mary Ann?
Would you like to stick around and play the role?
No, I have to get ready to go do an all-day drive to New England tomorrow. But I do want to say
with the
grandkids. But I want to next week on this show. I have some very interesting people I want to bring to the attention. A First Amendment lawyer who's superb, and a former non-registrant for selective service. And in separate sections, I'd like to answer this question. I'd like to explore this question. Why do we have criminal laws on the books if we're not going to enforce them? And I just want to look at a couple of examples of federal criminal statutes that are rarely, if ever, enforced, but hang over the heads of people in various occupations or statuses and could be used at any time. That is bad legislating, I think.
Well, whatever you want, whatever you want to do. So I'm honored to have you here. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn is an ordained minister in the United Church of Christ. For nearly a quarter of a century, he ran Americans United for Separation of Church and State, which has never been more important. And he is a lawyer, a member of the Supreme Court Bar. Go to barrywlynn.com for the man's lectures, sermons, and appearances on several television shows, including Firing Line. By the way, I asked if you wanted to stay. It wasn't an invitation.
Okay, good, because you projected. You thought, wait a minute, I bet he's going to Massachusetts. I mean, he hasn't been there for weeks. What are the children going to do without Grammy and Pop Pop?
They're dragging you down. I'm just telling you. Did I tell you my joke?
What joke? You've told many jokes. Some of them are quite funny.
If I knew how great grandchildren were, I would have had sex with my grandmother.
Now I just want to remind you.
I'm sorry.
Before you go to this panel,
sorry.
I was told on numerous occasions that the next time you came to Washington, you would be taking me out to dinner. Now, without revealing whether you were or were not a part of the arrests at the Capitol involving Triumph the Insult Comic Dog, I do know I didn't get an invitation. And because you would never mislead a person about going to dinner, I'd be willing to testify you weren't even here. How's that?
I said I would buy you and your wife dinner in Washington, D.C. And as I was being handcuffed, the first thing I thought is I just saved $200.
Yeah, there's so few vegan restaurants in Washington to charge whatever 3 into 200 is. But next time, just bring the dog with you.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you.
By the way, I'm laughing, but it is just for the record, I take this very seriously, and I'm laughing because I'm nervous. So it was a horrifying experience.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. Okay. Good night.
Thank you. Stay out of trouble, Reverend.
Only good trouble. Bye-bye.
Well, let's go to Joe in Norway. And I've done some defensive eating, and then we will do our ASMR for the eyes. Joe in Norway, today it's a pickle cam.
Yes, glad to have you back.
Thank
Glad
you.
you made it. You look
Thank you.
very revitalized. You should spend more time down in DC.
Yeah, they're very friendly place.
Yeah, so the local grocery had a bunch of nearly off-the-shelf items. So they were giving me a deep discount on some old turnips and some aubergine, eggplant. They even cut off the rotten parts for me. So I figured I might as well make some pickles. All of that, all the courts and the politicians are just reminding me of a very pickled, preserved situation.
Okay. Thank you, Joe in Norway. We will watch your pickle cam. It is now time for the professors and Marianne. Professor Marianne is not with us today. I think she's traveling. So
she's on a 3-hour tour, David.
3-hour tour. Yes. Let us start with Professor Adnan Hussein joins us, Professor Jonathan Bick, Professor Ann Lee. Let's start with Professor Ann Lee, who you can read over at the Daily Kos. Read her. Her handle is Annie Lee. What is on your mind today? It's good to see you and hear you.
Good to see you too. Well, it was a very busy day today, and I think the select committee was pretty much on message today, and I think all the little memes that needed to be thrown out there that, people were actually paying attention, they were there all the time. It's just that I think it really hammered it home, particularly on the issue of trying to get the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security to, excuse me, in effect, seize voting machines, among other horrible things. But at the same time, I think this is, I think it's about timing as well. The Supreme Court did do a lot of horrible things, and you've already discussed it in the earlier segments, but I think it's incredibly problematic relative to trying to delimit concealed carry regulations in the United States, or in reverse order, trying to say that because there is a history, a vague history of the right to keep and bear arms, that all concealed carry regulations should be voided nationally is a bit out there. And I wrote a little thing on, when you read the Breyer dissent, he really goes through and essentially tells Clarence Thomas he's full of crap, which it's a useful decision to read. But my big thing of today is that there's some movement towards including anti-money laundering regulation in some of the national national legislation, and it has some very strange sponsors and co-sponsors in the bill. It's called the Enablers Act, and it has Steve Cohen, the very crazy guy from Tennessee. I think he's incredibly funny, actually. And well, Tom Malinowski, who's not quite as funny, and who from New Jersey, and Joe Uli Wilson from South Carolina. Is so there's some interesting people who are co-sponsoring it, but in effect, what it does is it requires American banks to be more circumspect about accountability to foreign money relative to anti-laundering, which, and what's more interesting is that they never paid attention before, which explains why all that foreign money wound up in the U.S. getting laundered.
Right.
So that this is, and the thing is, the horse has already escaped the barn, and undoubtedly there'll be workarounds and stuff like that. But at least there's some attention being paid to that. So there was a little bit of brightness on one side, but on the other hand, all these other crazy things are happening at the Supreme Court.
Right. So January 6th, the Thomas ruling and money laundering. That's a good topic. Let's go to Professor Jonathan Bick, who will be with us Friday night teaching Star Trek and The Twilight Zone, but not in that order.
That's right. Twilight Zone at 11 o'clock Eastern, and Star Trek on Saturday. I believe it's 1 o'clock this Saturday.
What would you like to talk about?
I would also like to talk about the Supreme Court and its many doings. David, a lot of important decisions have been made by the Supreme Court in the last couple of weeks. And there are 9 cases left to be decided in this term. And they're all going to be bad. I'm putting my money on bad. So I'd like to talk about, some of your earlier guests talk about, just briefly touch on the guns decision that came out today. I'd like to talk about a couple of different cases involving religion, freedom of religion. A case that is going to be released in the next couple of weeks on climate change. And of course, abortion.
Yeah. Are they going to? Yeah, go ahead.
And I wanted to touch on how the Supreme Court is being perceived by the American public. A new Gallup poll was released today about people's confidence in the Supreme Court as an institution.
Okay. And Professor Adnan Hussein, what would you like to talk about today?
Well, besides just noting that Afghanistan is suffering a terrible earthquake that has caused 1,000 deaths and probably many more. And, there's not much to say other than to remark that a 5.9 or 6.1 Richter scale, earthquake wouldn't, be so devastating if it wasn't for the fact that the country has no infrastructure despite 20 years of so-called reconstruction. So it's a social disaster as much as it is, a natural one. And of course, it's just following from a famine and the sanctioning and expropriating of Afghanistan after the US pullout. So I don't want to go too much into detail there, but it's just something to note. What I hope we might get a chance to talk about is labor actions rising in the UK, the RMT workers strike, rail strikes spreading dramatically, one day kind of strikes that they've been doing, one on Tuesday, one today, and possibly on Saturday as well. And the fact that this seems to be part of a wider public sector and other essential worker strike wave that is brewing in what I think will be a long, hot summer of discontent, and how the government is responding or not responding appropriately. I think that's important to talk about this in terms of, responses to inflation, which is clearly being engineered in such a way to be, borne principally by workers as a way to undermine any potential wage increase. And also how disappointing and pathetic the Labor Party leadership. Their name is the Labor Party. And they are telling front benchers, the Keir Starmer, the head of the Labor Party, is telling front benchers, that is shadow cabinet ministers, shadow ministers, the people who are leaders of the Labor Party and would take on ministerial positions should they form government, not to join picketing by, striking rail workers. Astonishing. So something we should perhaps talk about.
Okay, great stuff. Let's start off with the January 6 hearings, since that's the big story. Who amongst us watched it? I was too busy talking about the hearings to watch them, so they were going on while we're doing the show. Professor Ann Lee, you watched them, and going back to our earlier conversation, do you think it's moving? Do we have any indication whether or not it's moving the needle for people who are sympathetic to Trump? And is it moving the needle for Merrick Garland? Is Merrick Garland finding some new courage to raid the home of Jeffrey Clark today? Do you think he raided?
I think, I'm of the school that sort of saw it as, sort of Niagara Falls, slowly returns step by step. I think Merrick Garland is the kind of person who doesn't really speak very much about the ongoing, investigation. And I do think actually everything is falling into place. I think the real bombshells are still waiting to drop. The Alexander Holder film, and it may have one or two very serious outtakes in it.
He's the documentarian who was following the Trump family.
Yeah, and I think what mainstream media is focusing on mainly is how it is sort of monumentally bizarre that some people in the White House didn't know that the film crew was running around, and that it was sort of monumental ego that Trump Jr. described it as a legacy project for, in other words, this would be, the sort of triumph of the will for the, remainder of the presidency for life. And they didn't care what they said. And so I think it's.
So what could we end up seeing?
Oh, I think, Trump has already confessed. I mean, I think a lot of at least people in the liberal side of media have sort of said that Trump on numerous occasions now has essentially confessed to crimes, and I think it'll just nail it down for sure, because we have now so many different little things that they're just sort of moved into place, and that Merrick Garland, all he has to do is move forward. And I agree that they don't have there doesn't have to be a criminal referral. I think everything else is beginning to fall into place, and that I think things are actually well timed. Some of them are stunts. I think today's stunt to send the FBI in at 6 a.m. to search Clark's house is just simply a stunt, but I think it does state, exactly how serious they're going to be with Clark, because it seems pretty clear that they're going to squeeze him very, very hard to give up Trump, or at least give up Eastman. And I think we'll see, there'll be indictments. It just, we all have to be very patient, let it happen step by step. And, because otherwise we have all these stunts going on anyway, these insane false equivalencies being thrown up by the GOP. There's this whole side narrative about recriminations against Kevin McCarthy because he didn't put Jim Jordan and Matt Gaetz on the select committee. And so there's a lot of finger pointing that's peripheral to try and draw us away from the very key points that we're getting closer to, the top. And even though there's some shifting of trials, like the Proud Boys trials are being shifted into December, I think there's a certain timing that's going on here. And as much as we'd all like, instant gratification, I think it's going to take a little while, but the bad things for the Republicans are going to happen.
Ask Professor Hussein and Professor Bick and you, if the Mueller report came out at the end of Trump's presidency and was handed over to Merrick Garland, what would have happened?
Obstruction of justice charges would have happened. That's just my opinion. It seemed very clear that there was clearly obstruction, and we still have, in effect, and that's what made me think when Merrick Garland went to Ukraine that he was going there to with the side mission to get more stuff from Zelensky on Trump, which is what I really hoped was going on there.
Well, that's interesting. Go on. Give us a context, please.
Well, Merrick Garland was in Ukraine 2 days ago, and the claim was that he was getting more information about war crimes prosecution and that kind of stuff. But I think that's a dodge.
ICC that we don't belong to.
That's right. But on the one hand, it was meant to sort of cover Zelensky on the whole business of trying to prosecute war crimes, which was in effect a response to the fact that American foreign fighters have been are being held hostage by the Russians, and so that's even more problematic.
Wait, are you saying that the Biden administration is telling Zelensky, we can give you weapons, but I need you to do me a favor? We need dirt and Trump. This poor Zelensky can't get a break.
Well, in effect, that was sort of going on, but it is a complex process. I mean, was it yesterday they delivered medium-range missiles, some very good missiles. It's the top of the line U.S. missile systems, which will put the hurt on the Russians, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your position. But I do think that there's a side, there must be a side mission there. I would assert that there's one, because I do think that probably Zelensky's held in his back pocket a whole bunch of stuff that they probably have on Trump. I do think that there's something going on there. And
at what point, what else do you need on Trump? I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches.
Well, considering how Trump is, he's just all about the lawfare. I mean, about throwing lawyers at the problem. At some moment, he's trying. It's a war of attrition, a legal war of attrition, and I think that Garland is, as the cliche goes, keeping his powder dry. I think it's all going to, it's all going to come down at once. Well, not at once, maybe, but it's going to build. I do think that everyone's trying to play the politics as best they can, even though some people are incredibly inept at it.
Right. Professor Bick, your thoughts on January 6th, and let's turn to the Supreme Court, if you don't mind.
Yeah, so just quickly on January 6th, it was a year and a half ago, and we still have not charged any of the major people involved with this. And we have the midterms coming up in less than 6 months. not sure Democratic Party's doing the best job they could in handling this whole thing. I'm I want to believe that what Ann Lee is saying is going to come to pass, and that many of these people are going to be held accountable. I'll believe it when I see it. I do not have a lot of confidence in Merrick Garland. He's given us no reason to believe that we should have that confidence so far. But maybe he's doing his job as an impartial attorney general and building a case, and he's going to unleash it upon those who engaged in an attempted coup against the United States. But again, I will believe it when I see it. And as for Trump himself, I can't imagine. I mean, what's been going on in New York State, where they seem to have mountains of evidence against them, and still they will not bring the case. And people have resigned from New York State's district attorney's office because of that failure. I don't know. I can't be overly optimistic at this point, but I hope I'm wrong. I certainly hope I'm wrong on that.
Professor Hussein?
Just a quick question on this. I mean, is there a statute of limitations? What is the statute of limitations on obstruction of justice? So you said, if it had been closer to the election, why can't they do this? Why haven't they done this? This is to Prof. John's point, that maybe there's no real intention of doing anything very serious here, because surely if there were manifest, evidence of obstruction of justice that they thought was serious and actionable, why a year and a half, 2 years? I mean, when did the Mueller report come? It was 2019? Or was it 2018? 2019. I mean, why can't they act on it?
There's and I just looked it up. I think they freeze the statute of limitations for a sitting president until after he leaves. Mm-hmm. Obstruction of justice, it has 6 years in the state courts. And as for federal, I don't see it. But I don't think we're quite approaching the statute of limitations yet.
Right. So, I mean, maybe they're just trying to time it for the midterms. Maybe Merrick Garland will make appearances in, late September and October. I mean, I just don't think that they're all that serious. It's really more political theater. If this was a very serious legal process, might we not have seen more action, earlier?
Can you hear? Go ahead, Professor Lee.
Well, it does seem to me that, as encouraged as we are by various things, there's always other weird contingencies that are part of it. For example, indicting Trump for all of those things in Georgia probably won't get too far relative to the Georgia legal system at the state level.
What do you mean?
With all due respect to the conservative quality of Georgia courts, don't think that even though you're going to have the district attorney of Fulton County moving forward, you have a much more conservative attorney general and a variety of other things that I think would get all bollocksed up. But the reality, of course, is that those charges can still be used at the federal and to help build a federal case. So I think there are a lot of moving parts to this. Similarly for the New York stuff, that I think if you combine them all together, they make a very convincing, at least an obstruction or some other kind of conspiracy. And I think we have all the pieces being, put into play. I think there's enough being put into place already. It's certainly clear that some career prosecutors say that there's enough to at least charge Trump, if not convict him.
How much do you have to factor in, if you're Merrick Garland, that 75 million people voted, 75 million well-armed people voted for Donald Trump?
Well, I still think it's a rule of law issue, and we still have an army that's not completely fragmented. And it's really awful to think in those terms. But ultimately, relative to January 6th, if the armed forces had been a little bit more iffy, things could have been different.
And the Republican Party, we purposely keep Republicans off this show. There are no honest Republicans left. They're not welcome on this show. Try to read their tiny little minds. If you're Mitch McConnell or Kevin McCarthy, are they secretly rooting for Merrick Garland? They do one thing and say another. Don't they secretly wish Trump would go away? Don't they? Would they be upset if he were locked up? Wouldn't that free up Ron DeSantis and some new nut jobs?
I suppose so.
All right, let's talk about guns, something more cheerful.
Oh boy.
Professor Bick?
Yeah, so I'll just say regarding the ruling today in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association, Inc. versus Bruin, the Supreme Court invalidated New York State law that's a century old. It placed restrictions on concealed carry of firearms in public. The law required those applying for permits to carry guns outside the home to demonstrate proper cause to do so. And the Supreme Court said you don't need to show proper cause. You can do it any reason you want. The court's ruling is likely to imperil gun control laws in other states and undermine local lawmakers' ability to combat mass shootings, which have taken hundreds of lives so far this year, not to mention guns generally that have taken thousands of people's lives so far. The court is making regulation of the ownership of guns at the federal, state, and local level increasingly more difficult. And this is in the face of majority support for substantial gun control measures. I mean, the U.S. has tens of thousands of deaths due to guns every year, far more per capita than any other developed nation. And and we have this endless wave of mass shootings in the news, and the Supreme Court doesn't care. They want to block people's ability to make laws to protect themselves. That's what they're doing. And it's based on I was going to say radical interpretation, but it's not even an honest interpretation of the Second Amendment. In the case Heller, that was decided in the 90s by Antonin Scalia, or written by him.
It was about 10 years ago, I believe.
Oh, was it 10 years ago? Okay. Yeah, there's 2008, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the first time that the Supreme Court said that owning a gun is an individual right, as opposed to a right that was afforded to militias, a well-regulated militia. And Scalia just said, I'm going to ignore the first part of the sentence that makes up the Second Amendment. So what we have to realize is that the Supreme Court is a all-powerful institution that can decide without regard to past precedent or for the plain language of the law and the Constitution whatever they want. That's what it comes down to. And that is not an institution that should have any democratic legitimacy. You have essentially a 9-person dictatorship if they want to make it that. They can just read it the way they want and say, this is what the Constitution means. And we can afford certain people or certain institutions like corporations constitutional rights that are clearly not in the Constitution. But what are you going to do? We interpret it. And we're letting them get away with this, despite what's in the Constitution about Congress being able to preclude legislation from judicial review? The Congress doesn't do that. They have the power to do it. They don't do it. And I don't have a lot of faith in this presidential administration to hold the court's power at bay either.
Right. Marbury versus Madison. That's the problem.
Which is where the court simply asserted the power to overrule acts of Congress and to be able to declare them unconstitutional and invalidate them. It just seized an enormous amount of power for itself that was not in the Constitution.
Right. It's almost as though the richest 1%, the oligarchs, want it that way. They don't trust our democracy. They rather have 9 people deciding instead of 435 members of Congress. And
it also agrees with your point, David, earlier about the gun industry, that in effect what this ruling creates is a slight jolt for the gun market, particularly the handgun market. This is really a handgun ruling, and it's unfortunate, but that's what's going to happen. You're going to have a slight jump in that. And unfortunately, there's snarky people like Samuel Alito, who made some side comment about how, this wouldn't have affected the Buffalo massacre at all, and then you have the contrast. It is about things going on at the same time. That is the sort of the gun measure in the Senate at being moved forward. There's a lot of political elements to that, aside from the wackiness of Marjorie Taylor Greene demanding that Mitch McConnell resign or something. It's just, you have the circus still goes on, but it is all about the chaos. And I preempted Adnan. So, Adnan?
Oh, just perhaps Prof. John will have a lot of other cases that he wants to talk about. So I don't know if this is an appropriate time to raise the larger question of the popularity of the court, public perception of it. But it just seems to me, since you raised the whole unconstitutional nature of their acquiring these powers of judicial review ever since John Marshall and the famous Marbury versus Madison decision, might this be an opportune time, given historic unpopularity of some of its decisions that are coming out, to really question and reverse that role? Like, could there be a real political movement built around discrediting the court as an incredibly undemocratic institution that was never meant constitutionally to wield such incredible authority to roll back democratic legislation, like legislation that passes in Congress? I think it could be a good opportunity to say that, the court has really, I know this has happened on the right, for years because of their wanting to discredit what they saw as the so-called activist court. But in fact, actually, that is just a very, very brief period in the history of the court that really is much more characterized and marked by Plessy versus Ferguson's and, other horrible decisions that are either pro-corporate or racist or anti-democratic. And so I think now might be a time to build some sort of a public movement politically to say, well, a lot of these decisions are illegitimate and this isn't the appropriate power of the court, and restrict them to, a much more narrow understanding of what their role is constitutionally.
I would agree with that. I would say that it does have to be a movement, because I don't see Biden, spear pointing this type of thing, or the Congress. Certainly, as Barry Lynn said, the Senate, which itself is an anti-democratic institution, is not going to pass major reforms of the Supreme Court, given its current composition and given the toleration by the Democrats of the filibuster. I'll just quickly go through a couple of cases that I think are particularly important and that are going to be.
These are the 8 cases that we have left.
I'm not going to go through all of them. I just want to mention 3 that are coming out and then a couple that just came out. As far as freedom of religion goes and separation of church and state, the court ruled a few days ago in Carson versus Macon that people can use state-funded tuition vouchers. This is money coming from the state government.
This is Maine, right?
This is Maine, right? State of Maine, where the case originated, for religious private schools. This is a boost to the conservative movement's larger war on public schools. You know, if they can divert state funding into getting more students in private religious schools, they're going to do it. And it's going to be predominantly in red states, but it could happen in blue ones as well. It's a way of, again, draining funds from public schools and, you know, chipping away, taking chunks out of the wall between church and state. And whatever you think of the founding fathers of this country, that's one thing they got right. They saw the destruction that was caused by mixing religion and government in the United States before the Constitution was founded, which is why God is never mentioned once in the U.S. Constitution. And why it is wise to keep it separate, right? You should not be funding private religious institutions with public dollars. That is bad for not only religion, but it's bad for government. So, and it's just an area where it's going to have unending conflict. So it's, you know, they saw this in, Massachusetts, right? Burning people alive at the stake. Not great policy, to say the least. So there's that. And then we're expecting a decision in the case Kennedy versus Bremerton School District involving a former Washington State high school football coach who lost his job for praying at the 50-yard line after games. Lawyers for the coach, Joe Kennedy, argued that he should be allowed to express his faith in public, saying it is protected by the First Amendment under the free speech and free exercise clauses. The school district said it suspended Kennedy to avoid violating the Establishment Clause of the Constitution by appearing to endorse a particular faith. During oral arguments in April, the justices seemed sympathetic to Kennedy. So
this would be a public school. And let me ask Professor Bick, let me ask Professor Ann Lee, Professor Adnan Hussein, you all played football in high school.
Yeah, right.
You're trying to please the coach. He has a Christian prayer. Are you going to compromise how you were raised to please the coach? I would. And I would turn you in for not praying.
Well, Ann Lee was a linebacker, so I was not going to stand up against
middle
her.
linebacker. That's right.
What is the trauma of forcing somebody to pray to a God they don't worship in order to appease the coach?
Well, I have to say that I encountered these sorts of situations all the time growing up as a Muslim, especially when I lived in places like Virginia, near Lynchburg, Virginia, home to the moral majority. Jerry Falwell's headquarters in Liberty University. So it was a very conservative Christian culture. there.
The
And
name Lynchburg.
yeah, yeah, wonderful name. Yes. And I remember absenting myself from Christmas carols, although I actually have learned quite a few of them and don't mind singing them to myself in the shower. But it was like a point of pride for me to say, hey, listen, I don't, celebrate Christmas, and it's not part of my religion. This shouldn't be a school activity that, I have to participate in. I mean, it's fine on other bases. I mean, if people all want to do it, that's fine, but I shouldn't be required to do it. And, people actually in that time and that era, they were probably so taken aback by, a Muslim in their midst, and it was pre 9/11. So it was before a lot of the, political sensitivity and fears of terrorism were there. So they just sort of accepted it. I was just some weird person off on the side, doing my own thing, doing my math problems, or like whatever else, I did in that era. I certainly wasn't training for the football team, but so that comes up a lot, and it takes quite a bit of courage, I think, to say, hey, listen, this is not, appropriate for everyone to be required to participate in, a religious prayer or religious activity in a public school. I mean, if it had been a Catholic school, of course, I wouldn't have had the same standing to do that, but it was a public school. So I'm with Professor John that these things need to be kept separate, if only to preserve dissent for people who don't believe in any religion and people who have different religions. There are a lot of assumptions that this is a Christian nation. And that is Sunday is not a normal work day. Christmas is a public holiday, and these things are part of the secularized Christian culture that is sort of the bedrock of, the country. I'm not saying that those need to be changed, but there are a lot of assumptions that go on with people just as believing that this is a Christian country. And so that line between the secular and the sacred established church and public institutions has to be watched pretty carefully, because it's very easy to just fall into this majoritarian sort of culture. Well, unfortunately, I think the problem is that the right-wing Christians have turned that sort of discourse into themselves as victims of. This is the problem, is that they have appropriated the idea of religious freedom as they should be able to have this in public institutions, and the fact that it's not allowed, they make it out to be that they are victims of some kind of secular, humanist suppression of their religious rights. So they look at it in a completely different way.
Isn't that a bit of a cultural dodge anyway? Because the point is that if you have a not unlike school vouchers trying to allocate public money to private schools, whether they're religious or not, isn't that a bit of double dipping anyway? Because in terms of the tax status for religious schools, that is, they're being subsidized double over, and you don't even have to talk about religion. It's just, frankly, an economic problem, a problem of administrative law or public financing.
Why wasn't that brought up in the court case?
Well, yeah, well, that's why I think that this is more of a Barry Lynn question, but it does seem to me that someone should step forward and say, well, okay, if you're going to demand public money in vouchers or whatever for private schools, particularly religious schools, then their tax status has to be reevaluated.
Well, Professor Adnan Hussain is chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. In Florida last week, a Florida synagogue announced that it was suing Ron DeSantis over his abortion bans after 15 weeks of pregnancy, saying that the Jewish religion believes in abortion, and this law is in violation of the Establishment Clause. By the way, I'm going to get complaints about my saying that the Jewish religion believes in abortion. Long story short, the Jews believe in abortion. So
what you mean to say is that historically rabbis have interpreted many cases in such a way that it allowed, preservation.
If the
of women's
mother's
decisions on this.
psychological, if the
Yeah.
mother's psychological health is at stake,
Yeah.
then you can get an abortion. The only reason for an abortion, is it for the mother's psychological state. So Jews believe in abortion, and so it's the Establishment Clause by forcing people not to be allowed to get an abortion. What has that been brought up in any of your classes, Professor?
I don't teach a kind of public policy and religion sort of class, but I know that these issues about gender rights and other sorts of things do come up in courses that we teach about how one negotiates these kind of borderlines between, public policy and religion. But all I can say is also that there's very similar principles in Muslim legal interpretation about prioritizing the health of the mother. That is always like the first priority, and that obviously invests a lot of the decision in their hands, and that also you have things that are clear that establish that certainly for can't remember the exact period of time, but certainly within the first 3 months there is no funeral procedure, ritually established for miscarried children, for example, that are less than like 4 or 5 months of a pregnancy. So, there's a lot of precedents in some of these other religions that actually deal with law, questions of law and ritual in ways that Christianity hasn't typically done. Like it just, the spirit gives life and the letter killeth, right? So Paul was, trying to roll back, Jewish law in establishing a new direction in Christian theology. So I don't feel like they wrestled with it in quite the same way as a practical concern of everyday life. And in traditions where it was dealt with as a practical concern of social life, they came up with accommodations like this because they're responding to social concerns and social conditions and an idea of social interest, what's good for society. That could be incorporated. Whereas in this context, we have a very abstracted kind of moral principle that is very absolutist and not connected with, well, how do you work this out in the practicalities of daily life? Because it's not a religion of law and legal thinking. It's a religion of these kind of dramatic theological kinds of positions. And I think that is partly also why it's, why you need, to kind of immunize discussions about practicalities and public policy from, theological kinds of questions.
Is abortion a religious issue, even though it's being fought by deeply religious people who claim to be deeply religious? Does this temple have any standing in saying you're imposing your religious beliefs on us by outlawing abortion? Can a religious organization support something like outlawing abortion without outlawing abortion being a religious issue?
This is a very interesting question. I mean, we should really this is a great one for Reverend Barry Lynn, but I think what he would end up saying is that it's not the best way to approach the issue to try and establish a religious right to abortion. Okay, I think this is clearly an issue about how we understand gender roles and rights, privacy rights, rights to one's body. These have big implications. And it's a question of patriarchy here. I mean, this is really what it's about. It's like who wants to control, birth. And we connected it. The reason why the right wing is so invested in this is not just because of religion in a kind of principled, moral, ethical theology, but also, I think, connected very much to fears of decline of white populations and white dominance. And we see this in Europe, we see this in the US, and it's connected with this very fascistic right-wing racial nationalism. That, it seems to me, is really why it's being pushed so, urgently now, is it's very connected with the anti-immigrant. It's like we don't, and this whole so-called great replacement theory, it preys upon, these kinds of anxieties, and exploits them, in order to, exclude racial, ethnic, and cultural others on the one hand, and subordinate women, on the other. This is a white patriarchal kind of politics, and it's very dangerous.
Okay. Let's talk about money laundering. Speaking of religion.
The Church of Feldo doing well, I guess, David.
Well,
It's easy to circumvent the usury laws. Yeah.
oh, well, I won't talk. I wanted to talk about my credit card bill. But do you know that if you, just speaking of usury, if you borrow $700 and leave it on your credit card for a year unattended, if you forget about it, it's $2,000. It gets turned into, if you're lucky, it gets turned into $2,000.
Oh, the interest rates on credit cards are obscene, particularly given how low interest rates are now, even though the Federal Reserve is raising them. It's out of all proportion to the risk that they take. And, you can just take a look at the profits from the banks that issue them and from MasterCard and Visa and American Express, et cetera. It's obscenely profitable, and it is doing enormous damage to people who are not earning enough, because we have suppressed wages in this country for almost half a century.
Whenever you go to Banana Republic or Old Navy or the Gap, they say, take out a credit card. Oh, okay. You take out a credit card, you buy, let's say, $700, and you forget that you have an Old Navy credit card. Maybe you move, right? And you wake up a year later and it's now $2,000. You didn't buy anything more than the $700. What they do is they tack on, you don't pay it 1 month, they tack on interest. Now you owe $760. Now you're paying interest on $760. And then the next, it just compounds and compounds. And one day you wake up after a year and that $700 that you borrowed is now $2,000, to which I asked, which would be cheaper? Where would I get a better rate? From the Gambino family? If I go to the Mafia? Or Jamie Dimon at Chase? Who's giving me a better, whose VIG is less? And they can't even answer the question. When you call, they don't even train. They can't do the math. They can't explain to you what an APR is. They can't explain what I can't, I don't understand the math on this, but I know that.
I should say, David.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I definitely prefer the methods of collection of Jamie Dimon over those of the Gambino family. But
really?
Yes.
You only have
there
two
are
legs.
some legal protections for you.
Professor Lee said you only have 2 legs.
Yeah, they can find other things to break.
Hey, who never bailed out the Gambino family?
No, I guess that's true. Yeah. But I'd also say it may even be worse than that, David, because if you don't pay the minimum amount due, I think it's at least 2% now, then they can increase the rate as well as assess late fees. So not only are you paying an absurdly, they raise it from like 18% to like 29%, or I've seen it even as high as like 35% as a
If you
penalty.
tell them I'm being serious. I'm not making a joke. If you tell them you're a military family, they'll take the 35 and lower it to 30.
Well, see, they have a heart.
Love of country.
Yeah. But worse than credit cards even are these payday loans,
which are owned by the major banks.
Most
Go
of them
ahead.
are. Yeah. There you're paying the equivalent of hundreds of percentage APRs on the money you borrow. It's
One of the things I owe you an apology, Professor Bick, because about a year and a half ago, you had brought up the idea of discussing. I was on edge. But
Mutual funds.
Yeah, but not necessarily mutual funds, and I apologize. But we need to start giving out financial advice to the listeners. Because
I really agree with that, David.
Yes.
In terms of what to watch out for, how to avoid scams, how not to get caught in a cycle of debt. There is a lot of things that really are important that affect people's everyday lives that could be helpful. I agree with that.
Elaine Olin used to come on the show and talk about this, and we covered it. We had an exhaustive. But I realized so many people, including me, don't like to talk about even when I did, somebody said when I did the last Pledge-a-sode, I watched it, I was just covered in sweat, just mopping, like to the point where it was so painful I began to enjoy it. But Professor Lee and Professor Adnan Hussein, you are well steeped in Marxist theory, and do you think there's a problem on the left where we're spending, and by where I don't mean me, spending way too much time reading Marx and not understanding how the Federal Reserve works and how these criminals are stealing from us?
I don't think it's a waste of time. I think it actually points out, the VIG, if nothing else, that Marx himself was very concerned about these matters.
I think Anne likes to do both, so you can
That's
clearly
right.
do it.
Yeah, you don't have to exclude one for the other.
But I think you're right that there are a lot of practical resistance to being just victimized under capitalism that needs to, happen. I mean, I feel like I lost a lot of money by you curtailing Prof. John's advice, over the last several, couple of years. I think I could have picked up some tips and made better decisions if I'd been a little bit more educated. So I'm hoping that Prof. John will come back in because I have a retirement to want to look forward to eventually. So,
well, the Feldo Fund. Have you heard about the Feldo?
Is it a new cryptocurrency? The Feldos? No.
Our theory is just drive into the skid. We invest in ExxonMobil, Smith and Wesson, just
armaments, yes,
armament, whatever. It would be fun. In fact, we talked about this. Somebody was going to do this for me, to create an index fund that's pegged to evil. Whatever, pick the 30.
Doesn't that already exist?
Yes, it
Oh,
does. There's a conservative mutual fund, David.
Is that real?
That's
it's
like
real.
betting on war. That's like betting on wars.
They invest in gun manufacturers, tobacco companies, defense contractors. Oh yeah.
And how are they doing?
They weren't doing that well a few years ago when I heard about this, but I suspect they're doing better now. Oh, and oil, fossil fuels, big in fossil fuels. Yeah. We should,
if somebody out there knows the algorithm to create an index of 30 stocks and weight them properly, like the Dow Jones. And we would pick 30 of the most evil companies out there.
We could call it No Evil Funds.
Oh, that's great. Oh, I wonder how they're doing. No Evil Foods.
We should check in with them. Yeah.
We should check in. We should check in. Well, this was great. Thank you all. Professor Adnan Hussein, who is on the, I love that idea. No Evil Funds. Who's on the Mudgeless podcast and who's on Guerrilla History?
Well, my former PhD student, Muhammad Abdu, has just published a really interesting book called Islam and Anarchism, Relationships and Resonances, and I'll be interviewing him shortly, so look for that on the Mudgeless. And in Guerrilla History, we had a wonderful conversation with Brandon Wolf Honeycutt about the paranoid style in American diplomacy, about U.S. relationship to Iraq and the oil industry and Iraqi nationalism. And also we just recorded today, and should be out in a week, a conversation about the history of the Red Hill facility that's been leaking oil into the aquifers of the island of Oahu and poisoning the water for thousands and thousands of people, with Mickey from the Oahu Water Protectors. So we talk a little bit about that and the inspiring story of the coalition, the activist coalition that they put together for resistance against the Navy and the Department of Defense. There's a lot more yet to do, but it's a really great story. So listen for that on Guerrilla History.
How's Henry, by the way?
He's doing great. I just saw him today because we recorded with Mickey, and he's doing well, very busy, keeping busy. He's out there in Russia, and he seems to be having, a great time.
Well, tell him I said hello. Thank you. Professor Ann Lee, how do we read you over at the Daily Kos?
My handle over there is Annie Lee, ANNIELI. And at midnight, there'll probably be another Ukraine report.
Tonight on the Daily Kos. Fantastic. And Professor Jonathan Bick, how do people contact you? And can you give us a preview of tomorrow night at office hours?
Well, tomorrow night at 11 o'clock Eastern Time, I'll be doing a analysis of a Twilight Zone, and it is about a pilot in the Royal Air Corps that has some interesting experiences. I'll just leave it at that. But I think people will enjoy it, and
Lane. And Lane wasn't Lane
Yes,
maybe an Air Force cadet or something?
Yeah, so I'm dedicating this episode to Lane.
I think Lane flew bombing missions over Germany during World War II.
I don't think the timeline works out for that.
I think with Lane, I think he's a shapeshifter. I think he's lived.
Timeline works okay on the Twilight Zone.
That's right.
That's true.
Thank you both. All three, not both. Thank you, all three. And let's go to Joe in Norway on what I call the torture cam. What do you got there?
Hey, David. Yep, I chopped up all of those turnips I had and made a pickle brine with onion seed, and chili and garlic, and fenugreek. Get a nice yellow color to it. And with the leftover pickling brine, I added it to garlic, olive oil, and paprika for steamed eggplant. This will pickle overnight. Quite nice with the salad.
Fantastic.
Those are two good-looking items.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Now, Joe in Norway, Dave in PA will be teaching the creative process at office hours tomorrow. And anybody in earshot should go to the YouTube feed of this show. I don't know how Dave in PA got a picture of me behind bars, but that is exactly what my cellmate looked like when I was being held. Dave, I don't know how you got the image of the guy I shared the cell with, but
I
that,
was going to ask you how your week in North Korea was.
well, look at Dave in PA. He's captured my view in the cell of my roommate.
With Captain Hook.
The Captain Hook.
Corrections, right? This is the face of corrections.
The face of correction.
What are we correcting? Like it says here, correct these nuts.
Now, I'm going to ask you a stupid question. I forgot
what any other types.
What does ACAB stand for again? It was a cop thing, right?
Yeah.
What does
All
it stand
cops are bastards.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Is that
That's the opinion of whoever wrote that in this cell, by the way.
That's an FU, that's a Feldman University shirt, right? That's
No, but we
well, while he got some ink while he was in the clink, and he also got his education by listening to I mean, he had all the time in the world to listen to this endurable podcast, right? So so he got his FU diploma, and he got ink to prove it, and he got his hook from medical service. He's all set.
What are you going to be making today for us?
I'm going to a birthday for a little boy this weekend. So I'm going to take this block of wood and cut it up with a bandsaw and reassemble it into a box that looks like a
This
block
is
of wood.
Geppetto got started this way. You do realize.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, it's
okay.
There is a DSM number for it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna make a little box for a little boy, and it's gonna be a secret box for all his little boy things. So I figured 4-year-olds have secrets. I did.
Right, and you know our community in the chat room. They're not going to say anything bad about this. Right? But you making?
Why would they?
Yeah, that's not our community. That they would trivialize you're making a little box for a boy. Okay. Thank God nobody can read the chat room here in Zoom. So we'll be watching Dave in PA. And
now I just saw what you're looking.
Thank you, Joe in Norway, and your pick.
Before I go, actually, I just wanted to mention there's a few things on Saturday.
Yes.
So, Prof. John will do trekking with Prof. John.
I should mention Joe in Norway. Joe in Norway pretty much runs office hours. So go ahead.
Yes, and then so that's at 1:00 with the Star Trek, and then at 3:00 I'll be streaming Burn Baby Burn, Viking Inferno. It's the yearly Midsummer Night burn. We have the town here. The local youth groups get together and build a gigantic tower.
You did this last year, didn't you?
Yep, I streamed last year, so it'll be for a few hours. So that starts at 3 p.m. And then at 4:30 we have Valley Vox showing Charlie Chaplin's The Great Dictator.
Ah. Okay.
The burn should be fun. Little lower than it was last year. Last year it was around 115 feet. But pandemic and the cost of pallets, I think, has taken a toll on people.
All right. Well, thank you, Joe in Norway.
Yep.
Let us now go to Ron Johnson territory. Wisconsin, where Professor Harvey J. Kaye standing by. He's the author of FDR and Democracy. And I'm going to guess Alan Minsky. I'm going to say he's at the Grove supporting Rick Caruso.
Yeah, Rick Caruso. Yeah. Rick might come by and say hi during the show. We can have a little chat with him about how things are going.
Are you at the Grove?
No, it looks like I'm like in Sarasota, Florida, because of the lime green umbrella. No, I'm in Pasadena, actually, in Old Town Pasadena, with my friends who are there's Real American 1 and Real American 2. Okay.
Oh, hello, Real Americans.
They can't hear you because I have my headset on, but so say David says hello. They say hi.
Okay. So let's start off with Jessica Cisneros.
Yeah, we sort of knew that result a month ago. It's a sad result. It's a very sad result.
And she really did lose, right?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, yes, I suppose. Lyndon Johnson once won an election down in that part of Texas for Congress, and they found one outstanding precinct where he received all of the votes, and then he jumped ahead of his opponent. I don't think anything like that happened this time. I think the nature of the corruption is in the money influencing our political system and so on. But it's a very sad result. And there's a lot going on in the world politically. Didn't think we'd jump back to South Texas. I mean, by the way, I'm packing a gun here right now. I'm hoping you're packing a gun, David. Shootout could break out at any moment on the set of the Feldman Show. You gotta protect yourself and your family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, what happened on Tuesday that was important?
On Tuesday this week, there were no primary elections. Were there? There are elections in Illinois next Tuesday.
What happens next Tuesday?
Next Tuesday in Illinois, there are a bunch of races where there are progressives. There's one, Delia Ramirez against establishment hack. There's a very sort of sad circumstance where Marie Newman, who's a progressive, against Sean Casten. They are going up against each other. There are a number of progressive candidates that we've endorsed who are longer shots.
Are you supporting Marie Newman?
Yes, we are supporting Marie Newman.
Good.
Yeah. And then we're supporting Jonathan Jackson, Jesse Jackson's kid, not Jesse Jackson Jr., but another son of Jesse Jackson, down to replace Bobby Rush. He's definitely running of the competitive candidates as the most progressive. And he was the head of Rainbow Push. He was a Bernie Sanders surrogate. But it's a tricky race. The Rahm Emanuel establishment, of course, is not endorsing him. And, it's a really difficult situation. Bobby Rush held the seat for decades. South side of Chicago, congressional seat's a very, very potentially important seat where a lot of progressive public policy could come from there. That could be very influential for very significant constituents for the progressive movement to build around and through. And, Rahm Emanuel and the Chicago machine has its favored candidates down in that race. And what's very unfortunate is the census results came in late. The districts were drawn late. There was very little runway for candidates to get going. And there's not a lot of engagement among the general public in these races. So we'll see what happens on Tuesday, but I'm hoping Jonathan Jackson wins down in Chicago 1, which is, again, the south side of Chicago seat. Can you hear me okay? I hope you can.
It's not great. It's not great, but it's
Sorry
okay.
about that.
I don't know. He sounds better than ever, I think.
Well, the food is good.
Professor Harvey J. Kaye, author of FDR and Democracy, I would assume you've been watching the hearings.
No.
No.
I just get a summary kind of look at it. I know they're important. I know there are a lot of people watching. I know that the Democratic Party believes this is their ticket to save their asses in November, but I'm just not watching.
Right. But you cannot watch.
Because when what's that guy's name? Garland, when Merrick Garland shows himself to be more than a putz, then I'll believe all this stuff matters. Right.
So what are you paying attention to?
Well, I do a lot of other conversations. Like tonight, I spent the day reviewing my knowledge of how FDR fought inflation, because I did a live stream with Marianne Williamson just before I came on.
Really?
Yeah, she and I did 2 shows the last few weeks about FDR.
So during World War II, inflation breaks out.
What?
During World War II, we had inflation during World War II, I would assume.
Oh, massive. Yeah, massive inflation.
And was it war profiteering? Were they taking advantage of?
No, in fact, no, because the FDR administration was ready based on the World War I experience. He was ready and he was determined to control inflation in such a way to actually be effectively redistributing downward. So, nope, They didn't.
How-
There were those who, I mean, they made money and they came out of the war better than they probably went in even, but nothing like one of the reasons that the war profiteering didn't occur. This is something people don't realize is that Harry Truman chaired a committee during the World War II, which had oversight over just that problem. And, but there were a whole series of initiatives. At first, they spent 41 and 42 having a really hard time getting inflation under control. And in fact, it really looked bad. And then in late 42, the administration, they already had price controls, they had rationing, they were selling war bonds to pull, money out of the system. But what they did is they went from just having an Office of Price Administration. They set up 5,000 small offices for price controls around the country, and then recruited tens of thousands of citizens to go police the prices in stores and businesses.
Sounds like communism.
Well, I said to Marianne, I know it's going to sound like Cuba in its in the past, but really was the case. And that's when inflation literally came under control. They literally controlled it.
So what is inflation? Because not economically, is inflation a new way to gouge consumers? Is it real, or is it corporations looking for an opportunity to raise?
Well, I think in this instance, I mean, it's a whole variety of things, but in fact, in certain cases, it seems glaring, but to me that there's got to be gouging. But I'll tell you that the saddest part, or obvious, it's not sad, it's typical, is that the Fed is now, imposing they're raising the interest rates. And it's not really at an outrageous rate or anything like it was in certain times of the past, but it really is the case that they promised to raise it on a regular basis. And the fact is that everyone knows that when they do that, the ones who will pay will be workers who will then, either be laid off because the companies are not borrowing money the way they did before to sustain production. And, we'll go back into we'll face, at least working class will face a recession at this rate.
To kill wages. When the real source of inflation, from what I can tell, I would assume most Americans would, maybe I'm speaking out of school here, I would assume most Americans would be okay with the high cost of food, horrible thing to say, if they had a place to live. That the real inflation is rent.
Well, the inflation is right. There's an inflation in food, rent, fuel, and it's across the board in some ways, but yeah.
Inflation is of course price gouging, and it's related to the supply chain. It's related to the price of oil, right? All those things right now.
Yeah.
And there's the right-wing talking point excuse that the money that was distributed by the government, gave consumers too much money in their pocket. They deleveraged debt, which is all BS.
Yeah, that's
all BS.
Yes.
Credit card debt is rising very rapidly right now again. And and of course, the rate of increase in wages falls far below what inflation has been in terms of commodities, and basic commodities are being described. But there's a crazy silver lining that could be terrible for us, but the silver lining is it is a fundamental break with what the neoliberal social contract was supposed to be over these last 3 to 4 decades, which was the Walmart social contract. Yeah, you got shitty wages, right? Yeah, you had no benefits, but you could rest assured you had cheap commodities in Walmart.
Right.
Now you don't have cheap commodities in Walmart. There is going to be incredible amounts of economic distress and a sense of vertigo and disorientation among working class people across the country, people who live in economic precarity, the majority of the population. Now, of course, our major problem there is they're completely alienated from the electoral political system, as well they should be. but they did rally around, to a degree, Bernie Sanders' economic politics. And if we can get the message out there and anchor it, hey, Harvey, do you think there's some kind of like framing device that could be used around these issues?
Something like the Economic Bill of Rights.
Yeah, right. Well, it's interesting to note that
there's an opening there because, again, the breaking of the neoliberal social contract.
Well, I don't know. That depends on a lot, because right now my bigger fear is that in November the Democrats get walloped, and then the Republicans will look. Don't forget, Barack Obama and Joe Biden were ready to make a deal. Okay. The Obama Biden administration created the Simpson Bowles, also known as the Bowles-Simpson BS Commission. And they would have cut into Social Security. They would have cut into Medicare. And my fear is that next 2 years after the election, that the Republicans will literally give Biden what he was salivating for 40 years of his political career. 40 years, something like that. That's my
Cutting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, privatizing it.
Yeah. And then also don't forget that all this depends on some kind of leadership force. And the AFL-CIO had its elections, and they elected the same woman who has been, the successor to Trumka. Liz Schuler's now the president there. She said she said the plan is to recruit 1 million new workers into the labor movement. That's peanuts. Absolute peanuts.
Right. So it's the end of the quarter. The S&P 500, the companies start reporting their earnings. What happens if, amidst all this inflation, these corporations start reporting record earnings? Isn't that going to suggest price gouging? Aren't we going to find out?
Who's going to tell the American people that they've been gouged?
It's at some point. You think
MSNBC will?
If ExxonMobil reports record profits, which they tend to do whenever the price of oil goes,
right,
that suggests they're passing along they're just doubling costs, which means they're doubling profits. If food companies have record profits, that means they're price gouging. It's that simple. Am I wrong, Alan?
That seems pretty accurate. And there's a lot of price gouging going out across the board. I mean, there have been some good investigative journalist reports who've listened in on, shareholders meetings. And the profits are very high for many corporations.
Yeah, I want to hear Joe Biden call them all economic royalists or whatever. I want to hear the Democrats start pointing a finger at capital. That's what I want.
Well, for our listeners, it would behoove them to start paying attention to earnings season. Every 3 months, there's earnings seasons.
Yeah. What you're very on point about here, David, is look, I believe for the next 18 months through the 4 years, we should anticipate that political economics will dominate mainstream American politics. And then it's going to be very reductive, simplistic messaging. The Republicans tend to be masters at that.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, the exploitation and what would be, advantageous for the wealthy with their hedging, as interest rates go up, people with floating mortgages are crushed. We have to be on top of it too, and so we have to get ready to be able to be discursive in popular political economics, because what should be evident to everybody is if they're going to claim that rising wages produce this much turmoil, what they're admitting is that they are running a system in which nobody can get ahead anymore except the people who are already ahead. Okay. So again, the next 18 months to 4 years, expect that will be very centered. Of course, COVID pandemics and wars and global and climate emergency crises will grab headlines. But I think there'll be a lot of economic turbulence. Capitalism goes through these cycles. It may be worse and we may never come out of it. God knows. We've stretched the neoliberal logic about as far as we can. But certainly we'll have a lot of this. Right now, Republicans have an upper hand in the messaging. There's no space for neoliberals to move. I mean, by the way, Larry Summers, our favorite crypto bro, right? I mean, Larry Summers has come around to supporting Ponzi schemes, right? So, deregulate that market, okay, as it crashes and burns. And by the way, the crypto market can be seen a lot like the housing bubble in 07, 08. It was at the end of a boom and bust cycle. So you had the economy moving up after the Great Recession, going through Obama, through the first 3 years of Trump. You arrive at a scheme, not unlike the housing market, where middle-class Americans believe they can make money through speculative investment. And of course, it's a total Ponzi scheme.
And are they placing bets? I've read that hedge funds have a trade going that's unseen by the government, where hedge funds are trading between each other, kind of like the collateralized debt obligations of the housing crisis. Is that what's going on with cryptocurrency? People are making bets on how
short bets on it, you mean?
Yeah.
Probably, but I wouldn't know. I cannot speak to that. I don't have that information. Probably.
So Jerome Powell, former hedge fund manager, now chairman of the Federal Reserve, originally appointed by Donald Trump, reappointed by Joe Biden, big mistake. He's trying to squeeze the economy, create a recession, raise interest rates, make money expensive so that people stop buying houses, so people stop investing in businesses. He has said he's doing this to crush wages. That's not the mandate of the Federal Reserve, Professor Harvey J.K., correct?
Correct. And by the way, the federal, it's funny, I did that whole talk about FDR fighting inflation. One could do similar kind of thing for Nixon fighting inflation. And somewhere after post-Nixon, we handed everything over to the Federal Reserve. Have you had Richard Wolff on lately, by the way?
No.
Okay.
But what does he have to say about this?
Well, he could speak to it. I mean, this whole transfer of power and authority to the Federal Reserve or expectations, but it's not their job. It wasn't what they were
take away, like Gerald Ford had whip inflation now, whip inflation now. You remember? I remember.
Yeah, I was thinking about that just the other day. Yeah,
and it was a joke, and it didn't work. What happened with price freezes? Nixon froze prices.
Yeah,
and did it work?
Go ahead,
guys. Is it okay if I sign off and Harvey take this? Because Harvey is authoritative on the 1970s. I was a little kid, and I never liked the University of Michigan.
I've read two renditions. Yeah, well, enjoy your food.
Enjoy your food.
And I'll be with you guys next week. Thank you, David Feldman.
Bye. Bye-bye. So what is your?
I'm not sure. I've seen the debate over whether or not it succeeded or not, but it held. It held prices and wages for a while. Keep in mind, it was a 90-day freeze. I can't remember if it went longer than that, but my recollection is that he came on television one night, said, starting tomorrow, we're going to the price wage. Anybody tries to break it, we'll arrest you.
Good times. Seriously.
Yeah.
Not bad.
No, I mean, it's just look, there's nothing would have prevented Biden from trying to do something and getting the Democrats to do something. It's just easier for him to leave it to the Fed. If the Fed acts, I don't remember any occasion where the Fed would act and the working people would be better off for it.
Yeah.
I did hear Richard Wolff one day say on some show, he said, yeah, they ought to, raise the minimum wage and have a price freeze at the same time, something like that.
Right. What caused the inflation? They said the Vietnam War caused the inflation, but yet we were able to fight a 22-year war on global terror with zero inflation. Was Vietnam?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Right. Did Roosevelt froze?
I'll say first thing. Okay, so they knew going into the war, because it had already begun the rise in inflation, because the U.S. was already revving up for defense industries, whether they went into the war or not. Also, because after the Arsenal of Democracy speech, it was obvious that the U.S. was really going to rev up its industrial production for defense, for arms, and the whole arms and material for war. So they instituted the Office of Price Administration, but in the first part of the war, which is really just about a year's worth of the war, it had no real authority. So there were companies that followed the rules and regulations, but had no authority. But then when it was evident that the inflation was going to, just not stop, keep in mind, they used taxes. Most working people did not pay income tax until World War II. But there was so much money now in the system, they taxed it not only to reduce people's capacities to buy things, but also because they needed to raise money for the war effort. So there were the taxes. There were also the war bonds, which was the idea of taking money out of the system and putting it into savings. And $18.75, and you get $25 later. On that note, can I just ask you, you had a bar mitzvah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you get savings bonds for your bar mitzvah?
No, I was bar mitzvahed in an Orthodox temple on a Monday morning at 9.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It was very
Okay.
was serious. It was not a
because
party.
it was not unusual in the more conservative and reformed synagogues. Boys often got, and girls, if they were bat mitzvah, as they called it, to receive savings bond. But of course, our parents were all World War II vets, and mothers were greatest generation mothers. So it made sense to them. This is the way you save. You buy savings bonds. Okay. Then the other thing that they instituted was rationing. And the ration, you got ration books. You had so many points that you could spend on diverse commodities, because they really did set prices on commodities. And there was, there was a black market and all that. But in late 42, the FDR administration decided, okay, enough is enough. And they issued hold the line orders. They had these Office of Price Administration operating, and then they set up these did I already mention this? 5,000?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. So the point was they mobilized people, basically, as we were saying. So in 43 and 44, inflation came under control when they really went, in quotes, all out on this. And by the way, what's really significant is the people who ran the Office of Price Administration were progressives. They came out of the New Deal era. And one woman in particular who was running the consumer division, her name was Carolyn Ware. She was great. She actually she wrote a book, and she was, convinced that all of this activity was to prepare for a small d, democratic economy at war's end, that there was no reason that this didn't set an example for a post-war economy. And in fact, it's in that same year that all of this is taking place, in 43, when Roosevelt asked Americans what they wanted after the war, and ended up deriving from their desires and projecting and proposing the Economic Bill of Rights. It's a very progressive approach to a war effort pursued in this country.
We're talking with Professor Harvey J. Kaye, author of FDR on Democracy, Take Hold of Our History.
Yeah, I know you got people coming in after me, right?
No, we're done. Yeah. So I'm going to ask a rude question. This is going to come across as rude to the listeners. I can hear my father's voice. All we keep talking about is how horrible things are, and they are. All we talk about on this show is how horrible things are for the 60% of Americans who can't come up with $400 for a medical emergency, for the 1 out of 5 children who live in poverty. I don't mean to diminish any of that, nor do I mean to trivialize climate change. As a historian, the world has always been turning to shit. Is that a fair statement, that it has always been?
No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay. And I'll give you the period in which it was not turning to shit. Okay. So let's start off with the fact that 1930s was terrible times, really hard times, undeniably hard times. But even in the midst of all that, literally in the midst of all that, massive programs, A, massive programs, and B, workers secured collective right to organize and bargain collectively with the government standing behind it. Okay. World War II, a terrible time, and we know that we would never want to go through that again. But it is the case that the war effort at home made life much better for a lot of people. Americans were living better during the war period because of the ways in which the Roosevelt administration handled the war effort. Workers were organized. Listen to this, in 1941, 10 million American workers were in labor unions. Okay. With me?
Yes.
And that was a vast growth from 1932. In 1947, 15 million workers were in labor unions. So in the course of several years, basically like 1 million workers more a year were in labor unions. That's significant. Okay. Also, Black women who ended up in the war industry, they saw a significant rise in their wages. In the course of the war, the Roosevelt administration actually brought the bottom up by controlling prices and wages. Actually brought the bottom up. So from the mid 30s, decidedly, say 38, all the way through to 1974, inequality in the United States, inequality decreased. So now, because of what the 30s involved, the New Deal, because of what the war effort involved, the post-war period, especially with the GI Bill thrown in, I mean, that was the greatest social welfare program in American history within a short period of time. You had the 1950s, okay, was seeing incredible growth and development in this country. We can complain about it. We know the inadequacies, but we also know that it was in the course of that, because of all those Black veterans who came home from the war, the civil rights movement took off in a way that it had not before. And younger African Americans who were in Black colleges down south, decided it was time to act. And and then in the 60s, poverty was reduced. And I mean, so 50s, 60s to the early 70s. I mean, the world may even go into shit. You had the war in Vietnam. I'm not making it out to have been any kind of paradise, but sure as hell, you and I grew up at a most advantageous time. And I think what really leads us to be as angry as we are is we know it didn't have to be this way. Period. We know it didn't have to be this way.
And so this is worse. Well, let me review. Everything you're saying is, more than I do.
Well, let's put it this way. Democracy was a far healthier and more vibrant democracy coming out of the 30s, 40s into the 50s. And the proof of that was what we witnessed in the 60s. It afforded phenomenal expectations, not only phenomenal expectations that led to the Medicare, Medicaid, civil rights, voting rights, environmental protection, immigration reform. The 60s was remarkable. And it was really as a consequence of this sort of arc, this long age of Roosevelt. And then, war was declared by capital.
So if you look at the 30s, it was the Great Depression, the Dust Bowl, polio. If you were an African American, if you were gay, if you were Latino.
Wait a second. All I'm telling you is things developed in the 30s and the 40s to make things better. And it was decidedly because Americans elected a progressive president who, for all of his faults, pursued progressive initiatives and and literally brought the Democrats along to empower workers.
Right.
Okay?
But if you did bean counting, because I'm talking about, we've talked on this show, you and I, about Jimmy Carter.
I'm not nostalgic for life in the 30s. All I know is that what the 30s and the 40s show is it does not have to be the way it is now, that the Democratic Party is not the Democratic Party that I grew up believing might well create a truly social democratic America. Okay? That's, I can't bean count and tell you better or worse. Look, we're living better now than people lived in the 30s. We're living longer than people lived. Well, actually, that's under stress too. Okay, but it's better. Okay, it's better if only because dentistry is better.
Right.
Just for those of us who can have it.
Right. For the sake of hosting a show, this is just not arguing with you. The Democratic Party was made up of inveterate racists.
Yeah, you bet. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Most especially, of course, the Southern Democrats.
So the reason I'm asking this question is Biden versus Carter. Carter never said malaise, but he had that famous speech.
Yeah, right. But he said austerity. Austerity.
Which we should have listened to him. This is a capitulation. This is worse than the 70s. This is where people have just surrendered to the inevitable breakdown of our democracy.
Yeah, this is a consequence of nearly 50 years of what emerged in the 70s to do its damnedest to stop the long age of Roosevelt, the 30s through the 60s.
And so if a sunny-faced optimist, a Reagan, because that's what's coming next, a Reagan is going to come along and tell us we've never had it better. And Roosevelt, by the way, was a happy days are here again. He was a sunny optimist the same way Reagan was. So if you want to get elected.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think the happy days are here again may actually have been, wasn't that sort of a legacy of everyone associates it with FDR, but doesn't it precede FDR, that one?
Happy days.
I have this vague idea that it started with
1929 song by Milton Agar.
Thank you. Yeah.
Campaign song for Franklin D. Roosevelt's 32.
Yeah,
campaign.
32, but the song is a bit earlier. Yeah.
But
how they've used that song is beyond me. The speech, the New Deal speech was not a happy days are here again.
But you do have to sell optimism if you want to get elected. You can't.
Actually, he didn't sell optimism. What he sold, listen to me. He didn't sell optimism. He warned. But you know what he did? He pointed a finger at culprits. That's what he did. At the money changers. He did. And when's the last time Democrats ever pointed a finger at capitalists?
They point all their fingers palm up and say, give me.
You're right. Right.
Somebody.
So understand what I'm asking you to appreciate is this, and I've been saying this on the show every time. It's not like I expect the Democrats to radically transform things, but I do expect them to make an earnest effort to make things better, not necessarily to defer. And all we've seen over and over again in the wake of that American Rescue Plan, was that what it's called? The American Rescue Plan? Is division, capitulation, gimme, basically. Okay, reassuring the corporate bosses.
Right. To me,
because seriously speaking, think about this. I've said this before. One of the really one of the dumbest things that the rich folks did in 34 and 35 is they went after Roosevelt when working people loved him. Okay. Now, if nobody loved Biden, but it would be the case that maybe Biden should have told him to come after me so that, it should have been the case that capitalists should have tried to screw him. And then maybe he would have gotten some backbone and said, hey, I got to do something. Nothing. I'm just fantasizing now. The point is, this is a terrible administration. And next year we can decide, assuming we aren't censored, that we can debate who is worse, Biden or Carter.
Biden.
Well,
Because Carter waited till he was no longer president to work on his post-presidency. Biden is already in his post-presidency. Biden's the worst. Biden is
only because, well, he's the worst because the crisis of democracy is even that much more intense. And his leadership is so inadequate.
He's not putting cosmetic numbers on the board. Didn't you think when we were talking 2-3 years ago, we knew Biden was going to be a major disappointment, but we thought,
sure, right.
Didn't we think he would trick the American people into passing bullshit legislation that looked and sounded better than it actually was? He can't even bullshit Congress or the Senate into passing innocuous anodyne pieces of legislation that just look good. He's not even doing that. He's not, Obama, who we crap on, passed more legislation than any president since LBJ.
Well, Obama had in defense of Biden in one respect, Obama had 60 vote Senate.
Briefly.
2 years, right?
Not really, because
there was a
Ted Kennedy died, and then Al Franken didn't get his. He was in a very close election, Franken, so he didn't get.
That's right.
Certified to July. It was a brief window.
Well, let me put it this way: FDR knew damn well, just in case, make it happen in the first 100 days.
Right.
Okay. Obama.
Better than Biden. Obama was better than Biden.
Well.
Got more done.
I don't know. How do you compare?
Obama.
It's like.
How do you compare? Okay, first of all, by Obamacare, not by any stretch of the imagination, but it's still something. By now, 2010, Obamacare, a year and a half in, he had Obamacare going.
Well, I know it helped a lot of people. I know it helped a lot of people, but at the time I thought it was unconstitutional.
What, Obamacare?
Yeah, I still think it's unconstitutional.
It's a tax. You read what John Roberts said. It's a tax.
Well, I think John Roberts was afraid to say otherwise.
So you don't see any optimism for your grandson?
Actually, to tell you, that's what scares me about this, is that I have a grandson who is going to have to endure the outcome of this crap.
I can hear my father's voice saying, because I've had to say this to my kids.
Yeah.
And I do mean it.
Yeah.
It's horrible. But it's always horrible. Right? I mean, because how do you get out of bed in the morning if you don't say that? If you don't.
Look, I remember a Republican governor in this state who, though he did nothing for our salaries, I do believe he actually enhanced the university budgets. I mean, it's not that long ago in my life, but it's an age ago for young people. And these folks, I just worry that they just don't realize it doesn't have to be this way.
Well, I think most young people.
Oh, how'd you like this? Did you see that? What is it? They're going to absolve people of the student debt who went to
DeVry, the Art Institute.
Yeah, right.
Step, but that's illegal. That's a
no. I thought as of. So you mean to say that they're going to bail out the people who went to the fly-by-night schools, but they're not going to pass a law banning for-profit higher education.
Obama tried that. Obama tried to pass that, and I remember this.
I didn't realize you had a crush on Obama.
No, I just remember.
Sorry.
No, I remember around, somebody looked this up, around 2012, 2013.
Yeah.
Obama tried to ban for-profit colleges. He banned them from making loans to veterans. He passed laws, executive orders that demanded that for-profit colleges had to reveal their success rate in getting people jobs. Obama, compared to Biden, Obama was Roosevelt. I'm serious. If you look,
Wait.
I'm serious.
Wait. I know you're serious. I know you're serious. Somebody needs to give you an enema.
All right. Compared to Biden, Barack Obama.
Before we go, I'm in New York next week.
Let's have coffee.
Yes, I can't do the show, but I can see you.
Even better.
Good. Okay.
But just not on a Thursday.
We got to figure out. That's right. Exactly. Because you got the show on the Thursday.
How long are you in town for?
Well, my daughter's getting married in Brooklyn.
Really?
Yeah. So I got a lot of family responsibilities. We got people coming from England and everywhere else.
All right, I'll come to the wedding. You insist, I'll show up.
I'll tell you what, when I'm in New York, since we can't do the Thursday, we'll shoot from possibly getting together after the weekend.
The divorce. When's the divorce? So your daughter's getting married.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah, that's what they tell me. I'm happy. I'm thrilled. But I my responsibilities are minimal in this, and thankfully, but I have to be there, and we've got family to worry about who are coming in. So
and you got new in-laws who you have. That is a nightmare. Meeting new in-laws.
What's really funny is politically my daughter's not marrying anything. He's a very progressive young guy. His parents, I understand, we don't talk politics, but his parents are really fun people, absolutely fun people.
Because they're not progressive.
Maybe.
Who wants to
talk? It sounds like that, doesn't it?
Who wants to talk to a progressive? Professor Harvey J.K., author of FDR. We should do this one-on-one. We haven't done this one-on-one in a long time. Hey, what's happening with Ms. Coates? Is she running?
Yes, she is. Big battle. I mean, the DSA folks are really pissed off that it was a brand new district. She launched the campaign, and they were trying to move the candidate they wanted for another district into this. It was a mess last week. I was taking bullshit all over on Twitter, but
okay.
Yeah.
So I'll see you.
But she is an historic. She originally, she was, born in New York, upstate New York. She lived in Arizona, but she's an Astoria girl, Greek.
Best Greek food in the world is in Astoria.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand. And by the way, and my daughter and her soon to be husband are moving into the district where she is. They're not moving to Astoria. They're moving to Greenpoint.
Great.
The new district is Astoria and Greenpoint.
Huh.
And a little bit, I think, across the river in Manhattan.
You're going to buy them guns? It's in New York now. Everybody has to have a gun.
Wow,
is it
right?
Shotgun wedding?
Oh, yeah. No. Jeez.
I told you Clarence Thomas was no good, and you didn't listen to me.
I did. You didn't have to persuade me of anything.
I told you that wife of his. I said, stay away from that Jimmy.
No, I mean, it's funny. We can laugh. It's a good thing you're a comedian. You can make me laugh about this.
It's depressing.
I was talking about you the other day. Who was I talking to? I was talking about you the other day. I can't remember. It was good stuff.
I was talking about you the other day. The FBI came by. You should talk to David Feldman. How about the Blacklist, the 50s? Huh?
Yeah, politically correct. We'll have to change the name of that, right?
Yeah. Professor Harvey J.K. is the author of FDR and Democracy. Thank you. It's good to talk with you.
It is good. So listen, when I'm in New York,
Call me.
Call or I'll text you. We'll definitely figure
Go
out
to
how
our
to do
old
it.
place. We'll go to our usual place.
Yeah, I'm happy to. In fact, you
That'll be
bet.
great.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you later in the week. Good news. Everybody's
Absolutely.
good.
Guaranteed.
Great. Thank you. Follow Professor Harvey J.K. on Twitter at Harvey J.K. and read his books. Go to wherever you buy books and buy all his books. Read all his books. The Fight for the Four Freedoms. And he has a new book coming out in the fall. Not a new book. His old book is being reissued, and it's a study of Marxist historians, which we've been talking about, and we will continue to talk about on this show. Dave in PA, did you finish? Let's see. Hang on, I'm unmuting you. Chad, there you go. Let's see what you made there.
So remember, it was a block of wood that looked just like this. Now it's a box that looks just like a block of wood.
Very nice.
Sliding, little dovetail sliding lid.
Fantastic.
For all the bugs and mouse skulls a little boy will find and stick in his box.
Mouse skulls.
Yeah, he's a country boy, he's just walking around barefoot out in the woods.
I got mouse skulls here in New York that I can give.
That's true.
What are you
That's true. They're an
teaching?
urban event.
What are you teaching at office hours Friday?
Well, I've been 40 years, I've been making things that other people design.
Right.
And I've always, it's almost playing hooky for me to make things that I design. And so I have a lot of items that I'd like to turn into art, pieces of machinery, odd pieces of wood. And I just want to have a session where we all talk about different ideas we have for creating things and what's the process for creation? When is it a burden? When does it feel like it's coming down from a muse? I like to discuss those things because it's always business for me. It's always practical for me. And it's a release to be able to do something artistic that doesn't matter. That's what I want to make. That's all.
Yeah. Last time you were showing us how you built a staircase, I believe.
Yeah. The process of trying to figure out how to construct it. Someone else drew it and designed it, but there's no indication on the drawing of how you're going to build it. And so there's a sort of a creative process. It's hard to explain that allows where I break it down. I showed how I break it down into components that I can buy in a lumber yard. And even though the staircase itself was curved and had twisted rail to it and all that. It's just interesting to look at the sausage of high-end artisanry, and it's fun to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
Just like it's fun to talk about current events and economics and anyway. So,
right.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Dave in PA. Beautiful.
Anytime.
Thank you. Dave in PA will be at office hours Friday night. You're invited. We start at 8 p.m. Eastern. I'm there for the first 90 minutes. I take your calls. I talk about their Chad is being put. Are you putting Chad in the coffin there? There you go. So Chad is getting locked up there. The first 90 minutes of office hours, I take your calls, your suggestions. It's an opportunity for me to meet you and you to meet me as well as the other listeners. I promise you'll meet better people by coming to office hours. It starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, Friday nights, and then the community takes over at 9:30. Go to my website, hit attend office hours, and you will get the link. If you're on our mailing list, you'll get the link, but sometimes some people don't get the link. So if you didn't get the link, nothing personal, just go to my website and hit attend office hours. While you're over there, sign up for my newsletter. If you sign up for my newsletter, it includes an invitation to office hours. I want to thank the people who produce this show: Dan Frankenberger, Andy Brown, Professor Jonathan Bick, Joe in Norway, The Invisible Ninja, Sarah Bush, Grace Jackson, Hannah Feldman. I left somebody out. I don't think so. All right. We've got some calls. Let's take some calls. All right. Let us go to James. James.
Yes. Did I have my hand up? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm going to lower my hand. You go ahead.
Okay, James. Thank you. And Rodrigo in Mexico. How are you today?
Good. Can I jump in, or did you want to wait for someone else?
No, go ahead.
Okay. A leftist wrote an article chiding AOC on the Daily Beast. I hate defending AOC from bad faith attacks more because it leaves me no time to talk about my actual criticisms of AOC than because bad faith attacks are worth responding to, since they usually come from the right or the FBI informants pretending to be the left. I hate the whole Latinx nonsense with a passion, and many people have heard me ranting about this, but this time all of these came together in an attack from the left on the left. I will not be defending AOC's take because it's self-evidently bad, although some people may want to have it explained again. But I want to point out that the writer of the article compared the best things Bernie Sanders has done this year, perhaps this entire decade depending on who you ask, with the worst AOC take in weeks, if not months. The article doesn't just claim Sanders is an unimpeachable progressive on social policy, which is a lie from someone who is aware of at least some of Bernie's bad takes on policy. It goes on to heavily imply that Bernie is always doing something awesome like debating Lindsey Graham, and AOC is always doing something idiotic like that one misguided attempt to promote inclusivity for LGBTQ people with the word Latinx. What is AOC actually doing with her social media? She started a private Facebook group with 19,000 people where they explain how to sign up to organize a child care collective. She has a summer program to help kids with their homework. She's sharing information about COVID-19 and baby formula, standing up for Asian Americans who are victims of hate crimes, helping people sign up for the US Census, providing information to get help for homeowners struggling in New York. She regularly posts videos, short or long, up to 90 minutes, where she explains how things actually work. You know, the thing David Feldman used to ask Mark Sebastos about. And that's not even counting when she grills conservatives in Congress. That one AOC take was bad, but this article is remarkably bad faith. You have to dig on AOC's social media posts for months to find a bad take. And the article I'm talking about consciously pretends comparing apples to oranges is fair. Either the article's author doesn't know how to look at her other social media, or he was told about this one bad take and immediately decided the one Instagram post was not only characteristic, but an average contribution. Why focus on AOC instead of Cory Booker, who last August bragged about voting with the GOP to give Biden the money to hire 100,000 more cops? The amendment was not binding, but this is just one horrible take from quote-unquote progressives that make AOC posting a video about Latinx look completely irrelevant. Where are the leftist articles attacking male progressives or expressing disappointment on the progressives who have distanced themselves from AOC and the squad on human rights for Palestinians? Does he ever write about bad progressives that aren't AOC? Well, I was looking for that when I stumbled on a Jacobin piece where Bernie staffers are shamed for almost calling for a strike, and another one on current affairs, shaming Bernie and, quote, the entire squad, end quote, for having a bad stance on the Ukraine aid package instead of using their six votes to force the United States to immediately begin peace negotiations, because that's how nearly unanimous votes work. Emily Bazelon of the New York Times wrote a very long, allegedly nuanced article on trans people. I mention this because if she had just asked some trans people about some of the organizations she's introducing to a larger audience, she would have known they were horrible people and not just people with some slightly conservative views. I can do better, Emily can do better, but somehow Emily spent 8 months researching a single article, and she never discovered how horrible some of the people she describes as reasonable actually are. And finally, some good news. Strippers in Los Angeles are striking in a North Hollywood club for unsafe working conditions and have voted to unionize. Portland strippers are also organizing for better working conditions. If strippers can start unions, can you start a union? Thank you.
I'll see you Friday. Thank you, Rodrigo. That's our show. I want to thank all our guests. We started the day with Professor Greg Burak. Please pick up his book, Criminology on Trump. Professor Ben Burgess, pick up Christopher Hitchens, what he got right, how he went wrong, and why he still matters. The Hirschenfelds, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld and Ethan Hirschenfeld. I don't have his book in front of me. Shoot. Stream his new comedy special, Thug Jew. Today is Now is the name of his book. Today is Now. Emil Guillermo, read him over at ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, and listen to his podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, the PETA podcast. The Reverend Barry W. Lynn, go to barrywlynn.com for a treasure trove of his appearances on television shows, radio shows, his sermons, and his writings. Thank you to Professor Mary Ann Cummings, who is not with us today. We miss you. Professor Adnan Hussein. Listen to the Mujlis podcast as well as Guerrilla History. Professor Jonathan Bick will be with us tomorrow at office hours teaching Star Trek and The Twilight Zone. And read Professor Ann Lee over at the Daily Kos. Her handle is Annie Lee. Thank you to our Pickle Cam, Joe in Norway, and thank you to Dave in PA. Professor Harvey J.K., thank you. Read, Take Hold of Our History, FDR and Democracy, Fight for the Four Freedoms, and of course, Thomas Paine and the Promise of America, which President Obama read. Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. Thank you to our Zoom audience for showing up, as always. You make this show happen. If you would like to join us in our Zoom audience, go to my website and hit attend a live taping, or when the show is in progress, just hit pay-per-view. It'll take you right in. While you're over there, sign up for my newsletter, office hours, every Friday night at 8 p.m. I believe that covers everything. Thank you for listening. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
Walking 13 miles on every shift with not a chair in sight. Lifting 20,000 pounds a day, that don't seem right. Saving plastic bottles to have a place to pee. Injuries in this place are the highest in the industry. Don't believe those TV ads, things ain't what they seem. Don't tell me this sweatshop has become the American dream. We need to stand together Can't do it on our own. We need to stand together and make our presence known. We need to stand together and get the union done. We need to stand together. Which side are you on? 1 million strong, working 2 shifts a day, packing all day long while the cameras are running away. 100,000 trucks tearing up and down the roads, delivering stuff all over the world in 40-ton loads. When did this sweatshop become the American dream? Don't believe those TV ads, things ain't what they seem. We need to stand together, can't do it on our own. We need to stand together and make our presence known. We need to stand together and get the union done. We need to stand together. Which side are you on? Stand together. Stand together. Stand together. Stand together. Can't use your cell phone, you can't call your mates, can't listen to music, gotta pack all those crates. Start to feel like a robot, but soon you understand there's more of them than you. That's always been the plan.